Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Grace. The soft strains of silver bells drift through my small townhouse, pulling me from sleep like a gentle hand on my shoulder. I stretch beneath my worn quilt, savoring these quiet moments before the day officially begins. December sunlight filters through my bedroom curtains, casting everything in that golden morning glow that makes even my cluttered nightstand look magical. I pad barefoot across the hardwood floors, my oversized Christmas pajamas, complete with dancing reindeer, swishing around my ankles. The living room greets me with twinkling lights from our slightly crooked Christmas tree, the one Max insisted we cut ourselves from Tommy's tree farm last weekend. Ornaments hang at uneven heights, mostly clustered where a 6-year-old's arms could reach, but it's perfect in its imperfection. Paper snowflakes dangle from the ceiling like frozen dreams, each one a masterpiece of Max's careful scissor work. Garland drapes across the mantel in cheerful chaos, interspersed with his handmade stars, cut from construction paper and covered in enough glitter to blind a reindeer. The whole place sparkles with holiday magic and the particular brand of organized mayhem that comes with raising a creative child. I adjust a tilting picture frame on the side table, one of Max and me from last Christmas, both grinning at the camera with matching hot chocolate mustaches. The warmth spreading through my chest has nothing to do with the central heating. Mom! 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 The thundering of small feet on stairs announces Max's arrival before his voice does. He rockets into the kitchen like a missile with a curly bedhead, still wearing his superhero pajamas from 3 nights ago. His curls stick up at impossible angles, defying both gravity and my attempts at hair products. Can we make cookies today? The really good ones with the sprinkles that look like tiny Christmas trees? And can we make more decorations for my room? I want to cut out angels this time, but not the boring kind. The ones with superpowers who can fly really, really fast. I flip the switch on the coffee maker, already mentally calculating how much caffeine I'll need to keep up with his energy level. Slow down there, speed racer. What's the magic word? Please. Pretty please with Christmas cookies on top. His grin could power the entire electrical grid of Chestnut Hill. I ruffle his unruly curls, marveling at how they spring right back into place like tiny copper coils. Cookies sound perfect, but first, breakfast. Real breakfast. Not leftover Halloween candy. But candy has sugar, and sugar gives me energy for cookie making. Nice try, but your energy levels are already at maximum capacity. I pull out the carton of eggs and the loaf of bread Mrs. Johnson brought over yesterday. How about French toast? We can even use the good syrup. Max climbs onto his favorite kitchen stool, the red one with the slightly wobbly leg that he refuses to let me fix. He props his chin in his hands, watching me crack eggs into a bowl with the concentration of a tiny food critic. Will you read me your story while we cook? The one about the dragon who's afraid of birthday parties? My chest tightens with that familiar push and pull, pride in his interest mixed with guilt over how little writing I've actually accomplished lately. The manuscript sits on my laptop, 3 chapters deep and gathering digital dust while I juggle motherhood and the increasingly urgent need to pay rent. Maybe after cookies. Right now, I want to hear about your dream from last night. Was it the one where you're a pirate again? No. This time I was a Christmas tree farmer, but all my trees could talk, and they kept asking me to trim their branches into different shapes. One wanted to look like a giraffe, and another one wanted to be shaped like a race car. I whisked the eggs, letting his imagination wash over me like warm honey. This is what I love most about mornings with Max. His dreams still spill into reality, untainted by the cynicism that creeps in somewhere between childhood and adult responsibilities. That sounds like it could be a story, I say, dipping the first piece of bread into the egg mixture. Maybe we should write it down later. Can the trees talk in real life too? I bet they have lots of secrets to tell. Maybe they do. What do you think they'd say? He bounces on his stool, considering this with the seriousness of a philosopher. Probably stuff like, "Don't step on my roots," and "Hey, I look good in lights," and "Please don't let dogs pee on me." I snort with laughter, nearly dropping the spatula. You might be onto something there. The French toast sizzles in the pan, filling the kitchen with the scent of vanilla and cinnamon. Max swings his legs, humming along to the Christmas music, while I flip each piece to golden perfection. These moments feel suspended in amber, ordinary and precious all at once. After breakfast and cookies, can we work on the story together? I have ideas about what the giraffe tree says to the other trees. There it is again, that gentle tug between what he needs and what I should be doing. My editor expects the next chapter by Friday, and I haven't written a coherent sentence in weeks. But looking at Max's eager face, those big brown eyes bright with possibility, I know the choice isn't really a choice at all. Absolutely, we'll make it a collaboration. What's a collaboration? It means we work together to make something awesome. Like a team? Exactly like a team. I slide the French toast onto his plate, watching him drizzle syrup with the precision of an artist. He takes his first bite and closes his eyes in pure bliss, syrup already threatening to drip onto his pajama shirt. Okay, finish up, and then we'll tackle those cookies. But first, you need to get dressed in clothes that can handle flower explosions. Can I wear my reindeer sweater? The one with the jingly bells? Perfect choice for cookie making. As he races upstairs to change, I lean against the counter and survey my kingdom of organized chaos. Dishes from last night still sit in the sink, waiting for attention I haven't had time to give. Bills stack on the counter next to grocery lists and half-finished craft projects. My laptop sits closed on the dining table, holding stories that want to be told but keep getting postponed for more immediate needs. But then Max's laughter echoes from upstairs, and I remember why none of the rest matters as much as this. These moments of pure joy, these traditions we're building together. This little life we've created that's messy and imperfect and absolutely beautiful. 20 minutes later, we're elbow deep in cookie dough, flour dusting every surface of the kitchen like edible snow. Max stands on his step stool beside me, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, completely absorbed in the task of measuring chocolate chips. "Mom, I think we need more chips. This dough looks lonely." How can dough look lonely? See how it's all plain and boring? The chocolate chips are like little friends that make it happy. I dump another handful of chips into the bowl, watching his face light up with satisfaction. Better? Much better. Now it's ready for Christmas. We work side by side, his small hands copying my movements as I show him how to roll the dough into perfect spheres. Well, mine are perfect spheres. His look more like abstract art, but he approaches each one with the focus of a master sculptor. "Tell me again why we can't eat the cookie dough," he says, sneaking a finger toward the bowl. "Because raw eggs can make you sick, and then you'd miss Christmas morning. But it tastes so good." That's the point. If it didn't taste good, we wouldn't be tempted to eat it before it becomes actual cookies. He considers this logic while pressing his thumb into a ball of dough, creating what he declares is a thumbprint cookie for giants. When I grow up, I'm going to invent cookie dough that's safe to eat raw. That sounds like $1 million idea. Really? Then I can buy you a new car, one that doesn't make that funny noise when you turn left. My heart does that thing where it simultaneously breaks and soars. You don't need to buy me anything, sweetheart. Having you is the best gift I could ever get. But I want to. And I want to buy us a house with a really big kitchen so we can make cookies for everyone in town. The oven timer chimes, and I slide the first batch of cookies inside, setting the timer for 12 minutes. Max immediately starts work on the next batch, his tongue poking out slightly in concentration, a habit he's had since he first learned to hold a crayon. What kind of decorations should we make after cookies? I ask, wiping flour from his cheek with my thumb. Angels, but not regular angels. Christmas ninja angels who protect Santa's workshop from cookie thieves. Naturally, Christmas ninja angels are clearly superior to regular angels. Exactly. They have invisible wings and can shoot tinsel from their fingers. As we continue our cookie assembly line, I watch Max's animated gestures, the way his whole body gets involved in storytelling. He builds entire universes with his words, populates them with characters who exist solely in his imagination, and invites me into his world with the generosity of someone who's never learned to doubt the magic of possibility. These are the moments I want to capture in my writing, not the grand gestures or dramatic plot twists, but the small magic of everyday love. The way flower handprints on aprons become artwork. How a 6-year-old's logic can make cookie dough philosophy seem perfectly reasonable. The sound of Christmas music mixing with childish laughter to create a soundtrack for contentment. Mom? Yeah, buddy. This is my favorite day ever. Even though we haven't finished the cookies yet. Especially because we haven't finished yet. That means there's still more fun coming. I pause in my mixing, struck by the simple wisdom of that statement. Max lives entirely in the present moment, finding joy in the process rather than rushing toward the destination. When did I lose that ability? When did I start seeing baking cookies as time stolen from writing instead of time invested in memories? You're pretty smart for a 6-year-old, I tell him. I get it from my mom. She writes stories about dragons and magic, so she must be really smart too. The timer dings again, and I pull out the first batch of golden brown perfection. Max claps his hands, sending a small cloud of flour into the air. They look perfect. Can we decorate them now? Let them cool first, or the frosting will melt. How long is cooling time? About as long as it takes us to clean up this flour explosion and maybe start on those Christmas ninja angels.
Chapter 2. Jackson. The GPS on my dashboard chirps another direction as I navigate the winding roads leading into Chestnut Hill, but I barely need it. My hands know these turns even after 7 years away. Muscle memory guides the steering wheel left onto Maple Street, past the old Methodist church where Mrs. Delaney still tends the same rose bushes she planted when I was 12. Except now there's a yoga studio where Beto's Hardware used to be. A yoga studio. The faded red awning that once advertised lawnmowers and paint cans has been replaced by something called Serenity Springs Wellness Center in flowing script that probably cost more than Beto made in a month. I grip the wheel tighter, jaw clenching as I take in more changes. The corner gas station where I pumped gas summers during high school has become some artisanal coffee roastery. Even the damn street lamps are different. Wrought iron instead of the simple aluminum ones that used to line these streets. Progress, they call it. Looks more like gentrification wearing a Christmas sweater to me. My phone buzzes against the center console and I glance at the caller ID. Dolly. Perfect timing, as always. Yeah? Jackson, honey. I miss you already. Her voice carries that breathy quality she thinks is sexy, but mostly just reminds me of a punctured tire. When are you coming back? The Harrison account is asking for you specifically, and I told them you'd be back by New Year's. I slow down as a family crosses the street in front of me, parents herding 2 kids bundled in puffy winter coats. The father waves apologetically, and I nod back, remembering when crossing streets meant looking both ways for the occasional pickup truck, not SUVs worth more than most people's annual salaries. I told you I don't know how long this is going to take. Mom broke her hip, not her fingernail. But surely you can handle things remotely. It's not like you need to physically carry her around. The casual dismissal in her voice grates against something raw in my chest. She's 73 and living alone in a house that's too big for her. She needs actual help, not me managing her recovery from my office in Manhattan. I know. I was hoping we could spend New Year's together. Remember that party at the Hamptons house we talked about? Talked about, right. She talked about it while I'd made non-committal sounds and focused on quarterly reports. Dolly and I work because we both understand what this is, convenient, uncomplicated, and temporary. She gets arm candy for her social events. I get someone who doesn't expect emotional availability I'm not capable of providing. Look, I'll be back when I'm back. The company won't collapse without me for a few weeks. Of course not, but... Dolly. My voice carries enough edge to cut through her protests. I have to go. I'll call you later. I end the call before she can respond and toss the phone back onto the passenger seat. The silence feels better than her chatter about parties and accounts and all the shallow nonsense that fills my days in the city. Chestnut Hill's main drag stretches ahead of me, and I have to admit it looks good. The storefronts are clean and inviting, decorated with garland and twinkling lights that actually work. When I was a kid, half the Christmas decorations were broken by December 15th, leaving sad gaps in the holiday display like missing teeth. But it's different now. Polished. The kind of place that attracts weekend visitors from Boston who want to experience authentic small-town charm before heading back to their condos in Back Bay. I turn onto Elm Street, passing the elementary school where I learned to read and got my first detention for punching Tommy Morrison in the face. The playground equipment is new, colorful plastic instead of rusted metal. But the building looks the same. Red brick, white trim, American flag hanging limp in the still winter air. Wonder if Grace still works there. The thought hits me like a sucker punch, sudden and unwelcome. 7 years, and I can still see her exactly as she was the last time we spoke. Standing on my mother's front porch in that yellow dress that made her skin glow, tears streaming down her face as I explained why I had to leave. Why New York was too good an opportunity to pass up. Why she couldn't come with me. Why everything we'd built together wasn't enough to make me stay. I shake my head, forcing the memory back into whatever locked box I've kept it in for the past 7 years. Grace is ancient history. Whatever she's doing now, whoever she's with, is none of my damn business. I made that choice when I walked away. My mother's house comes into view, and the familiar sight of the white colonial with its wraparound porch and towering oak trees does something uncomfortable to my chest. Home. Even after all these years in Manhattan's glass towers, this place still feels like home. The lawn needs work. Dad would have had a fit seeing the leaves scattered across the grass, the hedges growing wild without his meticulous attention. But Dad's been gone for 5 years now, and Mom never was one for yard work. I pull into the driveway, noting the small pile of newspapers by the front steps. Probably been there since her accident 2 days ago. The house looks too quiet, too still, like it's holding its breath. My phone buzzes again. Text from Dolly this time. Missing you already. Can't wait for you to get back to real life. Exoxo. Real life. As if the previous 30 years of my existence in this town were some kind of dress rehearsal for the main event of Manhattan's success. I delete the message without responding and grab my overnight bag from the back seat. The front porch creaks under my weight, another thing Dad would have fixed immediately. The sound echoes through the winter air, mixing with the distant noise of traffic on Route 128. Even that's louder than it used to be. Before I can knock, the door swings open and Mom appears in the doorway. She's smaller than I remember, more fragile, leaning heavily on a walker that looks like it belongs in a medical supply catalog rather than my childhood home. But her smile is the same, bright and welcoming and completely genuine. Jackson! Oh, honey, you didn't have to come all this way. Yeah, I did. I leaned down to hug her carefully, mindful of the cast peeking out from beneath her wool slacks. How are you holding up? Better now that you're here. Come in. It's freezing out there. The inside of the house wraps around me like a time capsule. Same furniture, same family photos on the mantel, same smell of lemon oil and the vanilla candles Mom burns year-round. It's exactly as I left it, which somehow makes everything feel more surreal. Coffee? She asks, already heading toward the kitchen with careful steps. I'll get it. You sit down before you fall over. I'm not an invalid, Jackson, just temporarily inconvenienced. But she settles into her favorite armchair anyway, the one positioned to look out the front window where she can monitor all the neighborhood happenings. Some things never change. I poured 2 cups of coffee from the pot she's obviously had ready since dawn, adding cream to hers the way she's liked it since I was tall enough to reach the counter. So, I say, settling onto the couch across from her. Tell me what the hell happened. Language, Jackson. Mom. Fine, I was cleaning the gutters. You were what? Don't look at me like that. I've been cleaning those gutters for 40 years. You're 73. Hire someone. With what money? Do you know what contractors charge these days? Highway robbery! I bite back the obvious response about money not being an issue if she just let me help. We've had that fight before, and it never ends well. Continue. I was almost finished when the ladder shifted. Went down like a sack of potatoes and landed wrong. Mrs. Peterson next door heard me yelling and called the ambulance. Jesus, Mom, you could have... But I didn't. I'm fine. Just stuck with this contraption for the next 6 weeks. She gestures at the walker with obvious distaste. Doctor says I'm healing well for someone my age. For someone my age. The phrase sits heavy between us, acknowledging what we both know but don't want to say. She's getting older. More fragile. The house that used to feel indestructible now seems too big. Too much for one person to manage alone. What's the plan? Physical therapy? Home health aid? Oh, you sound just like that social worker at the hospital. I don't need strangers fussing over me. I just need to take it easy for a few weeks. Mom, speaking of taking it easy, you look terrible. Too thin. Are you eating actual food in that city or just surviving on coffee and takeout? Classic deflection. I let her get away with it because pushing the point right now won't accomplish anything except frustrating us both. I eat fine. Tell me what's been happening around here. Catch me up on the neighborhood gossip. Her face lights up at the invitation. Mom has always been plugged into the social network of Chestnut Hill, like she's running the town's information hub. Well, the Hendersons finally sold their house. Moved to one of those senior communities in Florida. The new family has 3 kids under 10, and the noise is something else. And the Martinez family opened that yoga studio downtown. I don't understand it myself, but they seem to be doing well. I saw that. What happened to Beto? Poor Beto had a stroke last spring. His kids live in California, so they sold the business. Such a shame. That store was there for 30 years. She continues the rundown of comings and goings, deaths and births, the endless cycle of small-town life that used to feel suffocating and now seems almost quaint. I find myself half listening, letting her voice wash over me while I take in details of the house I hadn't noticed during my rushed holiday visits over the years. The wallpaper in the living room is starting to peel at the corners. The hardwood floors could use refinishing. The whole place needs updating, but knowing Mom, she'll resist any changes until the roof literally falls in. Oh, and Grace Thompson is doing wonderfully, Mom says, and my attention snaps back to her like a rubber band. She's been so helpful since your father passed. Brings me dinner sometimes when she's made too much. Helps with the grocery shopping when the weather's bad. Such a sweet girl. Grace, still here. Still taking care of everyone else. She's still in town? Of course she's still in town. Where would she go? This is her home. Mom's voice carries a note of reproach, as if the concept of leaving Chestnut Hill is fundamentally incomprehensible. Which, for her, it probably is. What's she doing now? The question slips out before I can stop it, casual as I can manage. She's writing children's books. Can you believe that? Always knew she had talent, but actually making a living at it. She's published 3 books now, working on another. She volunteers at the elementary school too, reading to the kids during library time. Children's books. Grace always did love telling stories, spinning elaborate tales about talking animals and magical adventures. I used to tease her about living in a fantasy world, never imagining she'd find a way to make that world profitable. Good for her. She asks about you sometimes. How you're doing in the city, whether you're happy. The words hit harder than they should. What do you tell her? The truth. That you're successful and busy and never call your mother often enough. I almost smile at that. Sorry, I'll try to do better. You always say that. Yeah, well, maybe this time I mean it.
Chapter 3. Grace. The string of lights tangles around my fingers as I try to drape them across the mantel, and I mutter a few choice words under my breath that would make my mother wash my mouth out with soap. December in New England means the sun sets before most people finish their afternoon coffee. So these lights aren't just decoration, they're survival equipment against the seasonal blues. Mom, can you help me reach the top shelf? I glance over to see Max standing on his tiptoes in front of the entertainment center, stretching toward a box of ornaments I stupidly stored too high. His Spider-Man t-shirt rides up, exposing his skinny ribs, and I'm reminded again how much he's grown in just the past few months. Hang on, baby. Let me finish this first. The lights finally cooperate, cascading across the wooden mantel in what I hope passes for artistic arrangement. Our townhouse isn't much. 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, a kitchen that barely fits 2 people, but it's ours. Every Christmas decoration, every carefully chosen piece of furniture, every crayon mark on the wall that I haven't had the heart to paint over represents our little family of 2. I climb down from the step stool and retrieve the ornament box for Max, watching as his eyes light up at the familiar treasures inside. Each one tells a story. The construction paper angel he made in preschool, with lopsided wings and a crooked halo, the ceramic snowman we bought at a craft fair last year, the delicate glass balls that belonged to my grandmother. Can we put the angel on top this year? Max asks, holding up his preschool masterpiece with reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. We always put the angel on top, remember? That's our tradition. I know, but I wanted to make sure you didn't forget. The earnestness in his voice tugs at something deep in my chest. Max takes traditions seriously, probably because he's hyper-aware that our family traditions are different from those of his classmates. No father figure to lift him up to place the star. No grandfather to tell embarrassing stories about Christmas mornings past. Just me, doing my best to create magic for both of us. I'm untangling another strand of lights when Max suddenly appears at my elbow, practically vibrating with excitement. His whole body seems to buzz with energy, the way it does when he's trying to contain something big. Mom, guess what? What, sweetie? Miles called, and his mom said I can come over today if it's okay with you, and they're going to the winter festival downtown, and his dad said I can come with them if I want to. The words tumble out in a breathless rush, his blue eyes bright with hope and anticipation. Miles Jacobs is one of the few kids at school who doesn't seem bothered by Max's family situation, or lack thereof. Mrs. Jacobs mentioned once that Miles comes from a blended family himself, which might explain his easy acceptance of different arrangements. The winter festival? That sounds fun. What time? They're leaving at 2. And Miles said they have hot chocolate and cookie decorating and a petting zoo with reindeer. Can I go, please? His excitement is infectious, and I find myself smiling despite the slight pang in my chest. Max doesn't get many invitations like this. Most of the other kids in his class have their social circles mapped out by their parents' friendships, and being a single mom often means being excluded from the casual coffee dates and play dates that facilitate those connections. Not that all the other parents are intentionally exclusionary. Most of them are perfectly polite when I see them at school, pickup, or PTA meetings. But there's an invisible divide between me and the married couples, a subtle reminder that I don't quite fit into their world of coordinated family schedules and shared parenting duties. Of course you can go. Let me call Mrs. Jacobs and make sure. I'm already asked her to talk to you. She said she'd call in 5 minutes to confirm everything. As if summoned by his words, my phone rings from the kitchen counter. I can see Mrs. Jacobs' name on the display, and Max bounces on his toes like he's on springs. Grace? Hi, it's Linda Jacobs. I hope Max told you about our winter festival plans. He did, and he's very excited. Are you sure it's not too much trouble? Not at all. Miles has been asking for a play date for weeks, and this seemed like perfect timing. We're planning to leave around 2 and probably be back by 6 or 7. Does that work for you? I glance at my laptop sitting closed on the dining room table, surrounded by research books and half-empty coffee cups. My latest manuscript has been staring at me accusingly for days, the cursor blinking like a metronome counting down my missed deadline. That works perfectly. Thank you so much for including him. Our pleasure. Miles could use a friend who shares his enthusiasm for elaborate Lego constructions. After we work out the details, car seat requirements, emergency contacts, dietary restrictions, I hang up and turn to find Max already pulling on his snow boots. Slow down there, speed racer. They're not picking you up for another hour. I know, but I want to be ready, and I need to find my good mittens, the ones with the grip stuff on them so I can hold the hot chocolate without dropping it. He races upstairs, his footsteps thundering across the ceiling like a small herd of elephants. I can hear him rummaging through his dresser drawers, muttering to himself about which scarf goes best with his winter coat. Watching him prepare for this adventure with such careful attention to detail makes my heart swell and ache simultaneously. Max approaches every social opportunity like it might be his last, which probably isn't far from the truth. The invitations don't come often enough for him to take them for granted. I know he notices the differences between our family and those of his classmates. He's never said anything directly, but I catch him watching other kids get picked up by their fathers, see the way his expression shifts when classmates mention weekend trips with both parents. He's only 6, but he's not stupid. The hardest part is that there's no easy explanation for Jackson's absence that doesn't make me the villain or the victim. How do you tell a 6-year-old that his father chose career advancement over family? That love sometimes isn't enough to make someone stay? That some people are better at leaving than at fighting for what matters? Max thunders back down the stairs, now wearing his puffy winter coat, despite the fact that he won't need it for another 45 minutes. His mittens dangle from clips attached to his sleeves, and he's wound a striped scarf around his neck with the determination of someone preparing for an Arctic expedition. Do I look okay? What if they think my coat is too old? What if I spill something on myself? You look perfect, baby, and the Jacobs family aren't going to judge you based on your coat. But what if... Max? I kneel down to his level, smoothing the cowlick that perpetually sticks up at the back of his head. You're going to have an amazing time. Miles is lucky to have such a good friend, and his parents know that. Just be yourself, okay? Myself is pretty good. Yourself is the best. He grins at that, the anxiety melting from his features like snow and sunshine. This is what I live for. These moments when his natural confidence shines through the insecurities that shouldn't exist in someone so young. The next hour passes in a flurry of last-minute preparations. Max changes clothes twice, decides his hair needs more gel, and insists on bringing his favorite small Lego figure for good luck. By the time Mrs. Jacobs' minivan pulls into our driveway, He's practically vibrating with anticipation. Remember, use your manners, listen to Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs, and don't wander off by yourself. I recite as he puts on his boots. I know, Mom. You tell me this every time I go somewhere. Because it's important every time you go somewhere. Can I get a funnel cake if they have them? If the Jacobs say it's okay. What about face painting? Same rule. What about... The doorbell rings, saving me from the endless string of hypothetical permission requests. Max throws his arms around my waist in a quick hug before racing to answer it. Hi, Mrs. Jacobs. Hi, Miles. I'm ready. Linda Jacobs stands on my doorstep, looking like she stepped out of a catalog for suburban motherhood. Her blonde hair falls in perfect waves beneath a coordinated hat and scarf set, and her smile radiates the kind of confidence that comes from never having to question whether you belong somewhere. Hi, Grace. Thanks for letting Max join us. Miles has been talking about this all week. Miles bounces next to his mother, grinning at Max with the uncomplicated enthusiasm of 6-year-old friendship. Max, did you bring your Lego guy? I brought mine too. The boys immediately launch into an animated discussion about their respective plastic companions, while Linda and I handle the practical details. Car seat, booster requirements, my phone number programmed into her contacts. We'll take good care of him, she promises, as Max climbs into the van beside Miles. I know you will. Thank you again. I wave from the doorway as they pull away, Max's face pressed against the window with a grin wide enough to split his face in half. The silence that follows their departure feels enormous, settling over the house like snow. For the first time in weeks, I have an entire afternoon stretching ahead of me with no interruptions. No requests for snacks, no sudden emergencies involving lost toys or homework crises. Just me, my laptop, and the story that's been fighting its way onto the page. I pour myself a fresh cup of coffee and settle at the dining room table, opening my laptop to the familiar sight of my work in progress. The cursor blinks expectantly, right where I left it 3 days ago, when inspiration dried up like autumn leaves. Chapter 4, in which Princess Lily discovers that the talking fox might not be as trustworthy as he seems. The blank space below that line has been taunting me for 72 hours. I know what needs to happen in this chapter. The betrayal that sets up the peak. The moment when Princess Lily realizes she's been trusting the wrong guide. But knowing and writing are two different animals entirely. I flex my fingers above the keyboard, willing the words to come. This is my chance. Max is happy and safe. The house is quiet. And my deadline looms like a storm cloud on the horizon. Time to earn my keep as a professional storyteller. The familiar weight of expectation settles on my shoulders as I begin to type.
Chapter 4. Jackson. The smell of mold cider and wood smoke hits me the second I help Mom out of the car, and I'm already regretting this decision. The Chestnut Hill Winter Festival sprawls across the town square like some Norman Rockwell fever dream, complete with twinkling lights strung between bare maple trees and vendors hawking overpriced hot chocolate to tourists who think small-town charm comes with a price tag. Jackson, stop looking like someone stole your lunch money and help me with my walker. Mom's voice carries that tone she's perfected over decades, the one that suggests arguing would be both futile and inadvisable. I don't know why you insisted on coming to this circus, I mutter, adjusting the walker so she can navigate the uneven cobblestones that some city planner thought would add character to the square. Because I've been cooped up in that house for too long, and if I have to watch one more episode of your cooking shows, I'm gonna lose what's left of my mind. Eleanor! Oh my goodness, it's so wonderful to see you out and about. A woman with steel gray hair and a smile bright enough to power the string lights approaches us with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for long-lost relatives. I recognize her vaguely. Mrs. Kate from the post office, maybe. The faces blur together after 7 years away. Martha, how lovely to see you. You remember my son, Jackson? The woman's eyes light up with recognition mixed with curiosity. Jackson Cole. I haven't seen you since you left for business school. My, you've certainly filled out. I manage a polite smile that probably looks more like a grimace. Mrs. Kate, good to see you. It's so wonderful that you're here taking care of your mother. She's been so proud of your success in New York. Mom beams like I've just been awarded a Nobel Prize instead of temporarily abandoning my career to play nursemaid. He's been such a help, though I keep telling him he needs to get out more, meet some nice local girls. Jesus Christ. Mom, what? You're 32, Jackson. I'd like some grandchildren before I'm too old to enjoy them. Mrs. Kate laughs like this is the most delightful conversation she's had all week. Oh, Eleanor, you're terrible. But he is awfully handsome. I'm sure the single ladies in town have noticed. This is exactly why I avoid small-town gatherings. Everyone thinks your personal life is community property, and privacy is a foreign concept. In Manhattan, I could go weeks without having a conversation longer than ordering coffee. Here, I can't help my mother navigate a festival without getting a lecture about my reproductive timeline. We should keep moving, I interrupt before Mom can launch into a detailed analysis of my dating prospects. You don't want to overdo it on your first outing. Nonsense. I feel wonderful. But she allows me to guide her toward the next cluster of booths, where the scent of kettle corn mingles with pine-scented candles. The pattern repeats itself every few yards. Old friends, former neighbors, people who remember me as a skinny kid with too much attitude and not enough sense. They all want to hear about New York, about my business, about why I'm back in a town I couldn't wait to escape. Mom eats up the attention like she's been starved for human contact, which isn't far from the truth. I've been so focused on her physical recovery that I didn't consider how isolated she might feel, stuck in the house with only my sparkling personality for company. Oh, look at that adorable little boy with the reindeer! Mom's comment draws my attention to a petting zoo setup near the center of the square. A small crowd of kids surrounds a pen containing what are probably just regular deer with antlers strapped on, but the magic works for the 6-year-old demographic. One kid in particular catches my eye, a boy with a mop of dark curly hair and skin that suggests mixed heritage. He's wearing a puffy blue coat and striped mittens, practically bouncing with excitement as he reaches toward one of the reindeer through the fence. Something about him tugs at my attention in a way I can't explain. Maybe it's the way he approaches everything with such unguarded enthusiasm, or the careful way his friend stays close beside him like a designated protector. There's something familiar about the shape of his face, the way he tilts his head when he's concentrating. That's Max Thompson, Mom says, following my gaze. Grace's little boy. Isn't he precious? The words hit me like a physical blow. Grace has a son? Mom's expression shifts to something that might be guilt if I didn't know her better. Well, yes. Has for about 6 years now. 6 years? The math starts arranging itself in my head with uncomfortable precision. Mom, why the hell didn't you ever mention that Grace had a kid? Language, Jackson. And because it never came up in our conversations. You weren't exactly asking about your old classmates during our weekly calls. True enough. Our phone conversations over the years focused on our health, my work, surface-level updates about extended family. I made it clear early on that I had no interest in Chestnut Hill gossip or updates about people from my past. But Grace wasn't just any high school classmate. Grace was... I shut down that line of thinking before it can take root. Ancient history. Water under a very old bridge. Still, I find my attention drawn back to the boy, Max, as he chatters animatedly with his friend. They're both trying to get a better view of the reindeer, stretching up on their toes and pointing at something inside the pen. He's got her smile, Mom observes quietly. Grace always had the most expressive smile. I don't respond because I'm too busy noticing other details. The way Max gestures with his hands when he talks, unconscious and emphatic. The stubborn cowlick that sticks up at the back of his head, despite obvious attempts to tame it with hair gel. The way he approaches everything with complete confidence, like the world exists purely for his entertainment. Where's his father? The question comes out before I can stop it. Mom's pause stretches long enough to make me look at her instead of the kid. That's not really my story to tell, is it? Which is mom speak for, the situation is complicated and none of your business. Fair enough. Just because I'm curious doesn't mean I'm entitled to answers about Grace's personal life. Max and his friend have moved closer to the fence now, reaching through the slats to try to touch one of the reindeer. The animals seem docile enough, but there's something about the way the boys are positioning themselves that makes my protective instincts twitch. They should be more careful, I mutter, taking a step closer without really meaning to. The reindeer are clearly accustomed to children. This is probably their daily routine during festival season. But kids this age have no concept of their own limitations. They think enthusiasm can overcome physics. Jackson, you're being paranoid. Those animals are perfectly safe. Maybe so, but Max has climbed up on the bottom rail of the fence now, stretching his whole torso through the gap to reach a particularly patient reindeer. His friend is doing the same thing, both boys giggling as they try to pet the animal's antlers. Jesus, where are their parents? I scan the crowd, looking for adults who might be responsible for these two. Probably getting hot chocolate. Relax. I can't relax. Something about watching this kid, Grace's kid, put himself in potential danger makes my chest tight with an anxiety I don't understand. Maybe it's just general concern for child safety. Maybe it's something else entirely. The reindeer shifts its weight, and Max loses his balance. It happens fast, the way accidents always do. 1 second he's laughing and reaching for the antlers. The next he's falling backward off the fence rail with a startled cry that cuts through the festival noise like a blade. He hits the ground hard, his head connecting with the cobblestones with a sound that makes my stomach lurch. His friend immediately starts crying, hovering over Max's still form with the helpless panic of a 6-year-old who doesn't know what to do. Damn! I'm moving before I realize I've made the decision, pushing through the small crowd that's starting to gather. Mom, come on. Now. Jackson, what? The kid's hurt. We need to help him. I reach Max first, dropping to my knees beside him on the cold stone. He's conscious, which is good, but there's already a nasty bump forming on the back of his head where it hit the ground. His eyes are wide and unfocused, tears streaming down his cheeks as he tries to sit up. Hey, buddy, take it easy. I put a gentle hand on his shoulder to keep him lying down. Don't try to move yet. I want my mom, he whispers, his voice small and scared in a way that does something terrible to my chest. I know you do. We're going to find her, okay? But first we need to make sure you're not hurt anywhere else. Mom arrives with her walker, moving faster than she has since the surgery. Oh, sweetheart, what happened? Max's friend sniffles loudly. He was trying to pet the reindeer and he fell. Is he going to be okay? Should we call an ambulance? He's going to be fine, I say with more confidence than I feel. Head injuries in kids are nothing to mess around with, but he seems alert and responsive. What's your name, buddy? Max. He blinks up at me and I get my first clear look at his eyes. Blue, crystal clear blue, the exact shade of my own. The world tilts sideways for a second and I have to grip the cobblestones to keep myself steady. It's just a coincidence. Lots of people have blue eyes. It doesn't mean anything. Except for the way he tilts his head when he's confused. The same gesture I've been making my entire life. Except for the stubborn cowlick that no amount of hair gel can tame. Just like mine. Except for the shape of his nose, the line of his jaw, the way his eyebrows draw together when he's concentrating. Jackson. Mom's voice seems to come from very far away. Jackson, we need to find his parents. Right, parents. Plural. Even though Mom made it sound like Grace was raising him alone. I look down at this kid. This boy who shares my eyes and my gestures, and apparently my complete inability to assess risk properly, and feel something fundamental shift in my understanding of the world. Mom, I say quietly, never taking my eyes off Max. We need to talk.
Chapter 5. Grace. The cursor blinks at me from my laptop screen, taunting me with its steady rhythm. I've been staring at the same paragraph for 20 minutes, trying to find the perfect words to describe how the princess discovers her courage isn't about being fearless. It's about doing what's right even when you're scared. The irony isn't lost on me. I lean back in my desk chair and stretch my arms above my head, working out the kinks from hunching over my keyboard for the past 3 hours. The afternoon light streaming through my office window has that golden quality that means evening isn't far off, and I realize I've been so absorbed in writing that I haven't checked the time in ages. My phone shows 4:47 p.m. Max and Miles have been at the festival for almost 2 hours now, probably hopped up on sugar and running Linda ragged with their excitement. I should hear from her soon about pickup arrangements. The thought makes me smile as I turn back to my laptop. He needs to be a kid. He needs adventures and scraped knees and stories to tell. He needs more than just me and my carefully structured world. I scroll back through the chapter I've been working on, reading the scenes where the Princess Lily finally stands up to the Shadow King, disguised as a fox who tried to lead her astray. He's the one who has been terrorizing her kingdom. It's taken me 4 chapters to get her to this point, building her confidence piece by piece until she's ready to face her fears. The character development feels authentic in a way that surprises me. Usually, I have to work harder to tap into that emotional truth, but Luna's journey has been flowing from my fingertips like it was always meant to exist, maybe because I understand something about being afraid to take risks, about staying safe in familiar spaces instead of venturing into unknown territory. I add another paragraph describing Lily's realization that her subjects have been waiting for her to believe in herself, not just waiting for her to be perfect. The words come easily, and I find myself smiling as I type. My editor, Sarah, is going to love this chapter. I promised her the complete manuscript by Friday, and finishing chapter 4 ahead of schedule means I'll actually have time to polish the final chapters instead of rushing to meet the deadline. It's a good feeling, being ahead instead of behind for once. Maybe I'll even have time to bake those sugar cookies Max has been requesting, the ones shaped like snowflakes that take forever to decorate, but make the house smell like vanilla and Christmas. The thought of Christmas makes my chest tighten slightly. 3 weeks away, and I still haven't figured out how to handle the whole Santa situation this year. Max is 6 now, old enough to compare notes with classmates about what they're asking for, old enough to notice if Santa's handwriting looks suspiciously similar to mine, but also still young enough to believe in magic, to wake up Christmas morning with that pure joy that makes all the effort worthwhile. I shake my head and focus back on my laptop screen. Princess Lily is about to deliver her big confrontation speech, and I need to nail the emotional beats. Everything builds to this moment. My phone buzzes against the desk, and I glance at the caller ID, Linda Jacobs, probably calling to confirm pickup time or ask if Max can stay for dinner. The boys were planning to see the reindeer exhibit this afternoon, and knowing Miles, he'll want to stick around until they've seen every single animal at least 3 times. Hey, Linda, how's the festival going? Are the boys having fun? Grace? Her voice sounds strained, tight with something that makes my stomach drop before she even continues. There's been an accident. My laptop screen blurs as all the blood rushes from my head. What kind of accident? Is Max okay? Is he hurt? He's conscious and alert, but he fell at the reindeer pen and hit his head. There's a bump, and he was crying, but this really nice man who saw it happen has been staying with him while I tried to reach you. We're by the first aid tent now. I'm already standing, reaching for my keys with one hand while cradling the phone with my shoulder. Is he asking for me? Does he seem confused or disoriented? He keeps saying he wants his mom, but he knows where he is, and he remembers falling. The man who helped him seems to know something about head injuries. He's been asking Max questions about his name and what day it is, making sure he stays awake. Thank God for good Samaritans. I'm leaving right now. Don't let him fall asleep, okay? Keep him talking. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Grace, he's going to be fine. Kids are tougher than we think. I end the call and grab my purse, my mind already racing through everything that could go wrong with a head injury. Concussion, swelling, internal bleeding. The medical possibilities spiral through my thoughts as I lock the house and sprint to my car. This is exactly why I hate letting him out of my sight. This is why I want to wrap him in bubble wrap and keep him safely in our living room where the worst thing that can happen is a paper cut from one of his coloring books. But even as the panicked thoughts cycle through my head, I know I'm being irrational. Kids fall. It's what they do. Max has taken plenty of tumbles in our own backyard, and each time he's bounced back with nothing more than a scraped knee and a demand for cartoon bandages. The festival is only a few miles away, but traffic moves like molasses through the narrow streets leading to the town square. I drum my fingers against the steering wheel and resist the urge to honk at the car in front of me that's apparently sightseeing instead of driving. My phone buzzes with a text from Linda. Still alert and talking about the reindeer. Says the nice man has blue eyes like his. The comment about blue eyes strikes me as odd, but I'm too focused on getting to Max to analyze it. I take the next turn faster than I probably should, my tires squealing slightly against the asphalt. Finally, I spot the festival lights strung between the trees, and the sounds of Christmas music and laughing children drift through my car windows. Under normal circumstances, the scene would make me smile. Tonight, it just reminds me how many people are here. How many variables I couldn't control. How many things could go wrong in a crowd this size. I park in the first available space I can find, not caring that it's 3 blocks away from the festival entrance. My flats slap against the sidewalk as I half run toward the square, weaving between families walking at a leisurely pace that makes me want to scream. The first aid tent sits near the center of the square, a white canvas structure with a red cross painted on the front. I can see figures moving inside, silhouettes against the illuminated fabric, and my heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat. Excuse me. I push through a cluster of teenagers comparing photos on their phones, earning dirty looks that I ignore completely. The tent flap is open, and I can hear voices inside. A woman's voice I recognize as Linda's, and a deeper voice I don't know, speaking in calm, measured tones. "Max," I call out as I approach the entrance. "Mom!" His voice sounds strong and clear, not the confused mumble I've been dreading, and some of the panic in my chest loosens. I duck through the tent opening and immediately spot him sitting on a folding chair, a small ice pack pressed to the back of his head. Linda stands beside him looking relieved to see me. "He's been asking for you nonstop." But it's the man kneeling in front of Max's chair that makes me freeze in the tent entrance, my breath catching in my throat like I've been punched. Jackson Cole, 7 years older, broader through the shoulders, with lines around his eyes that weren't there when we were 25. But unmistakably, undeniably Jackson. He's talking quietly to Max, holding up fingers and asking him to count them, his voice gentle in a way that transports me back to 1,000 conversations we had in college. The careful attention he's paying to my son, the professional way he's monitoring for signs of concussion, the protective set of his shoulders. It's so fundamentally Jackson that I can't breathe. Max spots me and tries to stand, but Jackson's hand on his shoulder keeps him seated. "Easy, buddy. Let your mom come to you." I force my legs to move, crossing the small space to kneel beside Max's chair. His face is tear-stained but alert, and when I brush his hair back from his forehead, he leans into my touch. "Hey, baby, how are you feeling?" My head hurts, but the nice man says I'm going to be okay. He knows lots of things about getting hurt. I look up at Jackson for the first time since entering the tent, and our eyes meet with an impact that makes the festival noise fade to background static. His blue gaze is exactly as intense as I remember, and for a second I'm 23 again, sitting in his dorm room at 2 a.m, planning our future like we had all the time in the world. Grace. His voice is rougher now, deeper, but it still does things to my nervous system that I thought I'd outgrown. Jackson. I somehow managed to keep my voice steady. Thank you for helping him. Of course. He stands slowly, putting some distance between us. He seems okay, but you should probably have him checked out by a doctor. Head injuries in kids can be unpredictable. The professional detachment in his tone stings more than it should. This is exactly how I imagined it would go if we ever ran into each other again. Polite, distant, like we were acquaintances instead of people who once planned to build a life together. Except for the way his eyes keep returning to Max, studying him with an intensity that makes something cold settle in my stomach. Can you tell me what happened? I ask Linda, needing to focus on something other than the way Jackson's presence fills the small tent space. The boys were at the reindeer pen, trying to pet them through the fence. Max climbed up on the rail to get closer, lost his balance, and fell backward. Jackson was there immediately. I don't know what we would have done without him. I want to see the reindeer again tomorrow, Max announces, apparently unbothered by his accident. But I'll be more careful next time. Jackson makes a sound that might be laughter or exasperation. Maybe we should work on your risk assessment skills first, buddy. The casual "we" in that sentence makes my pulse skip, but before I can analyze it, Jackson's phone buzzes. He glances at the screen and frowns. I need to get back to my mom. He looks at me again and something unreadable flickers across his features. Take care of yourself, Grace, and get him checked out. He's gone before I can respond, ducking out of the tent and leaving me with a head full of questions and the lingering scent of his cologne. Max tugs on my sleeve. Mom, why did the nice man look sad when he looked at me? Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Jackson. I help Mom navigate the uneven festival ground with her walker, my mind spinning like a tornado. Every few steps, she pauses to catch her breath or adjust her grip, and I force myself to slow down, to be patient when all I want to do is pace circles around the entire town square. You're quiet, honey. She glances up at me as we reach the edge of the parking area. That little boy really shook you up, didn't he? Shook me up. Christ, that's the understatement of the century. He reminded me of someone. The words come out rougher than I intended, and Mom's eyebrows rise slightly. Grace looked good, still as beautiful as ever. I grunt something non-committal and unlock the passenger door of my rental car, helping her settle into the seat before folding her walker and stowing it in the back. My hands are steadier than they have any right to be, considering the earthquake happening inside my chest. 6 years old, Max is 6 years old. The math slams into me again as I slide behind the wheel. Grace and I broke up 7 years ago, right before I moved to New York. 7 years ago, when we had that massive fight about priorities and futures and all the ways we wanted different things. Except maybe we hadn't wanted different things at all. Maybe I'd just been too much of a coward to fight for what we had. I start the engine and pull out of the parking space, driving slowly through the festival traffic. Mom hums along to the Christmas music drifting from the square, seemingly content to let me process whatever's churning through my head. But those eyes... Jesus, those eyes were like looking into a mirror of my own childhood photos, and the way he tilted his head when he was thinking, the stubborn set of his jaw when he announced he wanted to see the reindeer again tomorrow despite falling off the fence. Jackson, Mom's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. You're gripping that steering wheel like it owes you money. I force my fingers to relax and take a deep breath. Sorry, it's been a long day. She studies my profile as we turn onto her street. And seeing Grace again had nothing to do with your current mood, I'm sure. The house comes into view. I pull into the driveway and kill the engine, but neither of us moves to get out. Mom! I turn to face her, and the words stick in my throat like broken glass. That kid, Max! I scrub my hands over my face, trying to organize thoughts that feel scattered like puzzle pieces. When's his birthday? The silence stretches between us for so long I start to wonder if she heard the question. When I look at her again, her expression has shifted from curious to something that looks almost like relief. March 15th. The air leaves my lungs in a rush. March 15th. Nearly 9 months after our last night together. The goodbye sex that was supposed to give us closure, but only made leaving harder. Damn! The word explodes out of me and Mom doesn't even flinch. Language, Jackson. But her tone is gentle, understanding. Though I suppose the circumstances call for it. I stare at the dashboard, my mind reeling. You knew. I suspected. She shifts in her seat to face me more directly. The timing, the way Grace never mentioned Max's father when people asked. And then when I saw him at the grocery store last month, those eyes of his... Why didn't you say anything? Because it wasn't my story to tell. Her voice is firm but not unkind. And because I figured if Grace wanted you to know, she would have found a way to tell you herself. A son. I might have a son. The possibility hits me like a freight train, bringing with it a tidal wave of emotions I'm not equipped to handle. Joy, terror, anger, regret. They crash into each other in my chest until I can't tell which one is winning. Get me inside, honey. Mom reaches over and squeezes my arm. We need to talk about this properly. I help her out of the car and up the ramp. My movement's automatic while my brain continues its free fall. Inside, the house smells like the cinnamon candles Mom burns year-round and the lingering scent of whatever she made for lunch. It's the same smell from my childhood, comforting and familiar. But tonight it just makes me feel more off balance. Mom settles into her favorite recliner, the one Dad bought her for their 20th anniversary, and points toward the kitchen. Make us some coffee. The good stuff, not that swill you drink in hotels. I go through the motions of starting the coffee maker, grateful for something to do with my hands. The familiar routine of measuring grounds and adding water gives me time to process. But my thoughts keep circling back to the same impossible truth. Maximum, my son, possibly, probably. When I return to the living room with 2 steaming mugs, Mom has her reading glasses on and is studying me like I'm a particularly interesting chapter in one of her mystery novels. Sit, she points to the couch across from her chair, and tell me what you're thinking. I'm thinking I might be a father, and had no idea for 6 years. I sink into the cushions and take a sip of coffee that tastes like nothing. I'm thinking Grace kept this from me. I don't know whether to be furious or grateful. Why grateful? Because if I'd known... I set the mug down harder than necessary. Christ, Mom. If I'd known she was pregnant, I never would have left. I would have stayed. And we would have gotten married, and I would have spent the last 6 years being a dad instead of climbing corporate ladders and living in hotel rooms. And you would have resented her for it. The blunt statement stops me cold. What? You would have resented her, Jackson? Maybe not right away, but eventually. Mom leans forward, her expression serious. You were 25 and hungry for the world. You had dreams that didn't include this town or the life Grace was building here. If you'd stayed out of obligation, it would have eaten you alive. That's not... It is. Her voice is gentle but implacable. I know you, honey. I raised you. You're like your father. You need to prove yourself, to build something you can be proud of. If you'd given that up before you were ready, you would have spent your marriage wondering, what if? The truth of her words hits me like a slap, because she's right. 6 years ago, I was consumed with ambition, desperate to prove I could make it in the big leagues. The idea of settling down in Chestnut Hill, of taking over someone's small-town practice or working at the local clinic, had felt like admitting defeat. But he's my son. The words come out broken, raw. I missed everything. His first words, his first steps, teaching him to ride a bike. You don't know that yet, not for certain. Come on, Mom. You saw him. Those eyes, the way he moves, even the way he talks. I lean back against the couch and close my eyes. It's like looking at myself at that age. Then what are you going to do about it? The question hangs in the air between us, heavy with implications I'm not ready to face. What am I going to do? Storm over to Grace's house and demand a paternity test? Pretend I never saw the resemblance and go back to New York with my tail between my legs? I don't know. It's the most honest answer I can give. Well, you better figure it out. Mom's voice carries that no-nonsense tone that used to send me and my siblings scurrying to clean our rooms. Because that little boy deserves better than a father who runs away from difficult conversations. I didn't run away. You left town 24 hours after your college graduation and didn't come back for years. She raises an eyebrow. What would you call that? I open my mouth to argue, then close it again. Because she's right about that, too. I did run. Maybe not from Max. I didn't know about Max. But from Grace. From the intensity of what we had together. From the way she made me want things I wasn't ready to want. She never tried to contact me, I say. But even as the words leave my mouth, they sound like the weak excuse they are. Did you make it easy for her to reach you? Mom's question is deceptively mild. New city, new job, new life. Did you leave her a forwarding address? A phone number? Any indication that you wanted to hear from her? The silence that follows is answer enough. I'd burn those bridges deliberately, convincing myself it was cleaner that way. A fresh start with no strings attached, no temptation to look backward instead of moving forward. Damn. I drag my hands through my hair. I messed this up before I even knew there was an this to mess up. Language, Jackson. But Mom's tone is affectionate now, almost proud. At least you're finally seeing the situation clearly. So what do I do now? Show up at her door and say, Hey, remember me? The guy who left you 7 years ago? Is that my kid? That's one approach. Mom's lips twitch with what might be amusement, though I'd recommend something with a little more finesse. I think about the way Grace looked at me in that tent tonight, guarded, careful, like she was waiting for me to disappoint her all over again. And maybe she has good reason to feel that way. She's built a life here, I say, more to myself than to Mom. A good life. Max seems happy, well-adjusted. What if me showing up just complicates everything? What if it doesn't? The simple question stops my spiraling thoughts cold. What if it doesn't? What if Grace wants me to know? What if she's been waiting for me to figure it out? To step up and be the father Max deserves? Or what if I'm reading this all wrong, and Max isn't mine at all? and I'm about to destroy the peace Grace has built for herself and her son based on nothing but wishful thinking and a resemblance that could be coincidental. This is insane, I mutter. But even as I say it, I know I can't just walk away. Not now. Not when there's even a chance that little boy with the stubborn chin and the fearless attitude is mine. Love usually is. Mom reaches for her coffee and takes a careful sip. The question is whether you're brave enough to find out the truth.
Chapter 7. Grace. I close my laptop with a satisfying click and lean back against the couch cushions, a genuine smile tugging at my lips for the first time all evening. Chapter 4 is finally done, and my editor's response came back faster than usual, with nothing but praise and enthusiasm. Grace, this is absolutely magical. The way you've woven the Christmas spirit into Lily's journey of self-discovery is pure genius. I can already see this on the bestseller list. Can't wait for Chapter 5. The validation should feel amazing. Should fill me with the warm glow of accomplishment that usually carries me through the next writing session. Instead, it feels distant, muted, like I'm experiencing someone else's success through thick glass. Because no matter how hard I try to focus on Lily's fictional world of sprites and magic, my thoughts keep drifting back to piercing blue eyes and a familiar voice that still makes my pulse skip after all these years. Jackson's back. I knew this day would come eventually. Eleanor Cole breaking her hip was bound to bring her son home, the successful businessman who traded small-town life for Manhattan high-rises and corner offices. What I didn't expect was how seeing him would feel like someone had reached into my chest and squeezed all the air from my lungs. Mama? Max's voice drifts from the living room, where I've set him up with pillows and his favorite blanket. Can I have some hot chocolate? In a minute, sweetheart. I save my work and glance toward the living room, where Max has arranged his action figures, in what appears to be an elaborate rescue mission. His cheeks still hold traces of the afternoon's excitement, and despite the tumble from the fence, he's been chattering nonstop about the reindeer and how he wants to go back to see them again. My chest tightens as I watch him position a tiny firefighter next to what looks like a crashed helicopter made from building blocks. The way he narrows his eyes in concentration, the stubborn set of his jaw when he's working through a problem. It's like watching Jackson all over again. God, what if Jackson noticed? What if those sharp blue eyes that used to see right through every wall I tried to build are just as perceptive now? I push the thought away and head to the kitchen, needing the familiar routine of warming milk and stirring in chocolate powder. The mundane task usually centers me, grounds me in the present instead of letting my mind spiral into what-ifs and worst-case scenarios. But tonight, even making Max's favorite bedtime treat feels like I'm moving through water. Every action deliberate and careful, because if I let my guard down for even a second, I might fall apart completely. The milk steams in the saucepan, and I watch the bubbles form around the edges while my thoughts drift back to that tent. The way Jackson looked when he saw Max, the slight widening of his eyes, the way his gaze lingered on my son's face, like he was memorizing every detail. Did he know? Could he tell just from looking? The resemblance has gotten stronger as Max has gotten older. The baby softness has melted away to reveal the sharp angles of Jackson's jaw, the determined tilt of his chin, the way he carries himself with quiet confidence, even at 6 years old. Anyone who knew Jackson as a child would see it immediately. And Eleanor certainly knew Jackson as a child. My hands shake slightly as I pour the hot chocolate into Max's favorite mug, the one with the cartoon dinosaur that changes color when it gets warm. 7 years I've been dreading this moment, 7 years of carefully constructed explanations and deflected questions about Max's father. 7 years of telling myself I made the right choice, that Jackson's silence after he left was answer enough. But what if I was wrong? What if he would have wanted to know? The thought makes my stomach churn because I can't afford to second-guess myself now. Not when Max is old enough to understand that his mama might have kept secrets from him. Not when the life we've built together, Quiet, stable, safe. Could crumble if Jackson decides he wants to be part of it. "Mama, is it ready?" Max calls, and I realize I've been standing here stirring chocolate into milk that's probably too hot to drink. "Coming, baby." I add a few ice cubes to cool it down and carry the mug to the living room, settling onto the couch beside his makeshift recovery nest. Max accepts the hot chocolate with both hands, blowing across the surface with serious concentration. The dinosaur's turning green already. That means it's perfect temperature. You're getting very scientific about your hot chocolate consumption. I brush a curl away from his forehead, marveling as always at how soft his hair is, how it catches the light, the same way Jackson's used to. Mrs. James says science is everywhere if you know how to look for it. He takes a careful sip and grins. She's gonna teach us about snow crystals next week. Did you know every snowflake is different? I did know that. Pretty amazing, isn't it? He takes another sip and studies his action figures with renewed interest. "Mama, that man at the festival today?" My blood turns to ice. "What man, sweetheart?" "The tall one with the blue eyes. He looked at me funny." The hot chocolate mug slips in my suddenly sweaty palms, and I have to grip it tighter to keep from dropping it. "Funny how?" Max shrugs, that 6-year-old gesture that could mean anything or nothing. Like he was trying to remember something important. "Do you know him?" The question hangs in the air between us. Innocent and loaded with 7 years of complications, I'm not ready to explain. How do I tell my son that yes, I know him? That he's the reason Max has those distinctive blue eyes and that stubborn streak that drives his kindergarten teacher to distraction? That he's the man I loved so completely it nearly destroyed me when he left? "I used to know him," I say carefully. "A long time ago, before you were born." "Oh." Max seems satisfied with this non-answer and returns his attention to his toys. He seemed nice, kinda sad though. Sad. The word hits me like a physical blow because Jackson never used to be sad. Intense, yes, driven and ambitious and sometimes frustratingly single-minded, but never sad. What changed? What happened in those 7 years to put shadows in those blue eyes that used to shine with determination and plans for the future? I'm still mulling over Max's innocent observation when the doorbell rings, sharp and sudden in the quiet evening. Both Max and I freeze, his hot chocolate halfway to his lips, my heart suddenly pounding against my ribs. Nobody rings our doorbell after 8 o'clock. Nobody except, "I'll get it," I say, my voice coming out steadier than I feel. Maybe it's Mr. Rodriguez with those Christmas cookies he promised. Max settles back into his pillows, unconcerned. At 6, unexpected visitors are still exciting possibilities rather than sources of anxiety. But I know it's not Mr. Rodriguez, our elderly neighbor, who always knocks and calls out instead of using the doorbell. The weight of certainty settles in my stomach like a stone as I walk toward the front door, each step feeling like I'm walking toward the edge of a cliff. The doorbell rings again, more insistent this time, and I pause with my hand on the lock. Through the frosted glass panel, I can make out a tall silhouette, broad shoulders, familiar stance. Jackson. My pulse hammers in my throat as I turn the deadbolt, the small click seeming to echo through the quiet home. 7 years of carefully maintained distance. 7 years of telling myself we were better off apart. 7 years of protecting the secret that could change everything. And it all comes down to this moment. The moment I open this door and face whatever brought Jackson Cole to my doorstep on a cold December night.
Chapter 8. Jackson. I stand outside Grace's door like some kind of goddamn stalker, staring at the cheerful wreath hanging on her door while my brain tries to process what I saw today. The kid. Max. Those eyes that mirror my own every morning in the bathroom mirror. I've been walking around town for the past 3 hours, trying to convince myself I'm seeing things that aren't there. That the resemblance is coincidental, that Grace would have told me if. But she wouldn't have, would she? Not after the way I left. Not after I chose my career over everything else and walked away without looking back. The door opens before I can ring the bell again, and there she is. Grace. Still beautiful in that understated way that used to drive me crazy. Her curly hair escaping from a messy bun, wearing one of those soft cardigans that makes her look like she gives the world's best hugs. Her brown eyes widen when she sees me, and I watch her face cycle through surprise, wariness, and something that might be fear. Jackson. Her voice is carefully neutral, the way people talk to unpredictable animals. What are you doing here? We need to talk. I keep my voice low, aware that the kid is probably somewhere inside. About Max. Her lips press together into a tight line, and that's all the confirmation I need. She knows exactly why I'm here. He's getting ready for bed, she says, not moving from the doorway. Maybe we could. Grace. I step closer and she tenses. Is he mine? The question hangs between us like a live wire. I watch her throat work as she swallows, her fingers tightening on the doorframe. Jackson, Is he? My voice comes out rougher than I intended, and I see her flinch. She looks over her shoulder, then back at me, resignation settling across her features like a mask. Come in, but keep your voice down. I follow her into the living room, taking in the warm chaos of a home where a child actually lives. Toys scattered across the coffee table, a fort of pillows and blankets on the couch, the faint smell of hot chocolate in the air, and there he is. Max, curled up in the pillow fort with a mug in his hands, looking up at me with those familiar blue eyes. Hey, he says, completely unfazed by my presence. Did you come to see the dinosaur mug? It changes colors when it gets hot. The casual friendliness in his voice hits me like a sucker punch. This kid, my kid, is talking to me like I'm just another adult who wandered into his living room. No wariness, no fear, just open curiosity. That's pretty cool, I manage, my voice coming out strange and tight. Grace hovers near the doorway like she's ready to bolt or throw me out, depending on how this goes. Max, finish your hot chocolate. It's almost bedtime. Can I show him my action figures first? Max looks between us, and I catch the way Grace's jaw tightens. I don't think... Yeah, I interrupt, surprising myself. I'd like to see them. Max grins and scrambles to rearrange his toys, explaining the elaborate rescue scenario he's created with the kind of detailed storytelling that reminds me painfully of Grace. I find myself crouching down beside the coffee table, listening to him describe how the helicopter crashed and the firefighters are working with the police to save everyone. This guy's the captain, Max says, holding up a tiny plastic figure. He's brave, but he's also really smart. He never gives up, even when things look really bad. Sounds like a good leader. I pick up another figure, a paramedic with a stretcher. What about this one? She saves people who are hurt. Sometimes the captain gets too focused on the big picture and forgets about the little details. She reminds him that every person matters. The innocent wisdom in his words makes my chest tight. This kid understands teamwork and compassion in a way that puts most adults to shame. That's important, I say, having people who balance each other out. Max nods seriously. Mama says the best teams are made of people who are good at different things, like how she's good at stories and I'm good at building stuff. I glance up at Grace, who's watching this interaction with an expression I can't read. Wariness mixed with something that might be wonder, like she can't believe I'm sitting on her living room floor playing with action figures instead of demanding answers. What kind of stuff do you like to build? I ask Max. Everything. I made a bird feeder out of a milk jug and a fort in the backyard, and I'm gonna build a rocket ship when I get bigger. His enthusiasm is infectious, and I find myself actually smiling for the first time in hours. A rocket ship, huh? Where are you planning to go? The moon first, 'cause it's closest. Then maybe Mars. I read that there might be water there, which means there could be life. He arranges his figures in a neat line. Do you like space stuff? I used to. The admission slips out before I can stop it. When I was your age, I wanted to be an astronaut. Really? What happened? Grace clears her throat. Max, honey, it's time to get ready for bed. But we're talking about space, Max protests. This is important scientific discussion. Scientific discussion can continue tomorrow. Grace's voice has that mom tone that brooks no argument. Go brush your teeth. Max sighs dramatically, but gathers his mug and heads toward what I assume is the bathroom, pausing to look back at me. Are you going to be here tomorrow? I want to show you my rocket ship drawings. The hopeful question lands like a physical blow. This kid wants to show me his drawings. Wants to continue our conversation tomorrow, like it's the most natural thing in the world. I look at Grace, who's staring at me with an expression that might be panic. We'll see, buddy. Max accepts this non-answer with the resilience of childhood and disappears down the hallway. The sound of running water and enthusiastic toothbrushing fills the sudden silence. Grace and I stare at each other across her living room, 7 years of unfinished business crackling between us. He doesn't know, she says finally. That much is obvious. I stand up, my knees creaking in a way that reminds me I'm not 25 anymore. Jesus, Grace. 7 years. You left. The words come out sharp, defensive. You made it very clear that your career was more important than anything here. That doesn't mean I wouldn't have wanted to know about my son. Doesn't it? She crosses her arms and I can see the fight building in her stance. Because I remember a conversation about how you weren't ready for commitment. How you needed to focus on building your future. How? That was different. How? How was that different, Jackson? Because a kid changes everything. Because the moment I saw Max, something fundamental shifted in my chest, rearranging priorities I thought were set in stone. Because sitting on this floor listening to him talk about rocket ships and rescue missions made me realize that maybe I've been building the wrong kind of life entirely. But I can't say any of that. Not yet. Not when Grace is looking at me like I'm going to disappear again the moment things get complicated. He's incredible, I say instead. The fight goes out of Grace's shoulders, replaced by something softer. He is. Smart, funny, kind. I run a hand through my hair, still trying to process this new reality. He's got your storytelling instincts, and your stubbornness. A small smile tugs at her lips before she catches herself. He's a good kid, Jackson. Really good. I can see that. The sound of Max's footsteps echoes from the hallway, and I lower my voice. What happens now? Grace's face shudders again. I don't know. Mama! Max calls from what must be his bedroom. I'm ready. Come in, sweetheart. Grace looks at me, uncertainty written across every line of her face. I have to. Go. Put him to bed. I gesture toward the hallway. I'll wait. She hesitates like she's not sure I'll actually be here when she gets back, and the lack of trust stings more than it should. But I've earned that wariness, haven't I? I'm the one who left. I'm the one who stayed away. Jackson, her voice is quiet, almost vulnerable. Don't make this harder than it has to be. The plea hits me square in the chest, and I nod. Just put him to bed, Grace. We'll figure the rest out. She disappears down the hallway, and I sink onto her couch, surrounded by the evidence of the life she's built without me. Max's artwork on the refrigerator, visible through the kitchen doorway. Photos on the mantle of birthday parties and school events and quiet moments between a mother and son. 7 years of memories I missed. 7 years of bedtime stories and scraped knees and first days of school. 7 years of Grace, raising our son alone while I built a business empire that suddenly feels hollow and meaningless. The muffled sound of Grace's voice reading a bedtime story drifts from Max's room, her tone gentle and warm in a way that makes my chest ache with longing. This is what I walked away from. This warmth, this connection, this sense of belonging somewhere that matters. And now I have to figure out how to find my way back.
Chapter 9. Grace. I tuck the blanket around Max's shoulders, smoothing down his curls as he settles into his pillow with a contented sigh. The bedtime routine feels more precious tonight. Knowing Jackson is sitting in my living room waiting for answers I'm not sure I'm ready to give. Mama? Max's sleepy voice pulls me from my spiraling thoughts. Yes, baby? I like the rocket ship man. He's nice. My heart does something complicated in my chest. He is nice, sweetheart. Now close your eyes and dream about those rocket ships, okay? Okay. His eyes flutter shut, and within minutes his breathing evens out into the peaceful rhythm of childhood sleep. I linger in the doorway, watching him in the soft glow of his nightlight, trying to gather the courage to face the conversation waiting for me. 7 years I've prepared for this moment, imagining what I'd say if Jackson ever came back. But none of my rehearsed speeches feel adequate now. The living room is quiet when I return. Jackson still sitting on my couch but leaning forward now, elbows on his knees, staring at the family photos on my coffee table. He looks up when I enter, and those blue eyes search my face. He's asleep, I say unnecessarily, settling into the armchair across from him instead of the couch. Distance feels safer right now. Good. Jackson's voice is rough. Grace, I need you to help me understand. When you found out you were pregnant, I was terrified. The words spill out before I can stop them. I was 23, working at the elementary school, and you were already in New York, with all your dreams and aspirations. There was no space for me in your life anymore, and I knew that. He winces. That's not true. Really? You called me once, and I remember telling you I missed you, and you telling me about some woman named Stephanie who was helping you navigate the social scene. The old hurt bubbles up, sharp and fresh despite the years. You sounded so happy, Jax. So, I catch myself, but it's too late. The old nickname hangs between us like a bridge I never meant to build. Jackson's expression shifts, something vulnerable flickering across his features. You haven't called me that in years. I haven't talked to you in years. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold. Look, when I realized I was pregnant, I also realized that telling you would change everything, for both of us. It should have changed everything. His voice is fierce, intense. Grace, that was my kid. And you were building your empire. You were 25 with the world at your feet, and I wasn't going to be the one to derail Jackson Cole's master plan to become a big shot in New York City. The words taste bitter, years of resentment flavoring them. You made it clear that your future was somewhere else. That's not... He stands abruptly, pacing to the window. Jesus, Grace. You think I would have just abandoned you? Abandoned him? I think you would have done what you thought was right. I stand too, unable to sit still while he fills my space with his restless energy. You would have proposed out of obligation, resented me for trapping you, and eventually left anyway. At least this way. Max never had to wonder why his father didn't want him. Jackson spins around, his eyes blazing. I would have stayed. No, you wouldn't have. I would have loved you. He takes a step closer, and my breath catches. I would have given you everything, Grace. Everything. The raw honesty in his voice makes my knees weak, but I force myself to hold my ground. You say that now, but what? You think I was lying every time I told you I loved you? Another step closer, and I can smell his cologne, the same scent that used to cling to my sheets. You think those years we were together meant nothing to me? I think you were young and ambitious, and I was convenient. The words hurt to say, but they've lived in my chest for 7 years. I think you would have stayed for a while. Maybe even convinced yourself you were happy, but eventually you would have realized what you gave up. You're wrong. He's close enough now that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes, close enough that I can see the flecks of silver that have appeared since I last saw him. I've spent 7 years building exactly the life I thought I wanted. And you know what I realized today? What? My voice comes out breathier than I intended. It's empty as hell without you in it. The confession makes my heart skip a beat, and I take a shaky step backward. My legs bump against the armchair, trapping me between the furniture and Jackson's intense stare. Jax. I catch myself again, but this time he smiles at the slip. I miss that. His voice drops lower, intimate. The way you used to say my name. This is dangerous. I press my palms against his chest, intending to push him away, but my hands seem to have other ideas. His heartbeat thunders under my touch, fast and strong. We can't just pick up where we left off. Why not? Because. I struggle to find words that make sense when he's looking at me like I'm the answer to every question he's ever asked. Because Max is asleep down the hall, and because 7 years is a long time, and because you live in New York and I live here, and because you're scared. His hands come up to frame my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones. I get it, Grace. I'm terrified too. The gentle touch undoes something in my chest, years of carefully constructed walls crumbling. I can't do this again. I can't watch you leave. Then don't. His forehead rests against mine, and I can feel his breath on my lips. Let me stay. For a moment, I let myself imagine it. Jackson staying in Chestnut Hill, being part of Max's daily life, the three of us becoming the family I used to dream about. But reality crashes back quickly. Your business is in New York. Businesses can be moved. Your whole life is there. My whole life is here. His thumbs trace patterns on my skin, and I'm melting despite every rational thought screaming at me to stop this. My son is here. You're here. Jackson. His name is a whisper, and I see something triumphant flicker in his eyes at my surrender. But then Max's sleepy voice echoes from his bedroom. Mama? And reality crashes back. I step away from Jackson, my skin immediately missing his warmth. I need to check on him, I say, my voice unsteady. Jackson nods, running a hand through his hair. Yeah? Of course. Max is sitting up in bed, hair mussed from his pillow. I heard talking. Is the rocket ship man still here? Yes, baby. Do you need water? Can you tell him I said goodnight? And that tomorrow I want to show him my Mars book? My heart clenches at the easy way Max has accepted Jackson's presence. I'll tell him. Now, back to sleep. I tuck him in again, pressing a kiss to his forehead, and return to find Jackson standing by the front door, hands shoved deep in his pockets. He said to tell you goodnight, I say softly, and that he wants to show you his Mars book tomorrow. Jackson's smile is soft, wonderstruck. He's amazing, Grace. You've done an incredible job with him. Thank you. The praise warms me more than it should. I should go. He reaches for the door handle, then pauses. Mom needs my help. You know about her hip situation, right? Yeah. Eleanor Cole. Even at 73 and a healing hip, she acts like the world is her oyster. And in a way, it is. She wants to meet Max. Well, she knows him already, but not as a grandson. Jackson's voice is careful, like he's testing dangerous waters. I was thinking maybe brunch tomorrow. Nothing formal. Just your mother meeting the grandson she never thought was hers. I cross my arms, suddenly exhausted by the weight of this new reality. I don't know. The thought of facing Eleanor Cole while she processes the fact that I kept her grandson a secret for 7 years makes my stomach churn. This is a lot, Jackson. For all of us. I know. He steps closer again, and I can see the exhaustion in his eyes, too. For Christ's sake, Grace, it's the holidays, and Max should get to know his grandmother. And his voice softens. She's been talking about grandchildren for years. She'd love him. The quiet vulnerability in his admission catches me off guard. I remember how close Jackson was to his mother, how her approval mattered to him even when he pretended it didn't. I'll think about it, I hear myself say. Jackson's face lights up with a smile that transforms his entire expression, making him look more like the boy I fell in love with years ago. Yeah? Yeah. I find myself smiling back despite everything. I'll think about it.
Chapter 10. Jackson. I'm standing outside the cafe, checking my watch for the third time in 5 minutes, when Mom's voice cuts through my nervous energy. Jackson Cole, if you don't stop pacing like a caged tiger, I'm going to trip you with this walker. I turn to see her navigating the sidewalk with more grace than most people half her age manage on 2 good legs. The walker doesn't slow her down. It's practically an extension of her personality by now, decorated with ribbons and a small bell that chimes with each step. I'm not pacing. You're wearing a groove in the concrete. She stops beside me, adjusting the colorful scarf wrapped around her neck. Today's ensemble features a deep purple coat that brings out her silver hair and eyes that sparkle with mischief. Nervous about seeing Grace? Nervous about you meeting Max. The admission slips out before I can stop it. Her expression softens. Darling, I've known that boy since he was in diapers. Grace used to bring him to the library story hours I volunteer for. Sweet as pie, that child. Always asking the most wonderful questions about rockets and planets. You knew him. The weight of this hits me again. All the years I missed. All the moments that happened without me. You actually knew my son. I knew Grace's son. She reaches over and pats my arm with surprising strength. Now I get to know my grandson. There's a difference, and it's a beautiful one. The bell above the cafe door chimes, and my heart does something acrobatic when Grace walks in with Max. She's wearing a soft green sweater that brings out the warmth in her brown eyes, her hair loose around her shoulders instead of in the usual bun. Max practically bounces beside her, wearing a shirt with a cartoon rocket ship that makes me grin. Mrs. Eleanor! Max breaks away from Grace and hurries over to us, his face lighting up like Christmas morning. Max, sweetheart. Mom opens her arms and Max doesn't hesitate to hug her, careful of the walker. Look how tall you've gotten since I saw you last week. Grace approaches more cautiously and I can see the uncertainty in her posture. Eleanor, thank you for meeting us. Grace, honey. Mom's voice is warm, genuine. Come here. To my surprise, Grace steps forward and accepts Mom's embrace. There's history there, a connection I'd forgotten about. Mom always loved Grace, even when I was too young and stupid to appreciate what I had. Shall we get a table? I gestured toward the hostess, trying to shake off the strange feeling of watching my past and present collide. The cafe is busy with the Saturday morning crowd, but we managed to snag a corner booth. Max slides in beside Mom without hesitation, immediately launching into an animated description of the rocket ship on his shirt. And this one goes to Mars, Mrs. Eleanor. Mama says Mars is really far away, but I think we could get there if we had enough fuel. I absolutely agree. Mom's eyes twinkle as she studies his shirt. What kind of fuel do you think would work best? Maybe chocolate milk? Max giggles at his own suggestion. Chocolate milk is an excellent choice. Very nutritious for astronauts. Grace slides into the booth across from them, and I settle beside her, immediately aware of the subtle scent of her perfume, something vanilla and warm. Her knee brushes mine under the table, and I catch her sharp intake of breath. So, Jackson? Mom's voice pulls me back to the conversation. Max has been telling me about his Mars book. Apparently you promised to look at it. I did. I look at Max, who's practically vibrating with excitement. I'd love to see it. It has pictures of rovers and everything. And there's a part about how Mars has 2 moons. Did you know that? I did know that. I find myself leaning forward, drawn into his enthusiasm. Phobos and Deimos. They're much smaller than our moon. Max's eyes go wide. You know their names? I know lots of things about space. The words come easier than I expected. Maybe we could talk about them sometime. Yes! Max turns to Grace, bouncing slightly. Mama, can we? Can Jackson come over and see my books? Grace's smile is soft but cautious. We'll see, baby. The waitress appears to take our orders. Chocolate chip pancakes for Max, eggs Benedict for Mom, and coffee for Grace and me. As we wait for food, Mom launches into a story about the library's upcoming Christmas fundraiser, and I find myself watching Grace instead of listening. She's different from the girl I left 7 years ago. There's a confidence in the way she holds herself, a quiet strength that wasn't there before. Motherhood has changed her, shaped her into something even more beautiful than I remembered. When she laughs at something Mom says, her whole face lights up, and I feel that familiar pull in my chest, the same feeling that used to make me stupid in love. Jackson designed his first rocket when he was about Max's age, Mom is saying, and I realize I've missed half the conversation. Really? Max turns to me with renewed interest. It was more like a drawing of a rocket, I admit, on the back of a cereal box. I still have it, Mom adds with a grin, somewhere in my attic with all his other masterpieces. Grace catches my eye across the table, and there's something soft in her expression. He always was good at building things. Remember that treehouse he made in your backyard? With the crooked ladder and the roof that leaked every time it rained. I shake my head at the memory. That thing was a death trap. But it was ours. The words slip out quietly, and Grace's eyes widen. I mean, it was ours, I agree, holding her gaze. Some of my best memories happened in that ridiculous treehouse. The moment stretches between us, charged with old intimacy and new possibility, until Max's voice breaks the spell. Can I build a treehouse? Grace blinks, refocusing on her son. Maybe when you're older, sweetheart. I could help, I hear myself offer, if you want. I mean, I've learned a few things about construction since the death trap days. Max's face lights up like I've just offered him the moon. Really? We could build one together? If your mama says it's okay. I look at Grace, seeing the war playing out in her eyes, the desire to give Max everything, and the fear of letting me too far into their lives. We'll talk about it, she says finally. Our food arrives, and the conversation shifts to safer topics. Mom's physical therapy, the upcoming Christmas festival, Max's school projects. But I can't stop stealing glances at Grace, cataloging all the small changes and the way she stayed exactly the same. The way she cuts Max's pancakes into perfect squares without him asking. The way she laughs with her whole body when Mom tells an outrageous story about the library's book club drama. The way she absently tucks a strand of hair behind her ear when she's thinking. You know, Mom says, dabbing syrup from Max's chin with a napkin. I've been volunteering at that library for 15 years, and Max here is one of my favorite storytime attendees. Mrs. Eleanor tells the best stories, Max says around a mouthful of pancakes. She does all the voices. All the voices? I raise an eyebrow at my mother, who has the grace to look slightly embarrassed. It's just good storytelling technique, she defends. Children respond to theatrical presentation. Grace laughs. She does this amazing dragon voice that had Max practicing roars for weeks. I still remember it, Max demonstrates with a surprisingly ferocious growl that makes the family at the next table turn around. Inside voice, baby, Grace reminds him gently. Sorry, Mama. Don't apologize for enthusiasm, Mom says firmly. The world needs more people who get excited about things. Life's too short for quiet dragons. There's something in the way she says it, looking pointedly between Grace and me, that makes me suspect this conversation isn't entirely about Max's storytelling preferences. Eleanor, Grace says with a knowing smile, you're not subtle. Subtle is overrated. Mom waves a dismissive hand. At my age, I've earned the right to speak my mind. And what I'm thinking is that some things are worth getting excited about, even if they're scary. The weight of her words settles over the table, and I see Grace's grip tighten slightly on her coffee cup. Max, oblivious to the undercurrents, is busy constructing a syrup lake on his plate. Look! He holds up his fork triumphantly. My pancake pieces are boats. Very creative, I tell him, grateful for the distraction. What are they sailing to? The Syrup Island. He points to a particularly sticky section of his plate. They're bringing supplies to the pancake people who live there. The pancake people are very lucky to have such dedicated boat captains, Mom says solemnly. Grace is watching this exchange with something soft and wondering in her expression, and when she catches me looking, she doesn't look away. For a moment, it's just us. No complicated history. No fears about the future. Just Grace and me sharing this perfect moment of watching our son create worlds out of breakfast food. Our son. The thought still takes my breath away. Jackson, Max says suddenly, pulling me back to the present. Do you like pancakes? I do like pancakes. Good. When you come see my Mars book, Mama can make pancakes. She makes the best ones ever. He looks at Grace with complete confidence. Right, Mama? Jackson can come over for pancakes. Grace meets my eyes across the table, and I can see her wavering. The practical part of her that's been protecting herself and Max for 7 years is wrestling with something else. Hope, maybe, or the remnants of whatever we used to be. We'll see, she says again. But this time it sounds less like a deflection and more like a possibility.
Chapter 11. Grace. The walk to Eleanor's house is a 15-minute stroll through Chestnut Hill's tree-lined streets, but it feels both eternal and far too short. Max skips ahead, stopping every few steps to examine something fascinating. A pine cone, a mailbox shaped like a dog, frost patterns on a car windshield. His curiosity about everything makes my heart squeeze with a familiar mixture of pride and protectiveness. Slow down, sweetheart, I call as he gets too far ahead. But look, Mama. He points to a house decorated with an elaborate display of inflatable Christmas decorations. They have a snowman that's taller than Jackson. Jackson chuckles, and the sound does something dangerous to my composure. That's pretty tall. Are you the tallest person ever? Definitely not. I know guys who make me look short. Max's eyes go wide, like this is the most incredible thing he's ever heard. Bigger than you. Much bigger. Eleanor navigates the sidewalk with practiced ease, but I notice Jackson hovering slightly behind her, ready to help if needed. She seems to sense his protective instincts and shoots him a look that could melt snow. Jackson Alexander Cole, if you don't stop treating me like I'm made of glass, I'm going to whack you with this walker. I'm just being overprotective. I've been getting around just fine without you hovering. He holds up his hands in surrender. Yes, ma'am. Better. She adjusts her grip on the walker handles. I may need this contraption, but my brain works perfectly fine. So does my independence. There's affection in her scolding, the kind of easy banter that speaks to years of this dynamic between them. I find myself remembering all the Sunday dinners I used to have at Eleanor's house, back when Jackson and I were teenagers, who thought we had forever figured out. She always treated me like family, even when her son was being an idiot. Mrs. Eleanor, Max pipes up from where he's examining a garden gnome. Do you have decorations at your house? I certainly do. Would you like to see them? Yes, please. Eleanor's house sits at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, a charming but impressively big colonial with white shutters and a wraparound porch. Even from the sidewalk, I can see the tasteful Christmas decorations. White lights wrapped around the porch railings, a wreath on the front door, and what looks like a small Christmas tree visible through the living room window. It's beautiful, I tell her as we approach the front steps. Jackson helped me with the lights last weekend. She pauses at the bottom step, and this time she accepts Jackson's offered arm without protest. Inside, the house is exactly as I remember it. Warm, lived in, filled with the kind of comfortable furniture that invites you to curl up and stay a while. The Christmas tree dominates one corner of the living room, decorated with ornaments that look like they've been collected over decades. Family photos line the mantelpiece, and I spot several that include a much younger version of myself. Max immediately gravitates toward the tree, but stops short of touching anything. It's so pretty. Thank you, sweetheart. Would you like to see something special? Eleanor settles into her favorite recliner, the same floral wingback she's had for as long as I've known her. Jackson, would you bring me that photo album from the bookshelf? The blue one. Mom, Jackson's voice carries a warning note. Maybe we should... The blue one, please. He retrieves the album with obvious reluctance, and I feel my stomach flip. I have a pretty good idea what's in that album, and I'm not sure I'm ready to take that particular trip down memory lane. Come sit beside me, Max. Eleanor pats the arm of her chair. I want to show you some pictures. Max scrambles up beside her, and she opens the album to the first page. Even from across the room, I can see it's a photo of Jackson and me from our senior year of high school, dressed up for homecoming. We look impossibly young, my head on his shoulder, both of us grinning at the camera like we've got the whole world figured out. Who's that? Max asks, though I suspect he already knows. That's your mama and Jackson when they were in high school, Eleanor explains. Weren't they handsome? Mama looks really pretty. Max studies the photo intently. Jackson looks different. Younger, Jackson says dryly from where he's perched on the edge of the couch. And significantly more stupid. Language, Eleanor chides automatically, but she's smiling. He wasn't stupid. Just young and convinced he knew everything. She flips to the next page, revealing more photos. Jackson and me at various school events, casual shots from parties, a particularly embarrassing one of us dressed as matching pirates for Halloween. Max examines each one with the intensity of a detective gathering clues. You were friends for a long time, he observes. The best of friends, Eleanor confirms. Your mama was practically part of our family. My throat tightens at the past tense, at the acknowledgement of what we lost. I catch Jackson looking at me, his expression unreadable, and I have to focus on breathing normally. Look at this one, Eleanor says, pointing to a photo I remember Grace's mother taking in Eleanor's backyard. Jackson has his arms wrapped around me from behind, both of us laughing at something outside the frame. This was taken right here, by that big oak tree in the backyard. The one with the treehouse? Max asks eagerly. The very one. Though it's not there anymore. We had to take it down a few years ago when a storm damaged it. Max looks genuinely disappointed. I wanted to see it. Well, Jackson says slowly, maybe we could build a new one. If your mama says it's okay. The hope that lights up Max's face is almost painful to watch. Really? We could build one together? It's possible, I say carefully, not wanting to crush his enthusiasm, but needing to keep some boundaries. We'd have to talk about it. Eleanor continues flipping through the album, and I find myself drawn into the memories despite my better judgment. There we are at Jackson's 18th birthday party, at my graduation ceremony. The photos chronicle years of being inseparable, of believing we were destined for forever. The last photo in the section shows Jackson and me at senior prom, posed formally, but with genuine joy in our faces. I'm wearing a pale blue dress that took me months to save up for, and Jackson's in a classic black tux that made him look like he stepped out of a magazine. We look so happy, so sure of our future together. "You look like a princess, Mama," Max says softly. "Thank you, baby." And Jackson looks like a prince. Jackson makes a sound that might be a laugh or might be something else entirely. I don't know about that. "You do," Max insists. Like in the stories Mama writes. Eleanor closes the album gently. "Your Mama writes beautiful stories. I have some of her books right here on my shelf." "You have Mama's books?" Max scrambles down from the chair to investigate. "I have every single one. I'm very proud of her." The simple statement hits me harder than it should. After my parents moved to Florida 3 years ago, Eleanor has been one of the few constants in my life here in Chestnut Hill. She still sends Max birthday cards and Christmas presents while I bake her cookies and muffins sometimes, still asks about my writing when she sees me at the library. I'd forgotten how much her approval means to me. "Can we go outside?" Max asks suddenly, pressing his face against the living room window. "There's snow in the backyard." "It's pretty cold out there, sweetheart," I start to say, but Jackson interrupts. "We could make a snowman," he suggests. "If you want." Max whirls around, his face bright with excitement. "Yes, can we, Mama? Please?" I look between Max's hopeful expression and Jackson's surprisingly gentle smile. The smart thing would be to suggest we head home, to keep the boundaries I've worked so hard to establish, but Max has had so few opportunities to play in the snow with a father figure, and the joy on his face is impossible to resist. "Okay," I hear myself saying, "but just for a little while, and you need to bundle up." "I think I have some old mittens that might fit him," Eleanor offers. "And there's a spare coat in the hall closet." 20 minutes later, Max is bundled up like a small colorful marshmallow, and he and Jackson are tramping around Eleanor's backyard, debating the best location for their snowman. I stand at the kitchen window with Eleanor, watching them gather snow into increasingly large balls. "He's a natural with children," Eleanor observes, handing me a steaming mug of coffee. "Max is easy to get along with," I deflect. So was Jackson at that age, full of energy and questions and big dreams. She takes a sip of her own coffee. "He got that from his father, you know, the dreaming big part." I don't know how to respond to that, so I focus on watching Max try to lift a snowball that's clearly too heavy for him. Jackson steps in to help without being asked, and together they roll it into position. "Grace," Eleanor says quietly, "I need to say something." My grip tightens on the coffee mug. "Okay." "I know my son hurt you. I know he made choices that cost him everything that mattered, including you and Max." The words hang in the air between us, honest and painful. I can see Jackson and Max working on the snowman's middle section, their heads bent together in concentration. "He did." I agree softly. "And I know he probably doesn't deserve a second chance. Lord knows I raised him better than to run away from his responsibilities." Eleanor's voice is gentle but firm. "But I also know that people can change. That sometimes it takes losing everything to understand what you really had." "Eleanor, I'm not asking you to forgive him right away. I'm not even asking you to trust him completely. But that little boy out there deserves to know his father. And Jackson. Jackson needs to learn how to be the man he should have been 7 years ago." Through the window, I watch Max slip in the snow and Jackson immediately reach out to steady him. They're both laughing, Max's giggles carrying clearly through the glass. The sight makes my chest ache with a complicated mixture of joy and fear. "I'm scared," I admit, the words coming out in a whisper. "Of course you are. You'd be foolish not to be." Eleanor reaches over and squeezes my hand. But maybe this time could be different. Outside, the snowman is taking shape. Max is directing the placement of stick arms with the seriousness of an architect, while Jackson follows his instructions with patient good humor. When Max declares the creation perfect, Jackson lifts him up so he can place the carrot nose, and Max's delighted squeal of accomplishment makes both Eleanor and me smile. He's good with him, I admit reluctantly. He's trying, Eleanor corrects, and for Jackson that's everything. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Jackson. Max declares our snowman masterpiece complete with the same authority a museum curator might use to unveil a priceless sculpture. The damn thing is lopsided as hell, with stick arms that point in completely different directions, and a carrot nose that's somehow ended up more horizontal than vertical, but the kid's pride radiates from every inch of his small frame. It's perfect, he announces, brushing snow off his mittens with the satisfaction of a job well done. Absolutely perfect, I agree, and I mean it. Not because the snowman looks like something that belongs in a magazine, but because I just spent the last hour watching my son's face light up every time we added another piece. Because he trusted me to lift him up so he could reach the head. Because for the first time in 7 years, I feel like I'm doing something right. Can we make another one tomorrow? Max asks, already planning our next project. We'll see what your mama says. She'll say yes, she likes you. The simple confidence in his voice catches me off guard. Kids don't lie. They say what they think, and right now Max thinks Grace likes me. The possibility makes something tight in my chest loosen just a fraction. Race you inside, I tell him, and he takes off toward the house with the fearless enthusiasm that only 6-year-olds possess. I'm brushing snow off my jacket when my phone buzzes in my pocket. The caller ID makes my jaw clench. Dolly, whatever the hell she is, was. Complicated doesn't begin to cover what we've been doing for the past 2 years. I consider letting it go to voicemail, but knowing Dolly, she'll just keep calling until I answer. Better to deal with this now. What's up, doll? Jackson? Her voice carries that breathless quality she uses when she wants something. God, I've been missing you like crazy. When are you coming back to the city? Through the kitchen window, I can see Max already inside, probably charming the hell out of Mom, while Grace helps him out of his winter gear. The contrast between that warm domestic scene and Dolly's needy tone makes me feel like I'm standing in 2 different worlds. I told you I'd be here through New Year's, but that's so long. I barely saw you before you left, and now it's been almost a week. She's right. I've been avoiding her calls and her texts, making excuses about being busy with Mom's recovery. But the truth is, every conversation with Dolly feels like putting on clothes that don't fit anymore. I'm dealing with family stuff, Dolly. You know that. I know, baby. But I need you here. We have that merger to finalize, and Morales been asking about the quarterly projections. Plus, her voice drops to what she probably thinks is a seductive whisper. I've been wearing that black dress you like, the one from Bergdorf's. 6 months ago, that might have worked. Hell, 3 weeks ago it might have worked. But now, standing in Mom's backyard with snow melting in my hair and the sound of my son's laughter drifting through the window, Dolly's flirtation feels like someone speaking a language I no longer understand. The merger can wait until I get back. Morales can handle the projections. Jackson, what's gotten into you? The breathless act disappears, replaced by the sharp edge I know better than anyone. You've been weird ever since you left. Distant. Are you seeing someone down there? The question hits closer to home than she has any right to know. Am I seeing Grace? Not exactly, but something's happening between us, something fragile and important that I don't want to mess up by explaining it to Dolly. I'm not discussing this with you. Oh, please. What could possibly be in that boring little town that's more interesting than what we have here? My son, my family, the chance to fix the biggest mistake I've ever made. But I don't owe Dolly explanations about any of that. Look, I need to go. Wait! The desperation in her voice makes me pause. I've been planning something special for New Year's Eve. The new restaurant in Soho you mentioned, I made reservations. And I booked us a suite at the Plaza. The penthouse one with the view of Times Square. The old Jackson would have been tempted. Dolly knows how to pull my strings, knows exactly what buttons to push to make me forget why keeping my distance is the smart play. But the old Jackson didn't have a 6-year-old son asking if they could build another snowman tomorrow. Cancel it! What? Cancel the reservations, Dolly. I won't be back by New Year's. You're being ridiculous. This is about some small-town nostalgia that'll wear off the minute you remember what real life looks like. Real life is what's happening right here. Since when? Her voice climbs higher, the careful control she usually maintains starting to crack. Since when do you choose some backwater town over Manhattan? Over your career? Over us? There is no us. The words come out harsher than I intended, but maybe that's what she needs to hear. There never really was. We work together, we sleep together sometimes, but that's not the same thing as being together. That's nonsense, and you know it. We're good together, Jackson. We understand each other. We want the same things. No, we don't. Then what do you want that I can't give you? Through the window, I watch Grace help Max out of his snow boots, her face soft with the kind of maternal tenderness that makes my chest tight. She says something that makes him giggle, and she smiles in response, the real smile that transforms her entire face. What do I want that Dolly can't give me? Everything. A family. A home that means something more than an investment property. Someone who looks at me like I'm more than just a good time or a business connection. Someone who knew me before I became successful. Who remembers what I used to dream about when dreams felt possible. Stop calling me, I tell Dolly. Jackson dash dash. I mean it. We're done. Whatever this was, it's over. You're making a mistake. You're throwing away everything we've built for some fantasy about playing house in Nowheresville. And that's my mistake to make. I hang up before she can respond and immediately turn off my phone. The silence that follows feels like taking a deep breath after being underwater too long. When I turn toward the house, Grace is standing at the kitchen window watching me. Our eyes meet through the glass, and I wonder how much of that conversation she overheard. Probably not the words, but definitely the tone. The tension in my shoulders, the way I kept my back to the house like I was trying to shield her from whatever nonsense was coming through that phone. She doesn't look angry exactly, more careful, like she's trying to figure out what that call means for whatever's been building between us. Like she's reminded that I have a whole life in Manhattan that doesn't include her or Max. Damn. I shove my phone deeper into my pocket and head toward the house, but Grace has already moved away from the window. By the time I make it through the back door, she's bustling around Mom's kitchen, helping Max with hot cocoa and arranging cookies on a plate like nothing happened. But something did happen. I can feel it in the way she doesn't quite meet my eyes when I walk in the careful politeness that's replaced the easier warmth we've been building toward. Perfect timing, Mom says from her chair at the kitchen table. Max was just telling me about your snowman's personality. His name is Frosty Jr., Max announces, dunking a cookie into his cocoa. And he likes adventure stories. Of course he does, I say, settling into the chair across from him. All the best snowmen are readers. Max giggles, but when I glance at Grace, she's focused intently on wiping down the already clean counter. The distance between us feels deliberate now, measured in more than just physical space. "Jackson," Mom says, and something in her tone makes me look at her more closely. "Everything all right?" "Fine, just work stuff." Grace's shoulders tense slightly at the word work, and I realize she probably thinks that call was about me rushing back to Manhattan, about me choosing business over whatever this is we're trying to build. She'd be wrong, but I can't exactly explain that without getting into details about Dolly that would make this whole situation even more complicated than it already is. "More cocoa?" Grace asks Max, still not looking at me. "Yes, please." She refills his mug with the careful attention she might give to defusing a bomb, and I watch her hands shake slightly as she pours. Whatever she thinks she overheard, it's rattled her more than she's letting on. I want to tell her it's not what she thinks. Want to explain that the call was me ending something, not beginning it. But with Max chattering away about snowman construction techniques, and Mom watching everything with those sharp eyes that miss nothing, this isn't the time or place for that conversation. Instead, I sit at the kitchen table and drink coffee that's gone cold, watching Grace rebuild the walls I thought we'd been tearing down, one careful gesture at a time.
Chapter 13. Grace. 3 days of careful politeness have stretched between Jackson and me like a tightrope I'm afraid to cross. Ever since that phone call in Eleanor's backyard, I've been maintaining what I tell myself is a sensible distance. Professional, friendly, safe. The knock at our front door catches me off guard. Max is sprawled on the living room rug, surrounded by his collection of action figures in the elaborate storyline he's been constructing since breakfast. I'm curled in the corner of the couch with my laptop, trying to focus on the final chapter of my latest book, but my mind keeps drifting to blue eyes and broad shoulders and the way Jackson's voice had sounded so tense during that conversation. "I'll get it." Max scrambles to his feet before I can stop him. "Max, wait." But he's already at the door, standing on his tiptoes to peer through the peephole like I taught him. It's Jackson. My stomach does something acrobatic that I refuse to acknowledge. I close my laptop and smooth my hands over my sweater, a soft burgundy cashmere that Max picked out because it's pretty like Christmas trees. Not because I was hoping Jackson might stop by. Definitely not because I've been thinking about the way his hands felt when he steadied me on Eleanor's front steps. Max fumbles with the deadbolt, his excitement making him clumsy with the lock. "Let me help you with that, buddy." I reach around him to turn the bolt, and when I open the door, Jackson fills the entire frame. He's wearing a charcoal wool coat that makes his shoulders look impossibly broad, and his hair is slightly mussed from the wind. Those blue eyes find mine immediately, searching my face like he's trying to read something I'm not sure I want him to see. "Hey," he says, and his voice has that rough quality that makes my pulse skip. "Hi." Max bounces on his toes beside me. "Are you here to play?" Mom won't let me build a fort in the living room because she says the cushions belong on the couch, but maybe you can convince her. Actually, Jackson's mouth quirks into that half smile that does dangerous things to my resolve. I was thinking we could do something even better. Better than a fort. Max's eyes widen with the kind of skepticism only a 6-year-old can manage. "Much better. How do you feel about ice skating?" The words hit me like a cold splash of memory. Jackson and I spent countless winter afternoons at the skating rink when we were teenagers. He was always steady on his feet, confident and sure, while I wobbled around like a newborn deer until his hands found mine, and suddenly the ice felt manageable. "Ice skating?" Max practically vibrates with excitement. "Really? Can we, Mom? Please." I can feel Jackson's gaze on my face, patient but intent. He knows exactly what he's asking. This isn't just about taking Max skating. This is about stepping back into something we used to share, something that belongs to the version of us that existed before everything got complicated. "I don't know, sweetheart." It's been a long time since I've been on skates. I'll help you, Jackson says quietly, and something in his tone makes my breath catch. Just like old times. Max tugs on my sweater with both hands. Please, Mom? I've never been ice skating before, and Jackson said he'd help you so you won't fall. The pleading in his voice is impossible to resist, but it's the way Jackson is looking at me that really breaks down my defenses. Like he's asking for more than just an afternoon at the skating rink. Like he's asking for a chance to rebuild something we lost. Okay, I hear myself say. But I'm warning you both, I'm going to be terrible. Max whoops and throws his arms around my waist. You're the best mom. Jackson's smile spreads slowly across his face, transforming his features from handsome to devastating. You won't be terrible, I've got you. The simple promise makes my heart flutter in a way that feels both familiar and terrifying. 20 minutes later, we're bundled into Jackson's car, Max chattering excitedly from the back seat about whether he'll be able to skate backwards on his first try. The heater blows warm air that carries Jackson's scent, something clean and masculine that makes me hyper-aware of every breath. You nervous? He asks, glancing at me as we pull into the parking lot of Chestnut Hill's outdoor skating rink. Terrified, I admit, watching other skaters glide effortlessly around the ice through the windshield. Good. Means you care. There's something in his voice that makes me think he's not just talking about skating anymore. The rental skates are stiff and uncomfortable, nothing like the sleek figure skates I used to own in high school. Max struggles with his laces until Jackson kneels in front of him, patiently showing him how to thread them properly. Tight enough to support your ankle, Jackson explains, but not so tight that your feet go numb. Like this? Perfect. You're a natural. The casual affection in Jackson's voice as he talks to Max makes something warm bloom in my chest. This is what I used to dream about when I was 17 and dizzy in love with him. Not the grand romantic gestures, but these quiet moments of our future family. The three of us together like we were always meant to be. I'm still fumbling with my own laces when Jackson finishes with Max and turns his attention to me. Without asking permission, he drops to one knee in front of the bench where I'm sitting and gently moves my hands aside. Let me. His fingers brush against mine as he takes over with the laces, and the contact sends electricity straight up my arm. He's close enough that I can see the faint lines around his eyes, the way his lashes cast shadows on his cheekbones. Close enough that when he looks up at me, I can see flecks of silver in the blue of his eyes. Too tight? He asks, his voice lower than it needs to be. I shake my head, not trusting myself to speak. His hands are warm and sure as they work, the same hands that used to hold mine when we walked through school hallways, that used to trace patterns on my skin when we thought we had forever. There. He gives the laces a final adjustment and sits back on his heels. Ready? Max is already at the edge of the rink, gripping the boards and eyeing the ice with determination. Other families glide past him, parents steadying wobbling children, teenagers showing off with elaborate spins, couples holding hands as they move in synchronized circles. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, I mutter, accepting Jackson's offered hand as I stand. You can do this. I won't let you fall. The first step onto the ice is exactly as terrifying as I remembered. My ankles wobble, and I immediately reach for the boards with my free hand, while my other hand grips Jackson's like a lifeline. Easy, he murmurs, his voice right beside my ear. Don't think about it so much. Just feel the ice. Max pushes off from the boards with the fearless enthusiasm of childhood and immediately lands on his bottom with a surprised laugh. But he's up again in seconds, determined to master this new challenge. Look at him, Jackson says with pride. Kid's got guts. I take a tentative push forward, and Jackson's hand tightens around mine, steady and reassuring. His other hand comes to rest lightly on my lower back, and the warmth of his palm through my coat makes my skin tingle. That's it. You remember. And slowly, muscle memory begins to return. The rhythm of push and glide, the way to shift weight from one foot to the other. Jackson skates beside me, matching my cautious pace, his presence a constant anchor as my confidence gradually builds. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I breathe, risking a glance at him. You're doing great. His thumb traces across my knuckles, a barely there caress that makes my heart skip. We're moving in a slow circle around the rink, and with each passing minute, the ice feels less foreign under my feet. Mom, look, Max calls out, having progressed from falling to actual forward motion. I'm doing it. You're amazing, baby. Jackson taught me how to bend my knees. I look at Jackson in surprise. When did you have time to teach him anything? You've been holding me up this whole time. Multitasking, he says with a grin. Besides, he's a quick learner. Gets that from his mom. The casual compliment makes warmth spread through my chest. We're moving more smoothly now, and Jackson's hand has shifted from steadying me to simply holding me, his fingers interlaced with mine in a way that feels natural and right. You're a good teacher, I tell him. I had a good student, both times. The reference to our teenage years hangs in the air between us, sweet and charged with memory. I remember the first time he brought me skating, how patient he was when I clung to him in terror, how proud he looked when I finally managed to skate a full lap without falling. We pass a group of teenagers attempting some kind of elaborate spin, and Jackson guides me smoothly around them, his movements fluid and confident. His hand on my back applies gentle pressure, steering me through the crowd with an ease that makes me feel graceful by association. Show-offs, he mutters, but there's amusement in his voice. You used to be a show-off. Used to be? I still am. Just more subtle about it now. As if to prove his point, he executes a perfect backwards turn, pulling me along with him so that we're suddenly skating backwards together, his hands on both my arms to keep me steady. The move is smooth and controlled, designed to impress without being obvious about it. Jackson, I gasp, gripping his forearms. Trust me. And I do. Completely. Even as we glide backwards across the ice with him guiding our movements, even as my rational brain insists this is dangerous and I should demand he turn us around right now, I trust him absolutely. He spins us around again, and suddenly we're face to face, moving slowly around the rink with his hands on my waist and mine resting on his chest. The position is intimate, almost like dancing, and I can feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat under my palms. Better? He asks, his voice rough. Much. But I'm not talking about the skating anymore, and from the way his pupils widen, neither is he. This close, I can see the faint scar above his left eyebrow from when he fell off his bike in 8th grade, can smell the clean scent of his soap mixed with the winter air. Grace? He starts. But whatever he was going to say is interrupted by Max, skating up beside us with the intensity of a small tornado. Can you teach me to skate backwards? He asks Jackson, breathless with excitement. Absolutely, buddy. Let's see what you've got. Jackson releases me reluctantly, his hands lingering just a moment longer than necessary before he turns his attention to Max. I continue moving forward slowly, watching as he patiently shows Max how to position his feet, how to push off with the inside edges of his blades. The sight of them together, Jackson's large hands steadying Max's small ones, the careful attention he pays to every one of Max's questions, makes my chest tight with emotion. This is what Max has been missing. Not just a father figure, but this particular man who knows exactly how to make him feel capable and brave. Look, Mom, Max calls out, managing 3 shaky backward steps before Jackson catches him as he starts to wobble. That was incredible. Jackson says I'm a natural athlete. Jackson's right. I catch Jackson's eye over Max's head, and the soft smile he gives me is warm enough to melt the ice beneath our feet. There's something in his expression that looks like hope, like possibility, like all the things I've been trying not to let myself want. We spend the next hour moving around the rink in various configurations. Sometimes all three of us together, Max between Jackson and me as we form a small chain. Sometimes Jackson skating with Max while I practice on my own. Sometimes Jackson's hand finding mine again as Max races ahead, eager to test his newfound skills. Each touch feels deliberate now, the way Jackson's fingers trail down my arm when he steadies me after a small stumble. The way his hand spans across my lower back when he guides me around a slower group of skaters. The way he catches my hand and doesn't let go, even when I no longer need the support. My body remembers this. The way he used to touch me, casual and possessive at the same time, like touching me was as natural as breathing, like I belonged to him and he had every right to these small intimacies. "You're doing amazing," he murmurs during one of our synchronized laps around the rink. "Told you it would come back." "I had a good teacher." "You had good instincts. I just reminded you they were there." The compliment settles warm in my chest, and I realize that somewhere in the past hour, the careful distance I've been maintaining has completely dissolved. We're moving together like we used to, like no time has passed at all, like we're still those teenagers who thought love could conquer anything. The thought should terrify me, should send me skating straight for the exit and the safety of my carefully constructed single life. Instead, I find myself moving closer to Jackson's warmth, letting myself enjoy the solid strength of him beside me, the way his presence makes everything feel possible again. Max races past us again, now confident enough to attempt gentle curves and changes of direction. His cheeks are bright red from the cold, and his grin is so wide it looks like it might split his face in half. "This is the best day ever," he announces to anyone within hearing distance. The best, I agree, but I'm looking at Jackson when I say it. His eyes meet mine, and in them I see the same dangerous hope that's been building in my chest all afternoon. The hope that maybe, just maybe, we could be a family. That maybe the fairy tale ending I stopped believing in years ago might actually be possible. The thought makes my heart race with more than just the exertion of skating. Makes me hyper-aware of every point of contact between us. Every moment when Jackson's touch lingers just a heartbeat longer than strictly necessary. We're building towards something here on this ice. Something that feels as inevitable as gravity and twice as dangerous. And for the first time in 7 years, I'm not sure I want to fight it.
Chapter 14. Jackson. The drive back to Grace's house passes in comfortable quiet, Max's exhausted chatter from the back seat gradually fading into sleepy mumbles. The kid's completely worn out from our afternoon on the ice, and I can see Grace watching him in the rearview mirror with that soft smile she gets when he's being particularly adorable. "Best day ever," Max repeats drowsily as I carry him inside, his arms wrapped around my neck like he belongs there. "The absolute best," Grace agrees, unlocking the front door. The warmth of their house hits me immediately, not just the temperature, but something deeper. The lived-in comfort of home-cooked meals and bedtime stories, of a life built around love and laughter. "Can Jackson stay for dinner?" Max asks through a yawn as Grace helps him out of his winter coat. "Jackson probably has things to do, sweetheart." But I'm already shaking my head. "Actually, I'm free. If you don't mind the company." The look Grace gives me is careful, measured, like she's weighing the wisdom of extending this afternoon into evening, of letting me further into the domestic rhythm she and Max have built together. "Please, Mom." Max adds his voice to mine, and I can see her resolve crumbling. "Okay, but bath time first and then early bedtime. You're exhausted." Max's protest is half-hearted at best, and within an hour he's clean, fed, and tucked into bed with his favorite stuffed dinosaur. Grace reads him 2 chapters from some book about a mouse detective, while I stand in the doorway, watching the easy intimacy between them. This is what I missed. Not just the big moments, but these quiet nighttime rituals. The way Grace does different voices for each character. How Max's eyelids grow heavy, but he fights sleep because he doesn't want story time to end. "Sleep tight, baby," Grace whispers, pressing a kiss to his forehead. "Night, Jackson," Max calls softly from his pillow. "Night, buddy. Sweet dreams." The words feel natural, like I've been saying them for years instead of weeks. Like this is where I belong. Grace closes Max's bedroom door with the practiced quiet of a mother who knows exactly how much noise will wake a sleeping child. In the hallway's dim light, she looks younger somehow, more like the girl I fell in love with all those years ago. "Wine," she offers, leading me back to the living room. "Yeah, that sounds good." She pours us each a glass of red wine from a bottle that's clearly been saved for special occasions, and we settle on opposite ends of her couch. The distance feels deliberate, like she's trying to maintain some kind of boundary that's been steadily eroding all day. "Thank you," she says quietly. "For today. Max had the time of his life. So did I." The admission slips out before I can stop it, more honest than I intended. Grace's fingers tighten around her wine glass, and I can see her pulse fluttering at the base of her throat. "Jackson!" I know what you're going to say. That this is complicated, that we need to be careful, that Max has to come first. And you're right about all of it. She sets her wine down on the coffee table, her movements careful and controlled. But I can't stop thinking about you, about us, about what we could be if we let ourselves try again. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with possibility and risk. Grace draws her knees up to her chest, a defensive posture that makes her look vulnerable and guarded at the same time. "You hurt me," she says simply, "when you left, when you chose your career over us. I can't just forget that. I'm not asking you to forget. I'm asking you to forgive, to give us another chance." Her laugh is soft and bitter. "A chance at what? You're still the same person, Jackson. Still driven, still ambitious? What happens when the next big opportunity comes along? When some company in New York or LA offers you everything you've ever wanted?" The question hits harder than it should because part of me knows she's right. The Jackson who left 7 years ago would take that call, would pack his bags without looking back. But sitting here in her living room, watching the way the lamplight catches in her hair, I know with absolute certainty that nothing could make me leave again. "That person doesn't exist anymore," I tell her. "You and Max changed everything." "Did we? Or are you just saying what you think I want to hear?" The challenge in her voice sparks something fierce in my chest. I set my wine glass down and lean forward, closing some of the distance between us. "You want honesty? Fine. Yes, I'm still ambitious. Yes, I still want to build something significant with my company. But not at the expense of losing you again. Not at the expense of missing any more of Max's life." Pretty words. True words. She studies my face like she's searching for cracks in my resolve, for some sign that I'm the same selfish bastard who walked away from her 7 years ago. "I don't know if I can trust you with my heart again," she whispers. "Then don't. Not yet. Trust me with today. With right now. Let me prove that I'm not going anywhere." The silence stretches between us, charged with years of hurt and hope and desire that's been simmering under the surface all day. Grace's eyes are bright with unshed tears, and I want nothing more than to close the space between us and kiss away every doubt, every fear, every reason she has to protect herself from me. "I should go," I say finally, standing up before I do something we're not ready for. "It's getting late." She nods but doesn't move from the couch, watching as I carry our wine glasses to the kitchen and rinse them in the sink. Domestic tasks that feel natural, right? Like I belong in this house, in this life. Grace follows me to the front door, and I can feel the tension radiating off her in waves. We're standing close enough that I can smell her perfume, something light and floral that makes me want to bury my face in her neck and breathe her in. "Thank you," she says again. "For today. For being so good with Max. Thank you for letting me be part of it. I reach for my coat, hanging on the hook beside the door, but Grace's hand catches my wrist. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm, and when I look down at her, her eyes are dark with something that makes my pulse race. Grace. Her name comes out rougher than I intended. A warning and a plea all at once. She's playing with fire, standing this close, touching me like she has every right. I know this is crazy, she whispers. I know I should tell you to leave and not look back. But I can't stop thinking about you either. The admission breaks something loose in my chest. Before I can think better of it, before the rational part of my brain can remind me of all the reasons this is a terrible idea, I'm backing her against the wall beside the door. My hands frame her face, thumbs tracing the high curve of her cheekbones as I search her eyes for any sign of doubt. What I find instead is heat. Desire, the same desperate need that's been eating me alive for weeks. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at VixaVaughnRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 15. Grace. I wake up tangled in Jackson's arms, his chest rising and falling steadily beneath my cheek. Morning light filters through my bedroom curtains, casting everything in a golden glow that feels almost too perfect to be real. Last night feels like a dream. The skating, the dinner, the way he looked at Max like he hung the moon. And then, us. Together again in a way I never thought would happen. Jackson's fingers are tracing lazy patterns on my bare shoulder, and I know he's awake even though his eyes are still closed. Morning, he murmurs, his voice rough with sleep. Morning. I should feel awkward. Should be second-guessing every decision that led to him being naked in my bed. Instead, I feel peaceful. Complete in a way I haven't felt in 7 years. Mom? Max's voice carries down the hallway, followed by the sound of his bedroom door opening. Jackson's eyes snap open and we both freeze. Damn, he whispers. Mom, can I have cereal for breakfast? Just a minute, baby. I call back, already scrambling for my robe. Stay in the kitchen. Jackson sits up, running a hand through his disheveled hair. I should go. No. The word comes out more forcefully than I intended. I mean, he's going to wonder why your car is still here. And honestly, I don't want to lie to him. Grace. We don't have to make a big announcement. But Max is smart. He'll figure it out eventually anyway. Jackson studies my face, searching for doubt or regret. What he finds instead is determination. Whatever this is between us, whatever we're doing, I want Max to be part of it. Not the adult parts, obviously, but the family parts, the parts that matter. Okay, he says finally, but I'm putting clothes on first. 20 minutes later, we're all in the kitchen. Jackson's in yesterday's jeans and one of my old college sweatshirts that's somehow both too small and perfectly fitted on his broader frame. Max is demolishing a bowl of Lucky Charms while chattering about his plans for the day. Can we build a snowman and maybe go sledding? Oh, and Mom, you said we could start Christmas shopping soon. Actually, Jackson says, pouring himself a cup of coffee, I was thinking we could hit the shops in town today, if your mom's up for it. Max's spoon clatters into his bowl. Really? All of us? Together? If that sounds fun to you. That sounds amazing. I catch Jackson's eye over Max's head, and the smile he gives me is soft and real, like he's exactly where he wants to be. All right then, I say. Christmas shopping it is. Downtown Chestnut Hill is everything a small New England town should be in December. Twinkling lights strung between lampposts, shop windows decorated with garland and red ribbons, the smell of cinnamon and pine drifting from the various boutiques and cafes. Max is practically vibrating with excitement as we walk down Main Street, his small hand tucked securely in mine, while Jackson carries the shopping bags we've already accumulated. "Ooh, Mom, look." Max points to a toy store window display, featuring an elaborate train set. "Can we go in there?" "That's the idea, buddy," Jackson says. "We're shopping for everyone on your list, remember?" We've already hit 3 stores, and watching Jackson with Max is doing dangerous things to my heart. He's patient when Max takes forever deciding between 2 different Lego sets for his friend Miles. He's encouraging when Max worries he doesn't have enough allowance money saved up for everyone's gifts. He's gentle when Max gets overwhelmed by all the choices. He's everything I always hoped he would be as a father. "What about this for Mrs. Eleanor?" Max asks, holding up a scented candle shaped like a Christmas tree. "I think she'd love that," I tell him. "But maybe we should smell it first to make sure it's not too strong." The 3 of us huddle around the candle display, and when Jackson leans in to smell the pine-scented one Max has chosen, his arm brushes against mine. The contact sends a little shiver through me that has nothing to do with the December cold. "Smells good," he says, his voice low enough that only I can hear. "Almost as good as you did this morning." Heat floods my body, and I elbow him gently in the ribs. "Behave." I am behaving. Mostly. Max has moved on to examining ornaments, completely oblivious to the tension crackling between his parents. Jackson's hand finds the small of my back, a touch so natural and possessive that it makes my breath catch. "You okay?" he asks, noticing my reaction. "Yeah, just... this feels normal. Good normal, family normal." It does. There's something in his voice, a note of wonder, like he can't quite believe it either. That we're here, together, shopping for Christmas presents like any other family, that this easy domesticity is actually ours. "Can we get hot chocolate after this?" Max asks, appearing at my elbow with a sparkly ornament in the shape of a reindeer. "Absolutely," Jackson answers before I can. "My treat." The woman behind the counter, probably 60-something with silver hair and kind eyes, smiles as she rings up our purchases. "What a beautiful family," she says, wrapping Max's ornament in tissue paper. "Your son has your eyes," she tells Jackson, "and his mother's lovely smile." "Thank you," Jackson says smoothly, not correcting her assumption. His arm slides around my waist, pulling me closer against his side. "We think he's pretty special." The casual way he claims us, the easy confidence in his voice, makes my knees go weak. This is what I dreamed about when I was pregnant with Max, this sense of belonging, of being part of something bigger than just me and my son. We make our way to the coffee shop at the end of the block, Max skipping ahead while Jackson and I follow more slowly. The shopping bags are getting heavier, but Jackson refuses to let me carry any of them. "I've got it," he says when I reach for one. "You already do everything else?" "I don't mind." "Grace?" He stops walking and turns to face me, his expression serious. "Let me help. Let me be part of this." The words carry more weight than just shopping bags and hot chocolate. He's asking to be part of our life, Max's and mine, in all the small daily ways that matter. "Okay," I whisper. The smile he gives me in return is radiant. Inside the coffee shop, Max orders the biggest hot chocolate on the menu with extra whipped cream and sprinkles. Jackson gets black coffee, and I opt for a peppermint mocha that tastes like liquid Christmas. We find a small table by the window, and Max regales us with elaborate plans for Christmas morning while he systematically destroys his whipped cream tower with surgical precision. And then after we open presents, we can make pancakes, the really good kind with chocolate chips, and maybe watch Christmas movies all day. "That sounds perfect," I tell him, and mean it. Jackson's phone buzzes on the table, and he glances at it with a frown. "Work?" I ask. "Yeah." Nothing urgent, though. He slides the phone back into his pocket without answering it. Today's about family. The word sends a warm glow through my chest. Family. Like we're already that. Like it's a given rather than something we're still figuring out. Max has finished his hot chocolate and is now eyeing the display case full of Christmas cookies with the single-minded focus of a 6-year-old on a sugar mission. Can I get a cookie, please? I've been really good today. You have been good, Jackson agrees. Which cookie looks best to you? As Max presses his nose against the glass case, debating between a sugar cookie shaped like a snowman and a gingerbread reindeer, an older man at the next table leans over. You two make a beautiful couple, he says with a warm smile. Reminds me of my wife and me when our kids were small. Before I can respond, Jackson's hand covers mine on the table. Thank you, he says. We're pretty lucky. The man nods approvingly and turns back to his newspaper. But Jackson doesn't let go of my hand. Instead, he stands up and leans down to press a soft kiss to my lips, right there in the middle of the crowded coffee shop. It's not a passionate kiss, not the desperate, hungry kind we shared last night. This one is gentle, claiming, absolutely certain, like he has every right to kiss me, like we're exactly what we appear to be, a couple in love, shopping for Christmas with their son. When he pulls back, my head is spinning. What was that for? I whisper. Because I could. Because you're mine. Because I want everyone to know it. The possessive edge in his voice makes something flutter low in my belly. Mine. Like it's that simple. Like 7 years of separation and hurt and careful walls around my heart don't matter. Maybe they don't. Maybe this. Jackson's hand in mine. Max's excited chatter about cookies, the way strangers see us and automatically assume we belong together. Maybe this is what matters. Mom, did you see that? Max appears at my elbow, bouncing with excitement. Jackson kissed you. Does that mean he's your boyfriend now? Max. Because that would be so cool. Like the coolest thing ever. Can he come to Christmas dinner? Can he help me build the Lego set I'm going to ask Santa for? Can he... Breathe, buddy. Jackson laughs, ruffling Max's hair. One thing at a time. But Max is on a roll now, his 6-year-old brain clearly working overtime to process this new development. Are you going to get married? Because I think you should totally get married. And then we could all live in the same house, and you could teach me how to skate better, and maybe we could get a dog. Slow down, sweetheart. I manage, my cheeks burning with embarrassment and something else I'm not ready to name. But this is so exciting, Max insists. I knew it. I knew you guys liked each other. I could tell. Jackson catches my eye across the table, and there's something in his expression that makes my heart skip. Like he's thinking the same thing Max is, that this could be permanent, that we could actually be a real family. What do you think? He asks quietly while Max is distracted by the cookie case again. Too fast? I look at him, really look at him, at the way he's watching Max with such obvious affection, at the way his thumb is tracing circles on the back of my hand, at the shopping bags full of Christmas presents he insisted on buying, not because he had to, but because he wanted to. Maybe, I admit, but maybe fast isn't always bad. His smile is slow and devastating. No, sometimes fast is exactly right.
Chapter 16. Jackson. Absolutely not. I cross my arms and stare down at Mom, who's sitting in her favorite armchair with that stubborn expression I know all too well. You're still recovering from surgery. Jackson Cole, I raised you for 18 years without breaking a hip. I think I can handle one 6-year-old for a few hours. Mom. Besides, she continues, completely ignoring my protest, the girls from book club are coming over. Dorothy, Marge, and Helen. Between the four of us, we've got about 200 years of child-rearing experience. Grace shifts beside me on the couch, clearly torn between wanting a night out and worrying about leaving Max with a woman who's still using a walker. Mrs. Cole, are you sure? Max can be a handful when he's excited. Honey, please call me Eleanor. And trust me, after dealing with this one, she gestures at me with her walker. For 3 decades, I can handle anything. Max bounces into the living room, fresh from his bath and wearing his favorite dinosaur pajamas. Can we really have a sleepover party, Eleanor, with all your friends? We certainly can. I was thinking we could make popcorn and watch that new Christmas movie you've been wanting to see. The one with the talking snowman? That's the one. I watch Max's face light up and something in my chest loosens. He's happy here. Safe. Mom might be stubborn as hell, but she's also one of the most capable people I know, walker or no walker. What do you think? I asked Grace quietly. We could stay close. That new Italian place downtown is only 10 minutes away. Torino's? Her eyes widen. That place has been around forever. Same family still runs it. Same recipes, too, from what I hear. A smile tugs at the corners of her mouth. We used to go there after football games. When I could afford it. I remember scraping together enough money for 2 plates of spaghetti and 1 shared dessert, thinking I was the luckiest bastard alive, because Grace Thompson was sitting across from me in a candlelit booth. You always insisted on paying, she says softly, even when I offered to split it. Still do. The doorbell rings and Mom's face brightens. That'll be the girls. Perfect timing. I help her up, steadying her with one hand while she grips her walker with both hands. She's moving better than she was a week ago, but every careful step reminds me how fragile she really is. The door opens to reveal 3 women who look like they could take on a motorcycle gang and win. Dorothy's got silver hair pulled back in a no-nonsense bun, and the kind of steely gaze that probably kept her kindergarten classes in line for 30 years. Marge is shorter and rounder, with laugh lines around her eyes and a handbag big enough to hide a small country. Helen's the tallest of the group, wearing a Christmas sweater that's so aggressively festive it might qualify as performance art. Eleanor! Dorothy sweeps in first, taking stock of Mom's condition with a practiced eye. How are you feeling, dear? Better every day, and ready for some company that doesn't hover over me constantly. Mom shoots me a pointed look. That's what sons are for, Marge says cheerfully, setting down a bag that clanks with what sounds like enough snacks to feed a small army. My David still calls me 3 times a day, and he's 45. And where's this famous grandson we've heard so much about? Helen asks, craning her neck to spot Max, who's suddenly gone shy and is hiding behind Grace's legs. Max, come say hello to my friends, Mom encourages. He emerges slowly, offering a small wave. Hi. Oh my goodness, Dorothy breathes. Eleanor, he looks just like Jackson did at that age. Same eyes. Same stubborn chin, too, Marge adds with a grin. Max perks up at being compared to me, standing a little straighter. Jackson's teaching me how to skate. Is he now? Well, we'll have to hear all about that tonight. Grace touches my arm gently. I think they'll be fine. She's right. Watching these women fuss over Max like he's their own grandson, seeing how easily he warms up to their attention, I realize I've been worrying for nothing. If anything, he's going to be spoiled rotten by the time we get back. All right, I concede, but we're keeping our phones on. Jackson, Mom says patiently, we managed to raise children before cell phones existed. I think we can handle one evening. 20 minutes later, we're walking into Torino's, and it's like stepping back in time. The same red-checkered tablecloths, the same wine bottles converted into candle holders, even the same damn Frank Sinatra playing softly in the background. Jesus, I mutter, taking in the familiar chaos of family photos covering every wall. Nothing's changed. Mr. Cole, a voice booms from behind the bar, and I turn to see Tony Torino Jr. approaching with a massive grin. He's put on some weight since high school, but his enthusiasm is exactly the same. I heard you were back in town. And Grace Thompson! He sweeps Grace into a hug that lifts her feet off the ground. Look at you two, together again, after all these years. Tony. Grace laughs, her face lighting up in a way that makes my chest tight. How are Maria and the kids? Maria's great. Kids are driving us crazy in the best possible way. You remember my dad always said this place was good luck for young couples? Guess he was right about you too. I catch Grace's eye over Tony's shoulder, and the look that passes between us is loaded with memory and possibility. We're not the same broke teenagers who used to split entrees and linger over coffee, because neither of us wanted the night to end. But something about being here, in this exact spot where we fell in love the first time, feels like coming home. Your usual table's open, Tony says, leading us toward a booth in the back corner. The same booth where I first told Grace I loved her, where we made a dozen promises we were too young to keep. Some things never change, Grace murmurs as we slide in across from each other. Some things shouldn't. The menu's different, fancier, with prices that don't make me break out in a cold sweat like they used to. But the smell of garlic and basil and something indefinably homey is exactly the same. So, what's actually good here now? I ask, scanning the menu. Everything. Tony's mom still does most of the cooking, and she's gotten even better with age. We order chicken parmigiana for me, the same thing I always got in high school, and fettuccine alfredo for Grace. When the wine comes, a bottle of Chianti that costs more than our entire meals used to, I raise my glass. To second chances. To coming home, she counters, and when our glasses clink, something settles in my chest that's been restless for 7 years. The food is incredible, and Grace was right. Everything's better than it used to be. But what I can't stop focusing on is the way the candlelight catches in her eyes, the way she gestures with her fork when she's telling a story, the way she laughs at my terrible jokes like they're actually funny. Max really likes you, she says eventually, twirling pasta around her fork. I mean, really likes you. He's been asking when you're coming over again every day since we went shopping. Kid's got good taste. Jackson? Her voice is soft, serious. I need you to understand what you're signing up for here. Being with me means being with him too. Being a father, not just when it's convenient or fun, but all the time. The tantrums and the homework battles and the 3 a.m. fevers. You think I don't know that? I think you've been gone for 7 years. I think being a weekend dad who takes him skating and buys him presents is very different from being there every day. She's not wrong, and the fear in her voice tells me this conversation has been building since that night we spent together. She's protecting Max the way she's had to protect him his whole life. From disappointment, from men who might decide fatherhood is harder than they expected. Grace, look at me. She does, and I reach across the table to take her hand. I'm not going anywhere. Whatever this is, whatever we're building here, I'm all in. Max isn't some complication I'm willing to tolerate to get to you. He's my son, our son. And I want to be his father in every way that matters. Her fingers tighten around mine. Promise me. I promise. The words carry weight, like a vow, like the kind of promise I should have made 7 years ago instead of running toward a future that didn't include the 2 people who mattered most. Good, she whispers, because he's already talking about Christmas morning like you're going to be there. And if you break his heart, I won't. You better not, because I will hunt you down and make your life a living hell. The fierce protectiveness in her voice makes me fall for her all over again. This is the woman who raised our son alone, who built a life and a career and a home without any help from me. Strong and stubborn and absolutely magnificent. Noted, I say solemnly. No heartbreaking allowed. Good, now finish your chicken parm before it gets cold.
Chapter 17. Grace. The drive home from Torino's feels different somehow. Jackson's hand rests on my thigh as he navigates the familiar streets, his thumb tracing lazy circles through the fabric of my dress. The wine has left me warm and relaxed, but it's more than that. Something shifted tonight over dinner, some invisible barrier finally crumbling between us. "Thank you," I say as he pulls into my driveway. "For tonight. For everything. Thank you for giving me a chance." His voice is rough in the darkness of the car. I know I don't deserve it. Stop. I turn to face him fully. We both made choices 7 years ago, but we're different people now. Are we? His blue eyes search mine in the dim light from the street lamp. I think so. I hope so. He kills the engine, and the sudden silence feels charged with possibility. We sit there for a moment, the weight of unspoken words hanging between us. "Walk me to the door?" I ask. Even though I know he will, even though this feels like more of an invitation than a simple request. Of course. The December air is crisp against my skin as we walk up the path to my front door. Jackson's hand finds the small of my back, a gesture that's both protective and possessive. My keys shake slightly as I unlock the door. "Do you want to come in for coffee or—" "Yeah." His voice is barely above a whisper. "I'd like that." The townhouse feels different with Jackson in it. Bigger somehow and smaller at the same time. He takes up space in a way that's entirely masculine. His presence filling corners that have been empty for too long. "Make yourself comfortable," I tell him, hanging my coat in the closet. I was actually thinking about making some brownies earlier. Max has been asking for them all week. From scratch? Is there any other way? I head toward the kitchen, hyper aware of Jackson following behind me. My mom's recipe, the one she used to make when I was little. The kitchen is my sanctuary, the heart of our little home. Warm yellow walls, mismatched vintage canisters, Max's artwork covering the refrigerator like colorful confetti. I can feel Jackson watching as I gather ingredients from the pantry. "You always did love to bake," he says, leaning against the counter. "Some things never change." I pull out the cocoa powder, the bag of chocolate chips Max picked out himself. "Remember that disaster of a birthday cake I tried to make you senior year? The one that collapsed in the middle? The very one." I laugh, measuring flour into a bowl. I was so embarrassed. It was the best damn cake I ever had. His voice has moved closer, and when I glance up, he's only a few feet away. "Because you made it for me." Something in his tone makes my breath catch. The air between us feels electric, charged with 7 years of longing and all the words we never said. I try to focus on the recipe, on the familiar rhythm of measuring and mixing. But Jackson's presence behind me is overwhelming, his cologne mixing with the scent of chocolate and vanilla. "Grace." The way he says my name sends heat spiraling through me. I can feel him moving closer, feel the warmth radiating from his body. "These brownies aren't going to make themselves," I say, my voice not quite steady. "Screw the brownies." His hands land on my hips, and I freeze, the measuring cup suspended in my grip. He's pressed against my back now, solid and warm and absolutely irresistible. "Jackson, I've been thinking about touching you all night." His breath is hot against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. His lips find the sensitive spot just below my ear, and I can't suppress the small sound that escapes me. The measuring cup clatters to the counter as my hands lose their grip. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. Damn, I breathe, still trying to catch my breath. Jackson raises his head to look at me, his hair tousled and his eyes soft with satisfaction. That was better than I remembered, I finish. He laughs, the sound rich and warm. Much better. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Jackson. The morning after Grace and I reconnected feels like stepping into an alternate universe. I'm sitting in my mother's pristine living room, nursing my second cup of coffee and trying to process how dramatically my life has shifted in the span of 24 hours. Max was absolutely delightful, Mom says, settling into her favorite armchair with her own steaming mug. Though I suspect my book club may have spoiled him rotten. I raise an eyebrow. Please tell me you didn't subject my son to 4 hours of knitting stories. Hardly. She waves a dismissive hand. Marge, Helen, and Dorothy were enchanted by him. They spent the entire evening regaling him with tales from their glory days. You should have seen his face when Helen told him about the time she accidentally set her kitchen on fire trying to flambe dessert. Despite everything swirling in my head, I can't help but smile. The image of Max wide-eyed and captivated by a group of septuagenarian troublemakers is pretty damn endearing. Did he actually sleep, or were they feeding him sugar until midnight? Mom's slight pause tells me everything I need to know. Mom, I may have made fudge. With Dorothy's help, she admits, and Marge insisted on making her famous chocolate chip cookies. Helen contributed ice cream sandwiches. Christ, Mom. No wonder Grace said he was bouncing off the walls when she picked him up this morning. Language, Jackson. Her tone is automatically disapproving, but I catch the hint of amusement in her eyes. Besides, the boy deserves to be spoiled occasionally. When was the last time he had 4 devoted grandmotherly figures doting on him? The casual reference to grandmotherly figures hits me square in the chest. Max has been missing out on this kind of family connection his entire life because of my choices. The guilt settles heavy in my stomach, mixing with the lingering satisfaction from last night. He's a remarkable child, Mom continues, studying me over the rim of her coffee cup. Intelligent, curious, well-mannered. Grace has done an exceptional job raising him. She has. I set down my mug, running a hand through my hair. I miss so much, Mom. 6 years of his life just gone. Self-pity doesn't suit you, dear. Her voice is gentle but firm. You're here now. That's what matters. Before I can respond, the doorbell chimes through the house. Mom glances toward the front door with a frown. I'm not expecting anyone, she says. I'll get it. I push to my feet, grateful for the interruption. Heavy conversations about my failures as a father aren't exactly how I want to spend my morning. I pull open the front door and my blood turns to ice. Jackson! Dolly Pemberton launches herself at me like a guided missile, all platinum blonde hair and expensive perfume. Her arms wrap around my neck with enough force to nearly knock me backward. Baby, I've missed you so much! This cannot be happening. Not now. Not when I'm finally getting myself together with Grace and Max. Dolly is exactly as I remember her. Stunning in that high-maintenance, artificial way that used to appeal to me. Everything about her screams money and status, from her designer coat to her perfectly manicured nails currently digging into my shoulders. Dolly! I try to untangle myself from her embrace, but she's clinging like a barnacle. What the hell are you doing here? I came to surprise you, silly. She beams up at me with blindingly white teeth. When you didn't return my calls, I got worried. Then I realized you must be missing me as much as I've been missing you. How did you even find me? The sweetest little old man at the gas station told me exactly where you were staying. Dolly finally releases me, but stays pressed against my side, her hand possessively gripping my arm. I introduced myself as your girlfriend, and he was so helpful. This town is absolutely charming, Jackson. So quaint and, rustic. The way she says rustic makes it sound like a disease. My mother appears in the doorway behind me, and I can practically feel the temperature drop 10 degrees. Eleanor Cole has never been one to suffer fools gladly, and Dolly Pemberton definitely qualifies as a fool. Jackson, Mom says, her voice carrying that particular brand of authority she's perfected over 7 decades. Who is this person? Dolly's grip on my arm tightens as she steps forward with a practiced smile. You must be Jackson's mother. I'm Dolly Pemberton, Jackson's girlfriend. I've heard so much about you. The lie rolls off her tongue so smoothly that for a moment I almost believe it myself. Except we were never officially anything, and she sure as hell never wanted to hear about my family. Girlfriend? Mom's eyebrows arch toward her hairline. How interesting. Jackson failed to mention a girlfriend. Well, we've been on and off for a while, Dolly continues, apparently oblivious to my mother's growing hostility. You know how these businessman types can be, so moody and complicated, but I simply couldn't stay away any longer. What the hell? Dolly, come on, we're not... Oh, don't be modest, darling. Dolly squeezes my bicep. You don't have to hide the truth about us anymore. This is a nightmare. An actual waking nightmare. Mom steps fully into the doorway, and despite being a full foot shorter than Dolly, she somehow manages to look down at her with disdain. Miss Pemberton, was it? Mom's voice could cut glass. I'm afraid there's been some confusion. My son is not available for whatever this is. Available? Dolly's laugh is like nails on a chalkboard. Mrs. Cole, I think you misunderstand. Jackson and I have a very special relationship. We're practically engaged. The bottom falls out of my stomach. We are absolutely not practically engaged. We're not even practically anything except a series of mistakes I made in New York. Dolly, stop! I try to extract myself again, but she's got a death grip on my arm. We need to talk. Privately. Oh, there's no need for privacy. She waves her free hand dismissively. We're all family here, right? Well, we will be soon enough. My mother's lips compress into a thin line that I recognized as her last warning before she goes nuclear. Eleanor Cole may be pushing 74, but she can still level a grown man with nothing but her voice and righteous indignation. Miss Pemberton, Mom says, stepping closer with the predatory grace of a woman who spent decades managing corporate boards and charity committees. I'm going to give you one opportunity to remove yourself from my property before I call the police. The police? Dolly's perfectly sculpted features scrunch in confusion. But I don't understand. I'm here for Jackson. You're here uninvited, making claims that are patently false and harassing my family. Mom's voice remains perfectly level, but I can hear the steel underneath. That constitutes trespassing at minimum. Harassing Jackson! Tell your mother. My mother is right. The words come out harsher than I intended, but I'm done with this. We are not together, Dolly. We haven't been together for months, and showing up here unannounced was a mistake. For the first time since launching herself at me, Dolly looks genuinely confused. Her grip on my arm loosens slightly. But, Jackson, I thought, after everything we shared, We shared nothing but physical chemistry and mutual dysfunction. I finally managed to step back, putting space between us. That's not a relationship, and it sure as hell isn't an engagement. You don't mean that. Her voice takes on a wheedling quality that makes my skin crawl. You're just surprised to see me. Once we have a chance to talk properly, there will be no talking. Mom moves to stand beside me, presenting a united front. You will leave my home immediately, Miss Pemberton, and you will not return.
Chapter 19. Grace. The automatic doors of Chestnut Hill Market slide open with their familiar whoosh, and Max immediately makes a beeline for the shopping carts. Can I push it, Mama, please? Sure, baby. I grab one of the smaller carts and watch him position himself behind the handle with the seriousness of a NASCAR driver. But we're staying together, okay? No racing around corners. I know the rules. He starts pushing with exaggerated care, tongue poking out in concentration. We need milk and bread and those crackers I like. And vegetables, I add, pulling out my hastily scribbled shopping list. Don't forget vegetables. Max wrinkles his nose, but doesn't argue. We've been through this dance enough times that he knows resistance is futile. The market buzzes with its usual Saturday morning energy. Families weaving through aisles, retirees comparing prices on cereal boxes, teenagers working their weekend jobs with varying degrees of enthusiasm. It's comfortably familiar, exactly what I need after the emotional whirlwind of the past 24 hours. My cheeks still feel tender from Jackson's stubble, and every time I shift, I'm reminded of muscles I haven't used in years. Not that I'm complaining. Last night was revelatory, like remembering a language I thought I'd forgotten. Mama, look. Max points toward the produce section where Mrs. Henderson is arranging a display of winter squash. Can we say hi? Of course. We navigate toward the vegetables, Max carefully steering around an elderly man debating the merits of different apple varieties. Mrs. Henderson spots us coming and breaks into her trademark warm smile. Grace, Max, how lovely to see you both. Hi, Mrs. Henderson. Max abandons the cart to give her a quick hug. Mama says I have to eat more vegetables. Smart Mama. She ruffles his curls. Did you know carrots help you see better in the dark? Like having superpowers. Max's eyes go wide. Really? Really. Pirates used to eat lots of carrots so they could spot treasure ships at night. I bite back a smile. Mrs. Henderson has never let historical accuracy get in the way of encouraging children to eat their vegetables. Can we get carrots, Mama? I want pirate superpowers. Carrots it is. I start selecting a bag, while Max peppers Mrs. Henderson with questions about pirates and their dietary habits. That's when I hear it. Most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Platinum blonde hair, dressed like she stepped out of a magazine. The voice comes from 2 aisles over, but sound carries in this place. I try to focus on carrot selection, but the conversation drifts closer. Said she was Jackson Cole's girlfriend. From New York, can you imagine? My hand's still on the plastic bag. The carrots suddenly feel impossibly heavy. Jackson Cole? Eleanor's boy who just came back? That's the one. Showed up at the Cole house this morning. Bold as brass. Calling herself his girlfriend. The blood in my veins turns to ice water. I force myself to keep moving, to keep selecting vegetables like my world hasn't just tilted sideways. Well, I'll be. He certainly didn't waste any time, did he? Men like that never do. Rich, handsome, successful. They always have women chasing after them. The voices belong to Tammy Fitzgerald and her sister Ruth, town gossips extraordinaire. Normally I'd take anything they say with a grain of salt, but the specificity of the details makes my stomach clench. Platinum blonde, from New York, girlfriend. Mama? Max tugs on my sweater. Are you okay? You look funny. I realize I've been staring at the same bag of carrots for who knows how long. Mrs. Henderson is watching me with concern. I'm fine, sweetie. The endearment comes out automatically, but my voice sounds strange even to my own ears. Just trying to find the best ones. Those look perfect, Mrs. Henderson says gently. Some of our finest carrots. I nod and add them to our cart, but my hands are shaking slightly. Max notices everything, and I can feel his worried gaze tracking my movements. We continue through the produce section, while Tammy and Ruth's voices follow us like a toxic cloud. Eleanor didn't look too pleased, from what I heard. Can't say I blame her. Well, what did she expect? The boy's been living in sin in New York for years, bound to have complications. Living in sin. Complications. The old-fashioned phrases feel like slaps. I grab apples without really seeing them, my mind spinning. Last night, Jackson held me like I was precious. He whispered my name like a prayer. He looked at Max with such raw love and regret that it made my chest ache. But maybe I'm just another complication. Did you hear the woman actually claimed they were practically engaged? The apple in my hand drops back into the display with a soft thud. Engaged. The word echoes in my head like a gunshot. I can't breathe properly. The fluorescent lights suddenly feel too bright, too harsh. Mama, you dropped the apple. Max's voice sounds far away. I know, baby. I'll get another one. But I don't move. I can't move. Because if Jackson has a girlfriend in New York, a girlfriend serious enough to follow him here, serious enough to talk about engagement, then what was last night? What am I to him? Grace? Mrs. Henderson appears at my elbow. Are you sure you're all right? You look sick. I'm fine. The lie tastes bitter. Just tired. Long week. Of course, dear. The holidays can be overwhelming. Max abandons the cart again and comes to stand beside me, his small hand slipping into mine. His fingers are warm and slightly sticky from the free cookie Mrs. Henderson gave him earlier. Mama, your hand is cold. It's chilly in here. Another lie. The store feels stifling now, the air thick and hard to breathe. We move through the rest of our shopping in a haze. I select items mechanically. Milk, bread, the crackers Max likes. My body goes through the motions while my mind races. Jackson said he wanted to be part of Max's life. He said he was sorry. He made love to me like a man who'd been starving, like he'd been waiting 7 years just for that moment. But he never said he loved me. He never said there wasn't someone else. The checkout line moves with agonizing slowness. Tammy and Ruth have moved on to dissecting someone else's personal life, but their earlier words keep replaying in my head. Practically engaged. From New York? Beautiful. I used to be beautiful. At least, Jackson used to tell me I was. But that was 7 years ago, when I was 23, and hadn't been through pregnancy and childbirth and single motherhood. When I hadn't spent years building walls around my heart, maybe this Dolly person is everything I'm not. Sophisticated, unencumbered, free to follow a man across the country without worrying about disrupting a child's life. That'll be $47.50, the teenage cashier says with practiced boredom. I fumble for my wallet, fingers clumsy on the zipper. Max watches me with increasing concern, his intuitive little heart picking up on my distress even if he doesn't understand the cause. Are you sick, Mama? No, sweetheart. Just distracted. I hand over my credit card and wait for the transaction to process. The machine beeps cheerfully, oblivious to my internal collapse. Have a nice day, the cashier recites. You too. We make our way toward the exit, Max helping push the cart with renewed determination. The automatic doors slide open, and winter air hits my face like a slap. Mama. Max stops walking once we're outside. Something's wrong. I want to deny it. to smile and ruffle his hair and pretend everything is fine. But Max has lived with just me for 6 years. He's learned to read my moods with the precision of a seismograph detecting earthquakes. I'm just thinking about grown-up stuff, baby. About Jackson. The simple question nearly undoes me. Because, yes, it's about Jackson. It's about the way he kissed me last night, like I was the only woman in the world. It's about the way he looked at Max, like he was seeing a miracle. It's about how stupid I was to believe, even for one night, that we could have a second chance.
Chapter 20. Jackson. The front door slams behind us with enough force to rattle the windows. I keep my grip on Dolly's elbow, steering her down the porch steps and away from my mother's house. Away from the disaster she's created just by showing up. Let go of me, Jackson. Dolly tries to twist out of my grasp. You're being ridiculous. Ridiculous? I release her arm but block her path back to the house. You show up here uninvited, tell my mother you're my girlfriend, and I'm being ridiculous. She smooths down her perfectly styled hair, every platinum strand still in place despite our less than graceful exit. Even flustered, Dolly looks like she stepped out of a magazine spread. It's one of the things that attracted me to her initially, that untouchable perfection. Now it just pisses me off. We've been seeing each other for 2 years, Jackson. What would you call our relationship? Casual, convenient, over. I cross my arms and plant my feet. Take your pick. The December wind cuts through my sweater, but I don't move. Dolly wraps her coat tighter around herself, the motion calculated to show off her figure. Everything with her is calculated. You can't just dismiss what we have. Her voice takes on that plaintive quality she uses when she wants something. We're good together. We understand each other. We make love occasionally and attend business dinners together. That's not a relationship, Dolly. That's an arrangement. She flinches at my bluntness, but recovers quickly. Why are you being so cruel? What's changed? Everything. My entire goddamn world has shifted in the past month, but I'm not about to explain that to her. Not when she's standing on my childhood street in my hometown, disrupting the fragile peace I'm trying to build with Grace and Max. I told you in New York this wasn't going anywhere. You said you understood. I said what you wanted to hear. She steps closer, her perfume heavy in the cold air. But I thought if I gave you time, you'd realize what you were throwing away. So, you followed me here? Christ, Dolly, that's not romantic, it's stalking. Her perfectly applied lipstick thins into a hard line. I came because I care about you, because we have something real. No, we don't. The words come out harsher than I intended, but they needed to be said. We never did. You know it, I know it. Whatever fantasy you've built up in your head, it's time to let it go. Fantasy? Her voice climbs an octave. I've spent 2 years of my life with you. 2 years supporting your career, attending your events, being everything you needed. Being what you thought I needed. There's a difference. The accusation hangs between us like a blade, because it's true, and we both know it. Dolly molded herself into what she believed successful men wanted. Beautiful, agreeable, impressive at parties. But she never bothered to figure out what I actually wanted. She never bothered to see me. I don't understand. Her composure cracks slightly, revealing something almost vulnerable underneath. What happened to you in this place? A week ago you were fine with our arrangement. A week ago I was settling for something that felt safe. I shoved my hands into my pockets, the cold making my fingers ache. Now I'm not. Because of some small-town girl? The vulnerability vanishes, replaced by venom. Please, you'll be bored within a month. The casual dismissal of Grace makes my jaw clench. Watch it, Dolly. Oh, I hit a nerve. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Jackson Cole, successful businessman, undone by his high school sweetheart. How pedestrian. Get out. The words come out low and dangerous. Get in your car and get the hell out of Chestnut Hill! No. The simple refusal surprises me. Dolly has always been many things. Manipulative, calculating, occasionally vindictive, but she's never been openly defiant. Excuse me? I said no. She lifts her chin, that stubborn streak I've only seen glimpses of finally showing itself. I'm not giving up on us. We have a good relationship, Jackson. We work well together. We have nothing. Whatever you think we had, it's over. It doesn't have to be. She reaches for my arm, her gloved fingers grasping at my sweater. We could make this work. I could move here if that's what you want. We could build something together. The image of Dolly in Chestnut Hill, holding court at town meetings, trying to fit into Grace's world, is so absurd I almost laugh. Almost. You hate small towns. You told me suburbia made you claustrophobic. I could adapt. The desperation in her voice is growing more pronounced. People change, Jackson. I could change. I don't want you to change. I want you to leave. What if I can't? Her hand moves to her stomach in a gesture so theatrical it makes my teeth ache. What if there are complications? The implication hits me like a punch to the gut. What are you talking about? I'm pregnant. The words hang in the frigid air between us. Dolly watches my face carefully, cataloging my reaction like she's conducting some kind of experiment. Damn. Excuse me? I said damn! I step back, putting distance between us. That's impossible, and you know it. Nothing's impossible, Jackson. These things happen. Not to us, they don't. My voice is deadly calm now, the kind of tone I use in boardrooms when someone's trying to mess me over. I was always careful with you. Always. And we haven't had sex in months. Her perfectly composed mask slips for just a moment, revealing something calculating underneath. It only takes once. Try again. When was the last time we slept together, Dolly? Really slept together, not just shared a bed after some charity gala. She opens her mouth, then closes it. We both know the answer. It's been at least 3 months, maybe 4. Our physical relationship had been cooling long before I consciously acknowledged it. So either you're lying, or you're pregnant with someone else's baby. I cross my arms again. Which is it? The question settles between us like a gauntlet thrown down. Dolly's composure finally cracks completely, her face cycling through emotions. Anger, embarrassment, something that might be shame. Fine. The word comes out sharp and bitter. I'm not pregnant. Happy? Thrilled. I run a hand through my hair, fighting the urge to shake her. Jesus Christ, Dolly. A pregnancy scare? Really? That's your play? It wasn't a play, but her voice lacks conviction now. I hoped. You hoped what? That a fake pregnancy would make me fall in love with you? That I'd suddenly realize I couldn't live without you? You used to care about me. The words come out smaller now, almost lost in the wind. In the beginning, you used to care. There's truth in that. I did care about her, in my own limited way. Cared enough to enjoy her company, to appreciate her intelligence and ambition. Cared enough to let her into parts of my life without ever letting her into my heart. I did care. But caring isn't love, Dolly. It never was. Why? The question breaks something in her voice. Why do you hate me so much all of a sudden? What did I do wrong? The honest pain in her words catches me off guard. Because she didn't do anything wrong, not really. She played the game exactly as she understood it, using the rules successful, attractive people have been following for decades. The problem is, I don't want to play that game anymore. I don't hate you. The admission comes easier than I expected. But I don't love you either. I never did, and I never will. You deserve better than that. I deserve you. The words come out fierce and desperate. I've earned you. Do you know how many men would kill to have what you're throwing away? Then, find one of them. Before she can respond, the sound of an engine draws my attention. A familiar car turns onto my mother's street, moving slowly like the driver is looking for something. Or someone. My chest tightens as the car draws closer. Grace's car. Grace, who's probably coming to talk about Max, about us, about what happens next. Grace, who's about to see me standing in my mother's driveway with a woman who just claimed to be pregnant with my child. The car slows as it approaches, and through the windshield I can see Grace's face. Even from this distance I can read the confusion there, the way her eyes move from me to Dolly and back again. Damn! What? Dolly follows my gaze, her attention sharpening as she spots the approaching car. Who is that? But I'm already moving, already calculating damage control. Because whatever Grace heard this morning, and in a town like Chestnut Hill, she's definitely heard something. She's about to see confirmation of her worst fears. The Honda continues its slow approach, and I can see the exact moment Grace spots Dolly clearly. Her car hesitates, slowing further, and I know she's debating whether to keep driving or turn around. Jackson! Dolly's voice seems to come from very far away. Who is that? The car pulls closer, and I can see Max in the back seat now, his small face pressed against the window. Grace's hands are tight on the steering wheel, and even through the glass I can see the careful blankness she wears when she's trying not to let her emotions show. The same expression she wore 7 years ago when I told her I was leaving for New York.
Chapter 21. Grace. I pull into the driveway behind an unfamiliar silver BMW, my heart already sinking before I even process what I'm seeing. Jackson stands on the front lawn with a woman who looks like she stepped out of a fashion magazine. Platinum blonde hair perfectly styled despite the December wind, designer coat that probably costs more than my car, and the kind of effortless elegance that screams money and sophistication. The kind of woman Jackson probably dates in New York. "Mommy, who's that lady with Jackson?" Max's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. "I don't know, sweetheart." But even as I say it, I can feel the pieces clicking together with sickening clarity. The way Jackson tenses when he sees my car, the guilty expression that flashes across his face, the woman's possessive posture as she stands close to him. This is his girlfriend. Has to be. And here I am, showing up uninvited like some pathetic small-town girl who read too much into a few stolen moments. I should drive away, put the car in reverse and pretend I never saw this. But Max is already unbuckling his seatbelt, excited to see Jackson, and my pride won't let me slink away like a coward. "Stay in the car for a minute, okay?" I tell Max, forcing my voice to stay steady. I climb out of the car, my legs unsteady beneath me. The December air hits my face like a slap, sharp and unforgiving. Jackson takes a step toward me, but I focus on the woman instead. Up close, she's even more intimidating. Flawless makeup that probably took an hour to apply. Clothes that fit her perfectly sculpted body like they were made for her. She looks me up and down with the kind of cool assessment that makes me acutely aware of my worn jeans and hastily pulled on sweater. "Grace?" Jackson's voice carries a warning I don't understand. "This isn't." "Who are you?" I interrupt, directing the question to the woman. My voice comes out stronger than I feel, which is something. She smiles, the expression sharp as a blade. "I'm Dolly Pemberton, Jackson's girlfriend." Her gaze flicks to the car where Max is visible through the window. "And you must be the local entertainment." The casual cruelty in her tone makes my stomach clench, but it's the word girlfriend that really hits home. I force myself to look at Jackson, searching his face for denial, for anything that contradicts what she just said. He looks like he wants to murder someone. "Dolly, shut up." The words come out low and dangerous, but she just laughs. "Don't be rude, darling. I'm just introducing myself." She turns back to me with that same cutting smile. We've been together for 2 years now. I followed him here from the city because, well, you know how men can be when they're having a midlife crisis. Sometimes they need a gentle reminder of what's waiting for them back home. 2 years. The number hits me like a physical blow. 2 years of dating, of being together, of building something real while I've been here in Chestnut Hill, raising his son and nursing fantasies about a man who moved on long ago. Is that true? The question comes out smaller than I intended, directed at Jackson even though I already know the answer. Of course not. But there's something in his voice, some hesitation that makes my chest tighten. Dolly laughs again, the sound grating against my nerves. Oh, Jackson, still trying to have your cake and eat it too? She pulls out her phone with the flourish of someone playing a winning hand. Should I show her the text you were sending me right up until you left for this charming little town? The ones where you called me beautiful and said you'd miss me? My world tilts sideways. Text? Dolly, I swear to God. Jackson starts forward, but she holds up the phone like a shield. Can't wait to see you when I get back. She reads aloud, her voice taking on a theatrical quality. This place is gonna drive me crazy. She looks up at me with false sympathy. Pretty recent for someone who's supposedly moved on. The words hit me like a series of punches to the gut. I can feel the blood draining from my head, my stomach churning with a sick combination of humiliation and betrayal, because even if the texts were meaningless, even if they were just Jackson being polite, he still sent them. Still maintained contact with this woman despite everything. I'm gonna be sick. The words slip out before I can stop them, and I turn away, struggling to breathe through the nausea rising in my throat. Grace, wait. Jackson's voice follows me as I stumble back toward my car. Let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding. No. I whip around to face him, anger finally cutting through the shock. No explanations, no misunderstandings, just no. She's lying about half of this. The texts were nothing, just what? Just you keeping your options open? My voice climbs higher than I intend, and I have to fight to keep it from breaking completely. God, I'm such an idiot. I actually thought, Grace, please. He reaches for me, but I step back quickly. Don't touch me. Mommy? Max's voice cuts through the tension, small and confused from inside the car. What's wrong? The sound of my son's voice breaks something loose in my chest. He doesn't need to see this. Doesn't need to witness his mother falling apart in a driveway because she was stupid enough to believe in fairy tales. I have to go. I reach for the car door handle with shaking hands. Grace, don't do this. Let me explain what really happened. Jackson moves closer, desperation leaking into his voice. She showed up here uninvited. I told her to leave. The pregnancy thing was a lie. Pregnancy? The word stops me cold. Dolly's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rise in mock surprise. Oh, you didn't mention that part? How I thought I might be carrying Jackson's baby. The world goes completely still around me. Even the wind seems to pause, holding its breath while I process this new piece of information. Jackson's face has gone white, his jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle jumping. You're pregnant? My voice sounds strange, detached, like it's coming from someone else. No. Jackson's answer is immediate and fierce. She's not. She admitted she was lying. But you thought you might be? I direct the question to Dolly, who shrugs elegantly. False alarm, though Jackson's reaction was quite telling. Her smile turns predatory, so protective of his reputation, so worried about what his small-town conquest might think. The casual cruelty of being called a conquest should hurt more than it does, but I'm already too numb to feel the additional sting. Everything about this situation, Jackson's guilty expression, Dolly's satisfied smirk, the evidence of their relationship glowing on her phone screen, Tells a story I should have seen coming. I can't do this. I yank open the car door, my hands shaking so badly I can barely grip the handle. Grace, please, don't leave like this. Jackson's voice breaks on the words. Let me fix this. There's nothing to fix. I slide into the driver's seat, avoiding Max's concerned gaze in the rearview mirror. We were never anything to begin with. I just forgot that for a while. That's not true, and you know it. But I'm already turning the key, already backing out of the driveway. Through the windshield, I can see Jackson standing in the middle of the street, his hands outstretched like he's trying to physically hold on to something that's already gone. Stay away from us, Jackson. The words come out clear and final through my partially open window. I mean it. Stay away. And then I'm driving, putting distance between us and the wreckage of whatever I thought we were building. Max is asking questions from the back seat, his voice small and worried, but I can barely hear him over the roaring in my ears. 2 years. Flirtatious texts. A pregnancy scare, real or fake. I pull into our driveway and sit in the car for a long moment, my hands still gripping the steering wheel, while my world rearranges itself around this new reality. The house looks exactly the same as when we left this morning, but everything feels different now. Smaller, lonelier, like coming home to a place that was never really home at all.
Chapter 22. Jackson. The taillights of Grace's car disappear around the corner, taking with them everything that matters to me. The silence that follows feels like a physical weight pressing down on my chest, broken only by the sound of Dolly's heels clicking against the pavement as she walks back toward me. Well, that went better than expected. Her voice carries that same satisfied tone that makes my blood boil. I think she got the message loud and clear. Something inside me snaps, not breaks, snaps, like a rubber band stretched too far, too fast. You vindictive brat. The words come out low and deadly, each one dripping with the kind of rage I've been holding back since she showed up here uninvited. What is wrong with you? Dolly blinks, clearly not expecting this reaction. Jackson, I was just... You were just what? Destroying the only good thing in my life? I step closer, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. Grace is the love of my life, and you just nuked any chance I had with her because you couldn't handle being dumped. The words hang in the air between us, raw and honest in a way I've never been with Dolly. Hell, in a way I've barely been honest with myself until this moment. But watching Grace drive away, seeing the devastation on her face, has stripped away every last defense I had. Love of your life? Dolly's perfectly composed mask slips for the first time since she arrived. We've been together for 2 years, Jackson. 2 years of dinners and trips and meeting each other's friends. You thought wrong. I cut her off, my voice harsh enough to make her flinch. We made love, Dolly. We went to parties together. We looked good in pictures. But that's not love. That's just convenience. The hurt that flashes across her face is real. For a split second, I almost feel guilty. Almost. But then I remember the look in Grace's eyes when Dolly read those texts, the way her voice broke when she told me to stay away, and any sympathy I might have felt evaporates. Those texts you read were nonsense pleasantries, I continue, each word deliberate and cutting. The kind of meaningless crap people send to avoid difficult conversations. I should have ended things properly before I left New York, but I was too much of a coward to deal with your drama. My drama? Her voice climbs higher, that polished composure cracking further. I'm dramatic for wanting to know where our relationship stands. Our relationship? I laugh, but there's no humor in it. We don't have a relationship, Dolly. We never did. We had an arrangement. A convenient way to fill time and attend social functions. But what Grace and I have, what we had, that's real. That's everything. The admission tears something open in my chest. Because it's true. Everything I felt for Grace years ago, everything I've been feeling since I came back to Chestnut Hill, it's more real than anything I've experienced in my entire adult life. And now it's gone because I was too stupid to handle my past like a man. I won't just disappear, Jackson. Dolly's voice turns hard, calculating. I invested 2 years in us. I rearranged my life, turned down other opportunities. Then you're even more delusional than I thought. I take another step closer, letting her see exactly how done I am with this conversation. You want to know what your mistake was? Coming here. Thinking you could manipulate me with fake pregnancy scares and public humiliation. Grace would never pull that kind of stuff because she actually has class. Don't you dare compare me to that! To what? The words come out like a challenge, daring her to finish that sentence. But before Dolly can respond, the front door creaks open behind us. I turn to see my mother making her way carefully down the porch steps, her walker gripped tightly in both hands. She moves slowly but with determination, each step deliberate despite the obvious discomfort. Mom, what are you doing? You shouldn't be out here. I start toward her, but she waves me off with one hand. I'm fine, Jackson. Hip's healing just fine. Her voice carries that tone I remember from childhood, the one that meant business. But I couldn't sit in there and watch this circus continue on my front lawn. Mom's gaze rakes over Dolly with the kind of assessment that used to make my high school girlfriend squirm. You know what I saw from my living room window just now? Mom, I start, but she cuts me off with a look. I saw a grown woman throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child. I saw my grandson in that car watching his mother cry because some stranger decided to air dirty laundry in public. Each word comes out crisp and clear, delivered with surgical precision. Most importantly, I saw that boy's mother, a woman I've grown quite fond of, driven away from my home in tears. Dolly's composure slips another notch. I was simply trying to clarify the situation. You are marking your territory like a brat in heat. The crude language sounds jarring coming from my proper high society mother, but it hits Dolly like a physical blow. My son is too much of a gentleman to handle this the way it deserves to be handled, so I suppose that responsibility falls to me. What happens next occurs so fast I almost miss it. One moment my mother is standing there with both hands on her walker, and the next she's released one hand and brought it across Dolly's face in a slap that echoes across the quiet neighborhood. Jesus Christ, Mom! The words burst out of me before I can stop them. Dolly staggers backward, her hand flying to her cheek, her perfectly styled hair now slightly askew. Did you just... You can't. I can and I did! Mom grips her walker again, steady as a rock despite having just delivered what looked like a championship-worthy slap. Now you listen to me very carefully, young lady. You will get in that overpriced car of yours and drive back to whatever hole you crawled out of. You will not contact my son again. You will not show up at this house again. And you will most certainly not subject my grandson to any more of your disgusting behavior. You can't assault me! Dolly's voice climbs to a near shriek. I'll call the police! I'll sue you! Please do! Mom's smile could freeze hell over. I'd love to explain to a judge how a strange woman showed up at my home uninvited, harassed my family, and traumatized a 6-year-old boy. I'm sure they'll be very sympathetic to your plight. For a moment, Dolly just stands there, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. The red mark on her cheek stands out starkly against her pale skin, and her whole perfectly constructed facade has crumbled into something ugly and desperate. This isn't over, she finally manages. But the threat sounds hollow. Yes, it is. I step forward, putting myself between Dolly and my mother. It's been over since the moment you showed up here. Get in your car and get off my property. Dolly looks between me and my mother, clearly recognizing that she's lost whatever game she thought she was playing. Fine, but don't come crying to me when your small-town fantasy falls apart. I won't. The certainty in my voice seems to surprise even me. Because unlike you, Grace actually gives a damn about something other than herself. Dolly turns on her heel and stalks toward her BMW, her designer heels clicking angrily against the pavement. She yanks open the driver's side door with enough force to make the car rock, then slams it shut behind her. The engine roars to life, and she peels out of the driveway with enough speed to leave rubber marks on the asphalt. Her car disappears around the same corner Grace took, but heading in the opposite direction. Good riddance. Well, Mom says conversationally, watching the BMW's taillights fade into the distance. That was invigorating. Despite everything that just happened, despite the fact that my entire world just imploded, I find myself laughing. Mom, I can't believe you just slapped her. I can't believe it took me that long. She adjusts her grip on the walker and starts making her way back toward the porch steps. That woman had the most punchable face I've seen in decades. Thank you. The words come out rougher than I intended. For defending Grace and Max, for all of it. Don't thank me yet. Mom pauses at the bottom of the steps and fixes me with a look that makes my stomach clench. You need to worry about how you're going to get Grace back, because right now, son, things are not looking good. The weight of what just happened crashes down on me all at once. Grace's devastated expression, the way she told me to stay away, the look of betrayal in her eyes when Dolly mentioned the pregnancy scare. I messed up. The admission tastes like ash in my mouth. Yes, you did. Mom doesn't sugarcoat it, never has. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
Chapter 23. Grace. My hands shake as I fumble for my phone, nearly dropping it twice before I manage to pull up Linda Jacobs' contact. The steering wheel feels slippery under my grip, and I realize I'm sweating despite the December chill seeping through the car windows. Come on, I whisper, pressing the call button and praying she picks up. Grace? Hi, honey. How are you? Linda's warm voice fills the car through the speakers, and I have to swallow hard to keep from breaking down right here in the middle of the road. Hi, Linda. I have a huge favor to ask. My voice sounds steadier than I feel, which is something of a miracle. Is there any chance Max could spend a few hours at your place today? With Miles? I know it's last minute, but Of course. Miles would love that. You know how those two get when they're together. Linda's easy agreement nearly undoes me. Is everything okay? You sound... I'm fine. Just need to take care of some things. The lie slides out smoothly, practiced from years of protecting Max from adult complications. Would now work? I could drop him off in like 15 minutes? Perfect timing. We were just about to start making cookies for Miles. Max can help, and they can burn off some energy in the backyard afterward. Thank you so much, Linda. I owe you one. Don't be silly. Drop him off whenever you're ready. I end the call and immediately change direction, heading toward the Jacobs house on the other side of town. In the rearview mirror, I catch Max's curious gaze. Where are we going, Mama? You're going to spend some time with Miles. Won't that be fun? I inject false cheer into my voice, the kind of performative happiness I perfected over the years of single motherhood. What about Jackson? I thought we were having dinner together tonight. His small voice carries disappointment that cuts straight through me. Plans changed, baby. But you love playing with Miles, right? Yeah, but no buts. You're going to have a great time. The firmness in my tone signals the end of the discussion, and Max settles back into his booster seat with a resigned sigh. The drive to the Jacobs house passes in a blur of suburban streets and Christmas decorations that now feel mocking instead of festive. Every wreath and twinkling light seems to mock the fairy tale I'd let myself believe in for exactly 1 week. Linda meets us at the door with her trademark smile, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, and her apron already dusted with flour. Max, perfect timing. Miles is in the kitchen measuring ingredients, but I think he needs some help eating the chocolate chips. Despite his earlier confusion, Max perks up at the mention of chocolate chips and cookies. He hugs my legs briefly before following Linda toward the sounds of chaos coming from the kitchen. "Behave yourself," I call after him, the automatic mom phrase falling from my lips. "I will," he calls back, already distracted by whatever Miles is showing him. Linda walks me back to the door, her expression shifting to something more concerned. "Grace, are you sure you're okay? If you need to talk." "I'm fine, really. Just some work stuff I need to handle." Another lie, but Linda's too polite to push. "Well, Max can stay as long as you need. We're having spaghetti for dinner if you want to leave him through the evening." "Thank you. I'll text you when I'm on my way to pick him up." I make it back to my car before the first tear falls, then another. By the time I reach the end of Linda's street, I'm crying so hard I can barely see the road through the windshield. The drive home becomes a nightmare of blurred vision and jerky stops at intersections. Twice I have to pull over to compose myself, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles hurt and forcing myself to breathe deeply until the worst of the tears subside. A red light catches me just 2 blocks from my house, and I use the time to wipe my face with the back of my sleeve. The woman in the car next to me glances over, and I wonder what she sees. Just another stressed mom having a bad day, or someone whose entire world just imploded on a suburban driveway. When I finally pull into my own driveway, the sight of my little house with its cheerful red door and the snowman Max and I built last weekend sends a fresh wave of grief crashing over me. We'd been so happy. How stupid could I be? I barely make it through the front door before the dam breaks completely. The sobs come in ugly, wrenching waves that shake my entire body. I slide down the door until I'm sitting on the hardwood floor of my entryway, my back pressed against the wood, crying like I haven't cried since the day I realized Jackson wasn't coming back 7 years ago. The worst part is how familiar this pain feels. Like putting on an old coat that fits perfectly despite years in storage. The same hollow ache in my chest. The same burning sensation behind my eyes. The same sick twist in my stomach that comes from realizing you've been living in a fantasy. When the initial storm passes, I drag myself to the kitchen and grab my laptop from the counter. My fingers hover over the keyboard for a long moment before I type Dolly Pemberton into the search bar. I shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't do this. It's emotional self-harm, plain and simple, but I need to see. I need to understand who she is, what she means to him, why he's been texting her sweet messages while kissing me senseless and telling me he wants to be a family. The search results load, and my heart sinks further with each image that appears. There's Dolly at what looks like a charity gala, stunning in a floor-length emerald gown, her arm linked through Jackson's as he smiles down at her. Another photo shows them at some kind of rooftop party, the Manhattan skyline glittering behind them. She's laughing at something he said, her hand resting possessively on his chest. They look like they belong together, polished and sophisticated, and exactly the kind of power couple you'd expect to see gracing the pages of New York society magazines. I scroll through more images, each one feeling like a small knife to the chest. Dolly at Jackson's office Christmas party, radiant in a red cocktail dress. Jackson and Dolly at a Broadway premiere, both dressed to the nines and looking like they stepped out of a movie. A candid shot of them walking through Central Park, her hand in his, both of them bundled in expensive winter coats that probably cost more than my monthly rent. The timestamps show these photos span nearly 2 years. 2 years of dinners and galas and weekend getaways. 2 years of building a life together in the city where Jackson chose to live instead of coming home to Chestnut Hill. Instead of coming home to me. My laptop screen blurs as fresh tears start falling. I slam it shut and push it away, but the images are burned into my retinas. The way Jackson looked at her in those photos, attentive, comfortable, like they fit together in a way that came naturally. Nothing like the complicated, messy, painful history he has with me. The rational part of my brain knows this isn't entirely fair. People post their best moments on social media. The photos don't show the fights, or the mundane Tuesday nights, or the slowly growing distance that eventually leads to breakups. But the wounded, bleeding part of my heart doesn't give a damn about rational thought. That part of me sees beautiful, sophisticated Dolly Pemberton and knows exactly why Jackson chose her over the memory of his small-town ex-girlfriend and the son he never knew existed. I stand up too quickly and immediately feel dizzy. The kitchen tilts alarmingly for a moment before righting itself, and I have to grip the counter to steady myself. When did I last eat? This morning? Yesterday? Time feels fluid and unreliable right now. The silence in the house presses down on me like a physical weight. No Max chattering about his day or asking for snacks. No sound of cartoons or toys being scattered across the living room floor. Just me and the echo of my own breathing and the tick of the clock on the wall counting down the minutes of my humiliation. I want to break something. The urge hits me suddenly and violently, a desperate need to destroy something beautiful and watch it shatter into pieces that match how I feel inside. My gaze lands on the ceramic vase on my kitchen table, a cheerful yellow piece I bought at a local craft fair last summer. It would make a satisfying crash against the wall. Instead, I grip the edge of the counter harder and force myself to breathe. Max will be home eventually, and he doesn't need to come back to a house destroyed by his mother's breakdown. But God, I want to scream. I want to throw things and rage against the unfairness of falling for Jackson Cole all over again. I want to curse myself for being stupid enough to believe that 7 years and a child could compete with whatever he built with Dolly in New York. Most of all, I want to stop feeling like the same naive 23-year-old who spent months staring at her phone, waiting for him to call.
Chapter 24. Jackson. The phone rings straight to voicemail. Again. Damn! I slam my hand against the steering wheel hard enough to make my palms sting. The sound echoes through the empty car like a gunshot. I've been calling Grace for the past hour, ever since I watched her peel out of my mother's driveway with that look of devastation on her face. The same look she had 7 years ago when I left for New York like a coward instead of fighting for what we had. Not again. My thumb hovers over her contact for the 6th time. Maybe the 7th. I've lost count of how many times I've dialed her number since Dolly decided to blow up my life with her perfectly timed dramatics. The call goes straight to voicemail without even ringing this time. She's definitely ignoring me. Grace, it's me, again. Look, whatever you're thinking about what just happened, you're wrong. That wasn't what it looked like. Dolly and I... The beep cuts me off and I want to launch my phone through the windshield. Instead, I start the engine and pull out of my mother's driveway. I should have left the second Dolly showed up. Should have told her to get the hell out and driven Grace home myself. Should have done a lot of things differently. But I froze, like a deer in headlights, watching my past collide with my future in the worst possible way. The drive to Grace's townhome feels like it takes hours instead of 15 minutes. Every red light makes me want to blow through it. Every slow-moving car in front of me becomes a personal affront to my desperate need to fix this mess before it spirals completely out of control. By the time I pull into her driveway, my hands are shaking with adrenaline and barely contained panic. Grace's car is there, but the house looks dark except for a single light in the kitchen window. No Christmas tree lights, no warm glow from the living room. It looks empty, abandoned. I'm out of the car and at her front door before I fully register moving. My fist connects with the wood in sharp, insistent knocks that echo through the quiet neighborhood. Grace, open the door! We need to talk! Nothing. I knock harder, the sound harsh and demanding in the evening stillness. A dog barks somewhere down the street, probably disturbed by the commotion I'm making. Grace, I know you're in there. Your car's here! My voice carries more desperation than I intend. But I'm past caring about pride or dignity. Just let me explain what happened. Still nothing. The silence stretches on, heavy and accusatory. I can feel her on the other side of the door, probably leaning against it just like she used to do when we were kids, and she was mad at me about something, waiting for me to give up and go away. Not happening. I pound on the door again, harder this time. Damn it, Grace. I'm not leaving until you talk to me. Huh. Go away, Jackson. Her voice comes from right behind the door, muffled but clear enough that I can hear the tears in it. The sound hits me like a physical blow to the chest. No. Open the door. I said, go away. And I said no. We're going to talk about this whether you like it or not. I press my palm flat against the door, wishing I could reach through the wood and touch her. Grace, please. The lock clicks. For a second, my heart leaps with relief. Then the door swings open, and I'm staring down the business end of an aluminum baseball bat held by a woman who looks like she's been crying for hours. Grace's eyes are red-rimmed and swollen, her face blotchy in a way that makes my chest tighten with guilt. Her hair's a mess, like she's been running her hands through it, and she's still wearing the same sweater from this afternoon. Jesus Christ, Grace. I take a step back, more from shock than fear. Put the bat down. Stay away from me. Her voice shakes, but her grip on the bat remains steady. I mean it, Jackson. Turn around and go back to your girlfriend. She's not my girlfriend. Nonsense. The word comes out sharp and bitter, nothing like the Grace I know. Grace, you don't understand. Oh, I understand perfectly. She shifts the bat slightly, and I realize she's not just upset. She's furious. You came back here, played the devoted father and loving ex-boyfriend routine, all while texting sweet nothings to some other woman. Well, congratulations, you got exactly what you wanted. You got to play house for a few weeks and screw around with the naive small-town girl who was stupid enough to believe you'd changed. Every word lands like a physical blow. The hurt in her voice. The way she's looking at me like I'm something disgusting she found on the bottom of her shoe. It's worse than anything Dolly could have said or done. That's not what happened. Really? Then explain the texts. Explain why your girlfriend showed up here talking about how much she loves you and how you two are getting back together. Grace's voice cracks on the last word, and I watch her swallow hard to keep from breaking down completely. Dolly and I broke up. Try again. I'm telling you the truth. We ended things before I came back to Chestnut Hill. I take a small step forward, testing whether she'll actually swing the bat. Those texts you saw, I was letting her down easy. Trying to stay friends because we work together and... Stop. Grace's knuckles tighten around the bat handle. Just stop lying to me. She said you two have been together for 2 years. It doesn't matter. None of that matters anymore. Frustration boils over and I hear my voice getting louder. What Dolly and I had, it wasn't real. It was convenient. It was easy. It was everything I thought I wanted until I came back here and remembered what actually matters. How convenient for you to figure that out after I let you back into my bed. The bitterness in her voice cuts deep. After I let Max get attached to you, after I started believing we could actually be a family. We can be a family. No, we can't. She steps back, putting more distance between us. Because you're going to go back to New York. You're going to go back to your important job and your sophisticated girlfriend and your real life. And Max and I will just be this weird little detour you took over Christmas. That's not... It is, though. Tears start falling again, tracking down her cheeks in silent accusation. You did this exact same thing 7 years ago. Made me believe we had something special, then disappeared the second something better came along. I was stupid then, but I'm not anymore. I won't let you break my son's heart the way you broke mine, the way I broke hers. The words hit home because they're true. I did break her heart 7 years ago. I left her behind without a second thought, convinced I was destined for bigger and better things than small-town life with my childhood girlfriend. I was an arrogant jerk who thought success meant leaving everything I loved behind. Grace, listen to me. I keep my voice low, non-threatening, the way I'd talk to a spooked horse. I know I messed up before, I know I hurt you, but this isn't the same thing, isn't it? No, Because 7 years ago, I was a selfish kid who thought the grass was greener somewhere else. I thought leaving Chestnut Hill meant I was growing up, becoming someone important. I run a hand through my hair, trying to find the right words. I was wrong. About everything. So, now you want to come back and play family man? Is that it? Her voice drips with skepticism. What happens when you get bored? When the novelty wears off and you remember why you left in the first place? I'm not going to get bored. You don't know that. I do know that. Because I love you. The words come out harsh, desperate. I love you, Grace. I never stopped loving you. And I love Max. And I'm not going anywhere this time. She stares at me for a long moment, and I can see the war playing out behind her eyes. The part of her that wants to believe me fighting against 7 years of hurt and disappointment. You love me? Her voice comes out small, uncertain. Yes. But you were texting another woman about missing her and wanting to see her. Because I was trying to be a decent human being about ending things. Dolly and I dated for 2 years, Grace. I couldn't just ghost her. I take another careful step forward, but it's over. It's been over since the day I got back to town and saw you again. She doesn't seem to think it's over. She's wrong. Is she? Grace's grip on the bat tightens again. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've been keeping your options open. Poor little Grace back home for the holidays, fancy sophisticated Dolly waiting in New York. Best of both worlds, right? No, that's not... I stop, recognizing the hurt and anger for what it really is. Fear. She's terrified I'm going to leave again, and honestly, I can't blame her. You don't believe me. It's not a question. I can see it in her eyes, the way she's holding herself, the defensive set of her shoulders. She doesn't believe a word I'm saying. And that stings like hell. Because I'm telling her the truth. Probably the most honest I've been with anyone in years. And she's looking at me like I'm running some kind of elaborate con game. Why should I believe you? The question comes out raw, honest. You lied to me. You had a girlfriend in New York this entire time, and you never said a word. You let me think... Her voice breaks completely. I wasn't lying. I just... You lied by omission. Same thing. She wipes her eyes with the back of her free hand, still keeping the bat between us. Go back to Dolly, Jackson. Go back to your real life and leave us alone.
Chapter 25. Grace. Sunlight streams through my bedroom curtains, painting golden rectangles across the hardwood floor. Christmas Eve morning. The realization hits me like a slap, and I burrow deeper under my comforter, wishing I could hibernate until January. It's been 6 days since the disaster at Eleanor's house. 6 days since I watched Jackson's sophisticated ex-girlfriend waltz into his life like she owned the place. 6 days since I realized what an absolute fool I'd been to think he'd actually changed. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. For one traitorous second, my heart leaps, thinking it might be him. But it's just a text from UPSS telling me a package is getting delivered today. Jackson hasn't called, hasn't texted, hasn't shown up at my door again. Good. That's what I wanted, right? For him to leave us alone and go back to his real life? So why does my chest feel like someone's sitting on it every time I think about never seeing him again? Mommy! Max's voice carries down the hallway, followed by the thundering sound of 6-year-old feet racing toward my room. Mommy, it's Christmas Eve. Santa comes tonight. The door bursts open and Max launches himself onto my bed with all the subtlety of a hurricane. His hair sticks up in 12 different directions, and he's wearing his favorite Batman pajamas, the ones that are getting too small, but he refuses to let me retire. Good morning, sunshine. I wrap my arms around him, breathing in that unique little boy smell of sleep and strawberry shampoo. Did you brush your teeth? Yes. He grins up at me, revealing a gap where his front tooth used to be. The tooth fairy visited 3 days ago, leaving a crisp $5 bill under his pillow that sent him into raptures of joy. And make your bed? Mostly. His grin turned sheepish. The blankets are kinda crooked. Kinda crooked is better than not at all. I ruffle his already messy hair. What do you want for breakfast? Pancakes? Cereal? Toast with peanut butter? Can we have the special Christmas pancakes? The ones that look like snowflakes? The special Christmas pancakes. The ones I make with the fancy cookie cutters I bought last year in a fit of domestic enthusiasm. I haven't felt much like being domestic lately, but the hopeful expression on Max's face melts my resistance. Snowflake pancakes it is. Yes! He pumps his fist in the air like he's just won the lottery. And can we put whipped cream on them? And strawberries? And maybe chocolate chips? I think we can manage that. I climb out of bed, my body protesting the movement. I've been sleeping terribly, tossing and turning every night, my brain refusing to shut off long enough to let me rest. Max bounces off the bed and heads for the door, then stops and turns back to me. The excitement on his face dims slightly, replaced by something that makes my stomach clench. Mommy, is Jackson gonna come over today? There it is. The question I've been dreading for 6 days. The question that makes my heart crack a little more each time he asks it. No, sweetheart. Jackson's busy today. But it's Christmas Eve. His voice gets smaller, more uncertain. I thought maybe he'd want to help us make cookies for Santa, or watch Rudolph with us. He said he likes Rudolph. God, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Max got attached, and now I have to watch his little heart break because I was stupid enough to let Jackson back into our lives. I know you miss him, baby. I sit on the edge of the bed and pull him close, wishing I could absorb his disappointment and spare him the pain. But sometimes grown-ups get really busy with work and other things. Is he coming back for Christmas? Tomorrow? The hope in his voice nearly undoes me. I close my eyes for a moment, gathering strength I don't feel. I don't think so. Oh. Max's shoulders slump, and he stares down at his bare feet. Did I do something wrong? Is that why he doesn't want to see us anymore? Oh, Max. I gather him into my arms, holding him tight against my chest. You didn't do anything wrong. Nothing at all. Sometimes things happen with grown-ups that don't have anything to do with kids. But I thought he liked us. He does like you. He likes you very much. The words taste like ash in my mouth, but they're true. Whatever else Jackson might be, liar, commitment phobe, heartbreaker, I know he genuinely cares about Max. This isn't about you, sweetheart, I promise. Max doesn't look convinced. He picks at a loose thread on his pajama sleeve, his lower lip jutting out in a way that means he's trying not to cry. I can't stand it. I can't stand watching my son hurt because of choices I made. Because I was naive enough to believe Jackson when he said he'd changed. Because I let my guard down and allowed myself to hope for something that was never going to happen. Hey, I tip his chin up with my finger, forcing him to meet my eyes. I have an idea. What if we spend today doing all our favorite Christmas Eve things? We can make those snowflake pancakes, and then we'll go downtown and look at all the Christmas decorations. We can get hot chocolate from that little stand by the courthouse and listen to the carolers on Main Street. Max's face brightened slightly. The carolers? Are they going to be there today? They're there every Christmas Eve from noon until evening. And I heard they're doing a special program this year with some songs from that movie you love. What's it called? The one with the singing princess? Frozen! Max's eyes light up. They're gonna sing Let It Go? That's what I heard. I have no idea if that's actually true, but the excitement returning to his face makes the potential lie worth it. And after the carolers, we can walk around and look at all the store windows. Mrs. Paulson at the bakery always does that amazing gingerbread village display. And we can get cookies? We can definitely get cookies. I stand up and hold out my hand. But first, snowflake pancakes. Deal? Deal. He jumps up and grabs my hand, his earlier sadness temporarily forgotten in the face of Christmas Eve adventures. We head to the kitchen, Max chattering about all the things he wants to see downtown. I listen and nod and make appropriate responses. But part of my mind keeps drifting to Jackson, wondering what he's doing today. Whether he's already back in New York with Dolly, or if he's still at his mother's house. Whether he's thinking about us at all. I shake my head, forcing myself to focus on Max's excited babbling about hot chocolate and carolers. Today is about him. About making sure his Christmas Eve is magical, despite the disaster my love life has become. While I mix the pancake batter, Max perches on a stool at the kitchen counter, regaling me with detailed plans for our day. He wants to see every decoration, hear every song, try every flavor of hot chocolate the stand offers. "And can we take pictures?" he asks, bouncing slightly on his stool. "For my scrapbook?" "Of course." I pour batter into the snowflake-shaped molds, watching it spread into delicate, lacy patterns. "We'll take lots of pictures." "Good. I want to remember everything." He pauses, then adds more quietly, "Even if Jackson's not here to remember it with us." My hand still's on the spatula. There it is again, that note of sadness threading through his excitement. The reminder that no matter how many activities I plan or cookies I buy, there's still a Jackson-shaped hole in our Christmas that I can't fill. "Max," I start, then stop. What can I say? That Jackson cares about him but had to go back to his real life? That sometimes grown-ups make choices that hurt kids even when they don't mean to? That I'm sorry I let him get attached to someone who was always going to leave? "I know, Mommy." Max's voice is matter-of-fact, older than his 6 years. "You miss him too. I can tell. Smart kid. Too smart for his own good sometimes." "Yeah, I do miss him." The admission feels like swallowing glass, but Max deserves honesty. "But that doesn't mean we can't have an amazing Christmas Eve together, just you and me." "Just you and me," he repeats, and there's something in his voice, acceptance, maybe, or resignation, that breaks my heart all over again. The pancakes are ready, golden and perfect in their snowflake shapes. I stack them on Max's plate and add a generous dollop of whipped cream, fresh strawberries, and a handful of chocolate chips. His face lights up at the sight, and for a moment, the sadness retreats. "These are the best pancakes ever," he declares around a mouthful of whipped cream and berries. "I'm glad you like them." I pour myself coffee and sit across from him, picking at my own smaller stack of pancakes. My appetite has been non-existent for days, but I force myself to eat a few bites for Max's sake. "So, what time are we going downtown?" Max asks, already halfway through his breakfast. "How about we leave around 11? That'll give us time to see some of the shops before the carolers start, and we can stay as long as you want." "Perfect." He grins, chocolate smeared across his cheek. "This is gonna be the best Christmas Eve ever." I hope he's right. I hope I can keep him distracted and happy and excited enough that he doesn't spend the day missing Jackson. I hope the carolers and the hot chocolate and the decorated shop windows will be enough to fill the empty spaces. But as I watch my son finish his pancakes, chattering about all the songs he hopes to hear, I can't shake the feeling that something essential is missing. That no amount of Christmas magic will be enough to make up for the fact that the man we both fell for walked out of our lives just as suddenly as he'd walked back in. "Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve."
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 26. Jackson. My hands shake as I adjust the microphone for the third time. The town plaza buzzes with activity. Volunteers hanging lights, the sound crew doing final checks, Mayor Granger barking orders at anyone within earshot. Christmas Eve morning in Chestnut Hill, and I'm about to make the biggest fool of myself in front of half the damn town. Jackson, stop fidgeting. Mom appears at my elbow, her cane tapping against the cobblestones as she surveys the setup. It looks perfect. Perfect, right. If by perfect she means completely insane. The small stage they've erected in the center of the plaza looks more like a medieval torture device than anything romantic. String lights drape between the old oak trees, twinkling in the morning sun. A banner hangs across the gazebo that reads, Chestnut Hill Christmas Eve Celebration, in red and green letters. What the hell am I doing? You sure about this, Mom? I run a hand through my hair, probably messing it up beyond repair. This feels like something out of one of those cheesy Christmas movies Grace probably watches. That's exactly the point. Eleanor's eyes sparkle with mischief. Sometimes cheesy works, especially when you're trying to win back the love of your life. Love of my life. Christ. When did I become the kind of man who uses phrases like that? Since Grace. Since I realized what a complete jackass I've been. Since I figured out that walking away from her again would be the stupidest thing I've ever done. And I've done some spectacularly stupid things. Jackson! Mayor Granger waves me over, his round face red from the cold. The carolers will be here in 30 minutes. You ready for this, son? Ready? I'm about as ready as a man can be to humiliate himself in front of his entire hometown. As ready as I'll ever be. Good, good. Granger claps me on the shoulder with enough force to rattle my teeth. Your mother sure called in some favors for this one. Half the town council owes her something or other. Of course they do. Eleanor Cole didn't become the unofficial queen of Chestnut Hill Society by accident. She's got more connections than a telephone switchboard and isn't afraid to use them. I appreciate everyone's help, I say, which feels inadequate considering the circus they've assembled for me. Don't thank us yet, Granger chuckles. Thank us if it works. If it works, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Will Grace even show up? And if she does, will she listen to what I have to say, or will she turn around and walk away the moment she sees me? The thought of her walking away again makes my chest tight. I've screwed this up so badly I'm not sure there's any coming back from it. But I have to try. I can't go back to New York knowing I didn't give this everything I've got. Mom hobbles over to where I'm standing, and I notice her favoring her right hip more than usual. How's the hip today? It's fine. She waves off my concern with typical stubbornness. A little stiff, but nothing I can't handle. Maybe you should sit down for a bit. Jackson Cole, I am perfectly capable of standing for a few hours. Her tone brooks no argument. Besides, I need to head over to Grace's house soon to make sure she comes. That stops me cold. You're driving yourself over there? Of course I am. How else would I get there? Mom, your hip is healing just fine. Thank you very much. She straightens to her full height, which isn't much, but somehow feels imposing anyway. I've been driving since before you were born, young man. The stubborn tilt to her chin tells me arguing is pointless, but I can't help myself. What if something happens? What if you fall or... Then I'll deal with it. She pats my arm with mock condescension. I survived raising you, didn't I? I think I can handle a little drive across town. Before I can argue further, a familiar voice calls out from across the plaza. Eleanor, there you are! I turned to see Marge making her way toward us, her silver hair perfectly coiffed despite the December wind. Marge has been Mom's best friend since they were in diapers, and she's almost as stubborn as Eleanor herself. Marge, perfect timing. Mom's face lights up. I was just about to head over to Grace's. Not without me, you're not. Marge plants her hands on her hips, fixing Mom with a look that could stop traffic. I didn't drive all the way over here just to watch you hobble around on that hip of yours. I'm not hobbling. You're hobbling. Marge cuts her off with the authority of someone who's known Eleanor Cole for 70 years. And you're not driving anywhere in this condition. I'll take you. Relief floods through me. Thank you, Marge. I was trying to tell her. Both of you, stop treating me like an invalid, Mom snaps. But there's no real heat in it. Fine, Marge can drive, but only because it'll save time, not because I need help. Of course not, Marge says solemnly, winking at me over Mom's head. Wouldn't dream of suggesting otherwise. They've been having this same argument for decades. Mom insisting she's fine, Marge insisting on helping anyway. It's like watching an old married couple bicker, if old married couples were two of the most formidable women in Chestnut Hill. We should probably get going soon, Marge says, checking her watch. If we want to catch Grace before she leaves for the day. My stomach clenches. What if Grace has already left? What if she's spending Christmas Eve somewhere else, away from all the places Mom might think to look for her? She'll be home, Mom says, as if reading my thoughts. Grace is a creature of habit, especially on holidays. She'll want to make the day special for Max. Max. Christ. What if the kid hates me now? What if Grace has told him I'm not coming back and he's moved on? Kids are resilient, but they're also perceptive. He probably picked up on the tension between Grace and me that night at Mom's house. Stop spiraling, Mom commands, apparently reading my face like an open book. Max adores you. Any fool can see that. That doesn't mean... Jackson. She grabs my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. That little boy has been asking about you every day since you left. Grace might be stubborn as a mule, but Max wants you in his life. Use that. Use that. Like Max is some kind of bargaining chip instead of a 6-year-old kid who deserves better than having his emotions manipulated by the adults in his life. I don't want to hurt him, I say quietly. If this doesn't work, if Grace tells me to go to hell and never come back, then you'll figure out how to be in Max's life without making things harder for Grace. Mom's voice softens. But that's not going to happen. You want to know why I'm so confident about this ridiculous plan of yours? I raise an eyebrow, waiting. Because Grace Thompson is just as miserable as you are. Marge saw her at the grocery store yesterday looking like someone had run over her dog. That woman is in love with you, Jackson. She's just scared. Scared. I can understand that. I'm terrified myself. Terrified that I've blown my only chance with the one woman who's ever made me want to be better than I am. Terrified that I'm too late, that the damage I did by walking away is irreparable. What if she doesn't forgive me? Then you'll have tried. Mom straightens my collar with maternal efficiency. And that's more than you did 7 years ago. Ouch. But she's right. 7 years ago, I ran without even trying to fight for what we had. I was too young, too scared, too focused on what I thought I wanted instead of what was right in front of me. I'm not that same coward anymore. At least I hope I'm not. All right, ladies. Mayor Granger approaches again, clipboard in hand. The carolers are setting up, the sound system is ready, and we've got a decent crowd gathering. You ready for this, Jackson? No, not even close. But I nod anyway. Let's do this. Excellent. Granger beams like this is the most excitement he's had all year. We'll start with the regular Christmas program, get everyone warmed up and in the holiday spirit. Then when you're ready, just give me the signal, and we'll transition to your... whatever you want to call this, public humiliation. Grand romantic gesture. Desperate last-ditch effort to win back the woman I never should have let go. It's called groveling, I say dryly. In front of half the town. Granger laughs. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds almost dignified. Mom checks her watch again. Marge and I should head over to Grace's now. Give us 20 minutes to get her here, then another 10 to position her where she can see everything. What if she won't come? The question slips out before I can stop it. She'll come. Mom's voice carries absolute certainty. Trust me on this one. Trust her. Right. Because that worked out so well the last time I let someone else orchestrate my love life. But what choice do I have? I can't exactly show up at Grace's door and drag her here myself. And if there's anyone in this town who can convince Grace Thompson to do something she doesn't want to do, it's Eleanor Cole. Go, I tell them. I'll be here trying not to throw up on the mayor's shoes. You'll be fine. Mom kisses my cheek, her lips cold against my skin. Just speak from the heart. That's all any woman really wants.
Chapter 27. Grace. The doorbell rings just as I'm wrestling Max into his winter coat, and my heart does this annoying little skip that I've been trying to ignore all morning. For one ridiculous second, I think it might be Jackson, which is stupid because Jackson doesn't ring doorbells. He just shows up and takes over whatever space he's in with that infuriating confidence of his. Mom, the sleeves are all twisted. Max wriggles like a fish trying to escape a net. His coat arms bunched up around his shoulders. Hold still for 2 seconds. I tug the fabric straight, my fingers fumbling with the zipper. We need to get going if we want good spots for the Christmas program. The doorbell rings again, more insistent this time. I'll get it. Max bolts toward the front door before I can stop him. Max, wait! But he's already yanking the door open, cold air rushing in along with 2 familiar faces. Mrs. Eleanor, Mrs. Marge. Max bounces on his toes, his earlier coat struggles forgotten. Are you here to see Mom? Eleanor Cole stands on my front porch looking like she stepped out of a Christmas card, wrapped in an elegant burgundy coat with her silver hair perfectly styled despite the December wind. Marge flanks her, solid and dependable as always, her cheeks pink from the cold. Hello, sweetheart. Eleanor's face lights up when she sees Max. We were hoping to catch you and your mother before you left for the plaza. My stomach tightens. Eleanor's smile seems a little too bright, a little too carefully arranged, like she's planning something and trying not to let it show. We were just heading out, I say, stepping up behind Max and resting my hands on his shoulders. Perfect timing. Wonderful. Eleanor claps her gloved hands together. We were hoping you might let us tag along. Marge offered to drive, and it seemed silly to take 2 cars when we're all going to the same place. Something about her tone sets off warning bells in my head. Eleanor Cole doesn't do anything without a reason. Of course, I hear myself saying, because what else can I say? That makes perfect sense. Max is already pulling on his boots, chattering about the Christmas program and whether there will be hot chocolate, and if the carolers will sing his favorite songs. His excitement is infectious, bouncing off the walls of our small entryway like a rubber ball. Are you feeling all right? I ask Eleanor, noticing the way she's leaning slightly on her cane. Your hip? Just a little stiff this morning. She waves off my concern with practiced ease. Nothing a bit of fresh air won't cure. Marge gives me a look that suggests Eleanor's hip is more than a little stiff, but she doesn't contradict her friend. These two have been doing this dance for decades. Eleanor insisting she's fine, Marge quietly making sure she's taken care of anyway. Let me grab my purse and we can go. I duck back into the living room, snatching my bag from the coffee table and doing a quick mental inventory. Wallet, keys, phone, tissues for Max's inevitable runny nose, mints because you never know who you might run into. The thought stops me cold. Who am I kidding? I know exactly who I might run into. Jackson's probably still in town, probably helping with whatever emergency kept him here longer than planned. The chances of avoiding him at a community event are basically zero, which is fine, perfectly fine. I'm over it. Over him. The fact that I changed my sweater 3 times this morning and spent an extra 10 minutes on my makeup means nothing. I always want to look nice for community events. Ready, Mom? Max appears in the doorway, his coat finally on correctly and his hat askew on his curls. Ready. I fix his hat and follow him outside, locking the door behind us. Marge's Buick idles in my driveway, exhaust puffing white in the cold air. The back seat looks like it hasn't been updated since the Carter administration, all brown vinyl and dated upholstery, but it's clean and spacious enough for Max to bounce around in. Shotgun, Max calls out, then immediately deflates when he remembers the rules. Oh wait, I have to sit in the back. Safety first, little man, Marge says as she helps Eleanor into the passenger seat. But I've got some peppermints back there if you get bored. Max perks up immediately, scrambling into the back seat like peppermints are the greatest treasure known to mankind. I slide in beside him, buckling his seatbelt, and then my own, as Marge pulls out of the driveway. So, Eleanor says, adjusting the heat vent. How have you been, dear? You look a little tired. Here we go. I can feel the conversation steering toward dangerous territory already. Just busy with the usual holiday stuff. Max has been wound up for weeks about Christmas. I can imagine. Eleanor's voice carries that knowing tone that makes me nervous. It must be difficult, managing everything on your own during the holidays. We do fine. The words come out sharper than I intended. We have our traditions. Max kicks his feet against the seat, lost in his own world as he examines one of Marge's peppermints. Outside the window, Chestnut Hill slides by in its picture-perfect holiday glory. Wreaths on every door, lights twinkling from every roofline, snow dusting the sidewalks like powdered sugar. I didn't mean to suggest otherwise, Eleanor says gently. I just know how challenging single parenthood can be. Your boy is spirited, just like mine is. Mom, look. Max points out the window at a house completely covered in Christmas lights. It's like a rainbow. It's beautiful, sweetheart. I'm grateful for the distraction, for anything that might derail Eleanor's not-so-subtle attempt to steer this conversation toward her son. But Eleanor's not easily deterred. He always had such strong feelings about things, even as a little boy. When he loved something, he loved it completely. When he was afraid of something, that fear consumed him entirely. That sounds familiar, Marge mutters from the driver's seat, earning a sharp look from Eleanor. My point is, Eleanor continues, sometimes the people we love most are the ones we hurt the worst, not because we want to, but because the feelings are so big, so overwhelming, that we don't know how to handle them properly. I stare out the window, watching the familiar streets of my hometown roll by. Every corner holds a memory. The park where Jackson and I had our first official date. The ice cream shop where we spent countless summer afternoons. The library where I used to help him study for economics exams he probably didn't need help with. Some people, I say carefully, are better at walking away than dealing with complicated feelings. And some people, Eleanor says just as carefully, learn from their mistakes, eventually. The tension in the car is thick enough to cut with a knife. Even Max seems to sense it, his chatter about Christmas lights tapering off as he looks between Eleanor and me with those too perceptive blue eyes of his. Are we talking about Jackson? He asks, with the brutal honesty that only 6-year-olds possess. Eleanor and I both freeze. Marge's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror, and I can see the apology there. We're just chatting, sweetheart, I say, reaching over to smooth down one of his wayward curls. Grown-up stuff. Is Jackson coming to the Christmas thing today? Max's voice carries hope that makes my heart ache. He said he might, but then he left and didn't come back. Max's simple statement cuts right to the heart of the matter. Jackson left. Again. just like he always does when things get complicated. I don't know, baby, I tell him honestly. He might be busy. He's been really busy lately, Max says with the philosophical acceptance of a child who's used to adults disappointing him. But maybe he'll be less busy today because it's Christmas Eve. Eleanor turns in her seat to look at Max, her expression soft. You like Jackson, don't you, sweetie? He's really cool. Max nods enthusiastically. He knows about cars and business stuff, and he's really tall. Plus, he makes Mom smile different. Different how? Eleanor asks, and I want to sink through the car floor. Like when she watches those movies with the kissing, Max explains matter-of-factly, all soft and happy and giggly. Max! What? You do? He looks genuinely confused by my reaction. It's not bad. I like when you're happy. Eleanor's eyes are twinkling with barely suppressed amusement. Out of the mouths of babes. Can we please talk about something else? I plead, grateful when the town plaza comes into view ahead of us. The plaza is already bustling with activity, despite the early hour. Families mill around the gazebo, where a small stage has been set up. Children run between the bare oak trees, strung with white lights, and the smell of hot chocolate and roasted chestnuts drifts on the cold air. Oh, wow! Max presses his face to the window. There's so many people. And look, they have a real stage. Marge finds a parking spot along Main Street, and we pile out of the car into the crisp December air. Max immediately starts bouncing on his toes, his breath coming in excited puffs as he takes in all the activity. This is going to be the best Christmas program ever, he announces to no one in particular. Eleanor takes my arm as we walk toward the plaza, her grip light but somehow significant. Grace, dear, would you mind terribly if I asked you to stick close to me today? My balance isn't quite what it used to be, and I'd feel better having someone steady nearby. The request seems reasonable enough, and I can see she's moving more carefully than usual. Of course, whatever you need. You're a gem. Eleanor pats my arm affectionately. I knew I could count on you. Something about her tone makes me glance at her more closely, but her expression is perfectly innocent. Too innocent, maybe. Like she's working very hard to appear casual about something that's anything but casual. But before I can analyze it further, Max is tugging on my hand, pulling me toward the stage where a group of carolers is gathering. Come on, Mom, I want to get a good spot. We weave through the crowd, Eleanor moving slowly but steadily beside me, Marge keeping pace on her other side. The plaza is filling up quickly. It looks like half the town has turned out for the Christmas Eve program. Perfect spot, Eleanor declares when we reach a position about 10 feet from the stage, close enough to see everything but far enough back to avoid the crush of children gathering at the very front. Max wiggles between two families to get a better view, his hat bobbing as he cranes his neck to see the stage setup. I keep one eye on him and one eye on Eleanor, making sure she's steady on her feet. The morning sun glints off the string lights overhead, casting everything in a warm, festive glow. Despite my reservations about Eleanor's motives for being here, I can't help but feel my spirits lift. There's something magical about Christmas Eve in a small town, something that makes even the most cynical heart believe in possibilities. Even if those possibilities involve a certain stubborn businessman who probably isn't even here. This is nice, I tell Eleanor, meaning it. Thank you for inviting us to ride with you. My pleasure, dear. Eleanor's smile is warm and genuine. There's nothing quite like Christmas Eve to remind us what really matters. She's right about that. Standing here surrounded by my neighbors and friends, watching Max's face light up with excitement, I'm reminded of how much I love this town, this life we've built here, even if it sometimes feels incomplete.
Chapter 28. Jackson. Standing at the edge of the plaza, I spot them immediately. Mom leaning on Grace's arm like she actually needs the support. Marge flanks her other side, and Max bounces between the adults like a pinball, his excitement visible even from 50 yards away. My chest tightens at the sight of Grace. She's wearing that cream-colored sweater that brings out the warmth in her skin, her hair caught in the morning light. Even from this distance, I can see the easy way she moves with Mom, the gentle attention she pays to making sure the older woman feels steady and safe. Christ, I'm an idiot. The winter bouquet in my hand suddenly feels inadequate. White roses, pine sprigs, and winter berries that the florist assured me would be perfect for the season. Nothing feels perfect enough for what I need to say, what I need to fix. You gonna stand there all morning looking like a lovesick teenager? Or are you gonna make your move? Mayor Granger appears beside me, his voice carrying that dry humor that's made him popular with voters for 3 decades. Still working up the nerve, I admit, which is embarrassing for a man who's negotiated million-dollar deals without breaking a sweat. Well, work faster. He checks his watch. Program starts in 10 minutes, and your mom's been texting me every 5 minutes since she left the house this morning. Something about getting this sorted before Christmas and stubborn children who don't know what's good for them. Of course she has. Mom's about as subtle as a freight train when she sets her mind to something. I make my way through the crowd, nodding at neighbors and old friends who call out greetings. But my focus stays locked on Grace, on the way she tilts her head when she listens to something Mom says, and on how she reaches out automatically to steady Max when he gets too enthusiastic about something. She's everything I never deserved and somehow got anyway. Everything I threw away because I was too much of a coward to believe it could last. Jackson! Max spots me first, his voice carrying across the plaza like a foghorn. You came! You came to the Christmas thing! Grace's head snaps up, her eyes finding mine across the scattered families and children. Even from 20 feet away, I can see her stiffen, see her shoulders square like she's preparing for battle. Mom, the conniving genius, immediately tightens her grip on Grace's arm. Not hard, not obvious to anyone who isn't watching closely, but enough to keep Grace from bolting, which she definitely looks like she wants to do. Hello, darling, Mom calls out as I approach, her voice carrying that particular tone that means she's pleased with herself. What a lovely surprise running into you here. Surprise, really? I mutter under my breath, earning a sharp look from Mom and what might be the beginning of a smile from Grace. Max launches himself at me before I can say anything else, wrapping his arms around my waist with a kind of enthusiasm that nearly knocks me over. I didn't think you were gonna come. Mom said you were busy, but I hoped maybe you weren't too busy for Christmas. The kid's joy hits me right in the chest, makes it hard to breathe for a second. I ruffle his hair, those soft curls so much like Grace's that it makes my throat tight. Wouldn't miss it for the world, buddy. Grace is watching us with an expression I can't quite read. Wary, maybe. Hopeful, hurt. All of the above. Grace. Her name comes out rougher than I intended. Carries too much weight for a simple greeting. Jackson. She inclines her head slightly, polite but distant. Like we're acquaintances instead of whatever the hell we are. Mom is still holding on to Grace's arm, and I catch the meaningful look she gives me. Get on with it, that look says. Fix this. The flowers in my hand feel heavier suddenly, more significant. I take a breath, step closer. I brought these for you. I hold out the bouquet, trying not to notice how Grace's eyes widen slightly. I know flowers don't fix anything, but I wanted to give you something beautiful. She doesn't take them immediately, just stares at the white roses and winter greenery like they might bite her. Grace? I start again, and this time my voice cracks a little. Screw it. Time to lay it all out there. I need to apologize. For Dolly. For making you feel like you were anything less than the most incredible woman I've ever known. Her sharp intake of breath is audible even over the chatter of the crowd around us. You didn't deserve that, I continue, the words tumbling out now that I've started. You didn't deserve to feel like you weren't enough, like you weren't everything. Because you are everything, Grace. You're everything to me. Max gasps at my language, but I can't stop now. Can't let another moment pass without her knowing the truth. I was scared, I admit, and the words taste like ashes. Scared of how much I love you. Scared of screwing it up. Scared of not being the man you and Max deserve. Grace's eyes are bright, too bright, and I can see her hands trembling slightly where they're clasped in front of her. But here's the thing, I say, stepping closer until there's barely 2 feet between us. I've never stopped loving you, not for a single goddamn day in the last 7 years. I will love you until the day I die, Grace Thompson. That's not changing, no matter how many times I messed up or how far I run. A tear spills over, tracks down her cheek, and I have to clench my free hand into a fist to keep from reaching out to wipe it away. In the background, the carolers start a soft, angelic rendition of White Christmas on the podium I just helped set up as I continue. I'm asking for your forgiveness, I say quietly, aware that half the town is probably watching this unfold but not giving a damn. For not being honest with you about Dolly, for making you doubt yourself even for a second, for almost destroying the most beautiful thing that's ever happened to me. Max is practically vibrating with excitement beside us, bouncing from foot to foot like he can't contain his joy. Are you gonna kiss my mom now? Max! Grace's voice is thick with tears, but there's a laugh in it too. I hold out the flowers again, my hand steady despite the fact that my heart is trying to beat its way out of my chest. Will you take them? Please! For a long moment, Grace just looks at me, studies my face like she's searching for something, some sign that I mean what I'm saying. Then she reaches out and takes the bouquet, her fingers brushing mine for just a second. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm. Jackson, she whispers, and her voice breaks a little on my name. I know I don't deserve another chance, I say quickly before she can say anything else. I know I've hurt you and confused you and probably made you question your own judgment. But if you'll let me, I want to spend the rest of my life proving that you can trust me, that we can trust this. She's crying openly now, tears streaming down her face as she clutches the flowers to her chest. I forgive you, she says so quietly I almost miss it. I forgive you, you stubborn, impossible man. The relief that crashes through me is so intense it's almost painful. Before I can think better of it, I step forward and pull her into my arms, bouquet and all. She comes willingly, melts against me like she belongs there. Which she does. She absolutely does. Yes! Max shouts, jumping up and down beside us. This is the best Christmas ever! Around us, I'm dimly aware that the crowd has noticed our little drama. There are murmurs and pointed fingers, probably a few cell phones capturing the moment for posterity. I don't give a damn about any of it. Grace fits against me perfectly, her head tucked under my chin, her body warm and solid in my arms. She smells like vanilla and winter air and home. I meant every word, I murmur against her hair. Every single word. She pulls back just enough to look up at me, her eyes still bright with tears but clearer now. I know you did. The first snowflakes start to fall then, fat and lazy, dusting her dark hair with white. The timing is so perfect it's almost ridiculous, like some cosmic force decided to add a little movie magic to the moment. I cup her face in my hands, thumb away the moisture on her cheeks. Grace. Just kiss her already, Max demands, earning laughter from the crowd that's definitely gathered to watch our reunion. So I do. I kiss her gently, softly, pouring everything I can't say into the press of my lips against hers. 7 years of missing her, of regretting my choices, of loving her from a distance. All of it goes into this one perfect moment as snow falls around us, and our son cheers and half of Chestnut Hill watches us find our way back to each other. When we break apart, I rest my forehead against hers. I meant every word, I repeat, my voice rough with emotion. I know, she whispers back. I know you did.
Chapter 29. Grace. The carolers' voices blend into something achingly beautiful as Jackson's forehead rests against mine, our breath creating small clouds in the cold air. The snowflakes continue to fall, each one a tiny benediction on this moment I never dared hope for. Well, well, well. Mayor Granger's voice booms across the plaza, amplified by the small microphone he's commandeered from the carolers. Looks like we've got ourselves a real Christmas miracle happening right here in our own town square. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause, and I feel heat creep up my neck despite the December chill. Jackson's hands are still cradling my face, his blue eyes intense and focused solely on me like the rest of the world has ceased to exist. Jackson Cole and Grace Thompson, everybody. The mayor continues with obvious delight. Nothing says Christmas spirit like love finding its way home. More applause, more whistles, and I catch sight of Mrs. Natalia from the elementary school, wiping her eyes with a tissue. Even cranky old Mr. Jenkins is clapping, though he's trying to hide it behind his coffee cup. Speech! Speech! Someone calls out, and suddenly half the crowd is chanting it. Jackson groans softly, his breath warm against my skin. I'm never gonna live this down. You're the one who decided to make a grand gesture in the middle of the Christmas program. I whisper back, but I'm smiling so hard my cheeks hurt. No regrets, he murmurs, and something in his voice makes my heart skip. Not a single one. Language! Max pipes up from beside us, but he's grinning from ear to ear, practically bouncing with excitement. Eleanor appears at my elbow, her eyes suspiciously bright. Well, she says in that crisp voice of hers, I suppose this means you'll be staying for Christmas dinner after all, Jackson. It's not really a question, and the way she says it makes it clear that refusing isn't an option. Not that Jackson looks like he wants to refuse anything right now. Wouldn't miss it, he says, finally dropping his hands from my face, but immediately reaching for one of mine, threading our fingers together like he can't bear to lose contact. The mayor waves us toward the small stage area where the carolers have regrouped. Come on up here, you two. Let the whole town get a proper look at our Christmas lovebirds. Oh God, I mutter, but Jackson is already tugging me forward, his grip firm and reassuring. Trust me, he says quietly, and something in those two words makes my chest tight with emotion. We make our way through the crowd, accepting congratulations and back pats, and knowing smiles from what feels like every person in Chestnut Hill. Mrs. Kowalski from the post office squeezes my free hand and whispers, "About time, dear." Mr. Chin from the hardware store gives Jackson a hearty slap on the shoulder and says something about finally coming to your senses. By the time we reach the makeshift stage area, my face hurts from smiling and my heart feels like it might burst right out of my chest. Now then, Mayor Granger announces, we've got ourselves a real Christmas story here, folks. Sometimes the best gifts come when we least expect them. And sometimes love finds a way to bring families together just when they need it most. The crowd murmurs agreement, and I catch sight of Max being lifted onto someone's shoulders so he can see better. His face is radiant with joy, his whole body practically vibrating with excitement. Jackson Grace, the mayor continues, would you like to say a few words? Jackson looks at me, one eyebrow raised in question. I shake my head frantically. Public speaking has never been my forte, and right now I'm not sure I could string together a coherent sentence if my life depended on it. He steps forward slightly, his hand still firmly gripping mine. I think, he says, his voice carrying easily across the plaza without the microphone, that the only thing I need to say is that Grace Thompson is the best thing that ever happened to me, and I plan to spend every day proving that I deserve her and our son. The crowd erupts again, and this time I don't even try to fight the tears that spill over. This man, this stubborn, impossible, wonderful man, just declared his love for me in front of half the town, like it's the most natural thing in the world. And on that note, Mayor Granger says with obvious satisfaction, "Let's continue with our Christmas program. Carolers, take it away." The singers launch into Silent Night, their voices pure and clear in the crisp air. Jackson tugs me off to the side of the makeshift stage area, away from the center of attention, but still close enough to watch. "You okay?" he asks quietly, searching my face with those impossibly blue eyes. I nod, not trusting my voice quite yet. The bouquet is still clutched in my free hand, the white roses perfect against the winter greenery. Everything feels surreal, like I'm living inside one of the children's stories I write, where love conquers all and happy endings are guaranteed. But this is real. Jackson is real, solid and warm beside me, his thumb tracing gentle circles across my knuckles. The way he's looking at me, like I'm the most precious thing he's ever seen, makes my breath catch. "Grace," his voice is soft, meant only for me despite the crowd around us. "I need you to know something." The carolers transition into the first Noel, and the snow continues to fall, creating a magical backdrop that feels almost too perfect to be real. "What?" I whisper, leaning closer to hear him over the music and the quiet murmur of the crowd. "I'm not going back to New York?" The words are simple, matter of fact, but they hit me like a physical blow. My mouth falls open slightly. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I'm moving back here. Permanently." His eyes never leave mine, and I can see the certainty there, the resolution. "I've already started making arrangements. My business partner can handle the New York office, and I can run my part of things remotely. Technology's a beautiful thing." The bouquet trembles in my grip. "Jackson, you can't just... Your whole life is there. Your career, your apartment, everything." "My life is here," he says firmly, and his free hand comes up to cup my cheek. "My life is you and Max, and Sunday dinners with Mom, and knowing which cashier at the grocery store is going to ask about my knee from that old football injury. My life is small-town Christmas programs, and knowing my neighbors, and coming home to you every single night. The tears come harder now, and I don't even care that people are probably watching." "You'd really do that? Give up everything you've built?" "Grace." His thumb traces across my cheekbone, catching a tear. "I'm not giving up anything. I'm finally choosing what matters. I'm choosing you. I'm choosing us." Around us, the carolers move into Joy to the World, and the irony isn't lost on me. Joy to the world, indeed. Joy to my world, which suddenly feels infinite and full of possibility. "I don't want a life without you anymore," Jackson continues, his voice rough with emotion. "I tried that for 7 years, and it was miserable. I want to wake up next to you every morning. I want to help Max with his homework and teach him to throw a proper spiral. I want to argue with you about what to watch on Netflix and hold you when you cry at those sappy movies you love." A laugh bubbles up through my tears. "They're not sappy. They're heartwarming." "They're sappy as hell," he says with a grin, "and I want to watch every single one of them with you." The program continues around us. Families gathered together to celebrate the season, children's laughter mixing with the beautiful voices of the carolers. But all I can focus on is Jackson, on the way he's looking at me like I hung the moon and stars. "I love you," I whisper, the words coming easier than breathing. "I love you so much it terrifies me." His smile is brilliant, transforms his entire face. Good. Terror means it matters. He leans down then, captures my lips in a kiss that's different from the first one. This one is deeper, more certain, full of promises and plans and forever. I kiss him back with everything I have, pouring 7 years of missing him into this one perfect moment. When we break apart, he rests his forehead against mine again, and I can feel his smile against my skin. "Merry Christmas, Grace," he murmurs. Merry Christmas, Jackson. The carolers finish their song to enthusiastic applause, and I catch sight of Max working his way through the crowd toward us, Eleanor and Marge following close behind. His face is glowing with happiness, and when he reaches us, he launches himself at both of us simultaneously. "This is the best Christmas ever," he declares, wrapping his arms around both our waists. "We're gonna be a real family now, right? Like in the movies?" Jackson's arm tightens around me, pulling me closer against his side. "Yeah, buddy. Like in the movies. But better, I think. So much better than any movie could ever be."
Chapter 30. Jackson. The house settles into peaceful quiet around us after Max fell asleep, right after wishing me a Merry Christmas and calling me Dad for the first time. Grace's bedroom feels like a sanctuary tonight, the soft lamplight casting warm shadows across the walls while snow continues to fall outside her window. I can't remember the last time I felt this content, this right about anything. Grace is curled against my side, her head on my chest, her curly hair tickling my chin. We're both still in our clothes from tonight, her in that soft sweater that drives me crazy, me in the button-down shirt I chose specifically because she once said blue was my color. Neither of us seems ready to break the spell by moving. "I can't believe this is real," she murmurs against my shirt, her fingers tracing lazy patterns across my chest. I tighten my arms around her, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. Which part? Me being here? Or the fact that half the town watched me declare my undying love like some cheesy rom-com? Her laugh vibrates through my chest. Both. Definitely both. She tilts her head up to look at me, those beautiful brown eyes soft in the lamplight. "You really meant what you said? About moving back permanently?" "Grace." I brush a curl away from her face, letting my thumb trace along her cheekbone. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. New York was just existing. This is living. She shifts slightly, propping herself up on her elbow so she can see me better. The movement presses her curves against my side, and I have to fight to keep my thoughts from wandering down that particular path. We've all the time in the world now. What about your business? I know you've worked so hard to build it. The business will be fine. Better than fine, actually. I run my hand down her arm, marveling at how soft her skin is. Turns out I can negotiate contracts and manage investments from anywhere with a decent internet connection. Who knew? She's quiet for a moment, and I can practically hear the wheels turning in her head. "You really ready for all this? Small town life again? PTA meetings and little league games and everyone knowing your business?" "Baby, I'm ready for anything. I'm ready for Sunday dinners with Mom and arguing with you about whose turn it is to take out the trash." I pause, my heart hammering against my ribs as I work up the courage for what I'm about to say. I'm ready for the whole damn package. Her eyes search mine, and I can see the hope there, carefully guarded but growing stronger. "Grace," I say quietly, my voice rougher than I intended. "Would you consider marrying me?" Her breath catches, and for a second I wonder if I've pushed too hard, too fast. But then her face lights up with that radiant smile that's been bringing me to my knees since high school. "Yes," she whispers. "God, yes, I would love nothing more." Relief floods through me so hard I almost laugh. Instead, I cup her face in both hands and kiss her, pouring everything I feel into it. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. "And," I say, pressing my forehead against hers, "maybe we should think about expanding our family." Her eyes widen slightly. "Jackson, I know it's a lot to think about," I say quickly. "But Max is 6 now, and I've missed so much already. I'd love the chance to be there from the beginning this time, to experience pregnancy with you, midnight feedings, all of it." Grace's smile turns soft and dreamy. "I've thought about it too. Max asks about siblings sometimes. So that's a yes?" "That's a yes." A grin spreads across my face. "Well then," I say, my voice dropping to that low register that always makes her shiver. Maybe we should get started on that. Grace laughs, but there's heat in her eyes now. Jackson Cole, you are wild. You love it. I do, she admits, her hand sliding down my chest to rest just above my belt. I really, really do. I capture her lips again, this kiss hungrier than the last. My hands find the hem of her sweater, fingers dancing along the warm skin at her waist. She arches into my touch, that little sound she makes in the back of her throat driving me crazy. We have to be quiet, she whispers against my mouth. Max, I can be quiet, I murmur, trailing kisses down her neck. Can you? Her only answer is a soft gasp as I find that spot just below her ear that makes her melt. My hands map the familiar territory of her body, relearning every curve, every sensitive spot that makes her breath hitch. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. Merry Christmas, Grace, I whisper against her skin. She turns her head to meet my eyes, her smile radiant and satisfied. Merry Christmas, Jackson. Outside, the snow continues to fall, blanketing Chestnut Hill in pristine white. But in here, in Grace's arms, everything is warm and perfect and exactly as it should be.